Martial Peak, Chapter 4710, Ancestral Spirit Fruit. Under the watch of the many divine spirits, Xianxia rushed out of the demon sealing land. His complexion was incredibly pale, and his aura was in disarray. There were faint traces of scales appearing on his exposed skin, and the nails on both his hands grew rapidly. Monster transformation! Qingwan shouted from where she stood beside Yangkai. The ancestral land was the origin of all divine spirits, and there was an extremely peculiar force in this land that was highly beneficial to the reproduction and growth of those divine spirits. However, this force was a poison that could become lethal to living creatures that were not divine spirits. This was something that Qingwan mentioned to Yangkai previously. That was why the living creatures existing in the ancestral land were generally divine spirits, or those with the divine spirit bloodline. It was impossible for a pure human cultivator to stay in the ancestral land for a long time, as once the ancestral strength invaded their bodies, there was a high possibility that they would suffer from horrible consequences. Those consequences were monster transformation. Xianxia was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and his strength was incredibly powerful. Even so, he was already being eroded by the ancestral strength, and showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. It was conceivable just how abundant and intense the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was that even a master like Xianxia could not resist. That was why many of the divine spirits rejoiced at the sight of his miserable state. The stronger the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land, the better it was for them. "What's inside?" Kuan-Ao asked while looking at Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head while resisting the ancestral strength that was invading his body. "It's too vast. I couldn't investigate much, but it shouldn't be dangerous for divine spirits like you. Kuan-Ao, I need to leave this place. The sooner, the better." Before entering the demon sealing land, his strength was enough that he could easily resist the erosion of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land, even though it had been gnawing at him without pause. Now that he had fallen into this state, though, the symptoms of monster transformation would become irreversible if he did not leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become an existence that was neither monster nor human. Kuan-Ao stared at Xianxia deeply as though trying to judge whether the latter was speaking the truth, but a short while later, he shouted, "Kuan-Yu." The white-robed youth who fought Yangkai on several occasions previously came forward. "Send him away." Kuan-Ao waved his hand dismissively. Although he was a domineering man, he was not a dishonest person. "Yes." Kuan-Yu accepted the order and gestured to Xianxia politely. Xianxia coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He did not wish to spend another moment in this place. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at Yangkai with an inexplicable look in his eyes before he departed. He had pursued Yangkai deep into the ancestral land because of the World Spring. As a result, not only did he fail to obtain the World Spring, but he also brought great trouble down upon himself. It was truly very unlucky. Now that Yangkai was in the ancestral land, obtaining the World Spring had become nothing more than a dream. Just Yangkai's identity as a Dragon Clan member was enough to frighten Xianxia greatly. If he had known that Yangkai was a Dragon Clan member beforehand, he would never have interfered in this chaos. After Kuan-Yu sent Xianxia away, Kuan-Ao finally turned a hungry gaze at the heavy gates that stood wide open in front of him and grinned. "What do you all think?" Xianxia had returned safely, which indicated that there were no dangers inside. Therefore, the many divine spirits were eager to make a move. Some could barely hold themselves back at this point. It was just that the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had not made any moves yet, so they could not act so indiscreet. Qingwan voiced her opinion. "Since the seal has already been broken, we should go inside and take a look." Kuan-Ao laughed. "In that case, this king will go on ahead and scout the way for you." He beckoned with his hand while speaking, leading the masters of the Kuan clan to plunge through the gates and vanish out of sight. How could the rest of the divine spirits hold back after seeing that? They all rushed forward and entered the gates one after another, and in the blink of an eye, only the Phoenix clan remained. Qing Wan lowered her head to look at Yang Kai and ask, "How are you?" Yang Kai shook his head. "It's nothing serious." "What do you plan to do next?" "If you wish to leave, I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the ancestral land." However, Yang Kai looked up at the seal gates and declared, "I want to go inside and have a look." Qing Wan nodded. "You contributed greatly to the breaking of the seal, so there's no issue if you wish to go inside and have a look. However, you should come with us and not act on your own." "This junior understands." "Many thanks, senior." Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Qing Wan lead the masters of the Phoenix clan into the seal gates with great fanfare. A vast land spread out in front of their eyes as soon as they stepped into the demon's sealing land. Strictly speaking, this world was not much different from the ancestral land. It was just that the ancestral strength here was extremely rich. All the Phoenix clan members couldn't help taking a deep breath. Stimulated by this power, their clear and piercing cries rose and fell one after another as colorful Phoenix clan members of various different shapes and sizes revealed their true bodies and fluttered their wings. Even Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing mentally and physically. He felt like a wanderer who finally returned home after traveling the world for many years. His weakened body also recovered its vitality more rapidly, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. This place is still part of the ancestral land. Qing Wan murmured under her breath while looking around her surroundings. Having lived in the ancestral land for countless years, it was only natural that she was familiar with the situation in her home. The land behind the seal gates was part of the ancestral land, and there was essentially no difference between this place and the outside. Yuan Chu seemed pensive. Did the Dragon and Phoenix clans split the ancestral land into two parts in ancient times? Did they then turn this place into the demon sealing land? Yuan nodded. That's probably it. There's no other way to explain this phenomenon. The ancestral land had been divided into two parts in ancient times. One part became the place where the various divine spirit clans lived for many years, and the other part became the sealed land known as the demon sealing land. Hence, it was no wonder such pure ancestral strength spilled out from the demon sealing land. It was because this place was part of the ancestral land in the first place. Due to various unpredictable reasons, the ancestral strength in the outside half of the ancestral land was growing weaker and weaker. Even the reproduction and survival of the various divine spirit clans were facing issues as a result. On the contrary, the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land remained well preserved. The mysterious force was rich and abundant. Xianxia had entered this place for a brief period earlier, and when he returned, he claimed that the inside was extremely vast. At the time, nobody understood what he meant, as this place was a sealed land after all. So how big could it be? It would now seem that it was certainly very large. The various divine spirits that entered this place earlier were nowhere to be seen, making it obvious that they had ventured deeper to investigate the situation. If there are no dangers in this land, then there will be no need to worry about the futures of the divine spirits in the ancestral land again, Hong Hu said softly. The intensity of the ancestral strength was so great that it was enough to satisfy the needs of the growth and reproduction of the various divine spirit clans. If the infant Phoenix Tower was relocated here, the little ones would surely be born healthy. This place must be known as the demon sealing land for a reason. There might be dangers that we don't know about lurking around. We must investigate carefully. Qing Wan maintained a vigilant attitude. Under her command, Yuan Chu, Wuxia, and Hong Hu each led a team of clansmen and set off in different directions. On the other hand, she traveled only with Yang Kai. There were no abnormalities during their travels, but when Qing Wan turned around to see Yang Kai, she saw him hesitating to speak. Thus she smiled and said, "If you have something to ask, go ahead and speak freely. You are part of the Dragon Clan, which has a deep connection with my Phoenix Clan. There's no need to be so reserved." Yang Kai laughed awkwardly for a moment before he said, "Senior, I have many friends with divine spirit bloodlines. It's just that we came from a remote land, and without a proper cultivation method, They have been unable to solve the issue of promoting their bloodlines. Therefore, I wish to bring them to the ancestral land after things have settled here. This place will be of immense help to their growth. Will the divine spirits in the ancestral land reject them? Qing Wan shook her head and said, all divine spirits have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. That is because this place is the origin of all divine spirits. If he can come, then so can the others. Miameng only entered the ancestral land 100 years ago, and nobody criticized her for anything. Yang Kai quickly pointed out, Senior Miameng is powerful. Qing Wan chuckled in response. That's true. Are your friends not strong? According to the classification of the divine spirits, they are all considered as juveniles. Most importantly, many of them are Dragon Clan members. Qing Wan immediately understood the issue. The Dragon Clan and the Kuan Clan were bitter enemies, so if a bunch of juvenile dragons were to enter the ancestral land, the Kuan Clan would not sit back and do nothing. At that time, how could those juvenile divine spirit defend themselves? Qing Wan pondered in silence for a moment before offering, you may send them to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. With the Phoenix Clan watching over them, the Kuan Clan will not be able to act rashly. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai bowed in thank her. She waved her hand lightly. It's nothing. But only by becoming strong themselves will they prevent others from causing trouble for them. Yang Kai nodded. I will tell them to cultivate hard. While they were conversing with each other, a large tree suddenly appeared on the horizon. The tree had branches that were thick with leaves, and among the lush foliage, there were also some colorful fruits that were just vaguely out of sight. A strange fragrance filled the air. Both of them revealed surprised expressions, and upon approaching the tree, they stopped and studied it. Yang Kai could not recognize these fruits, but he instinctively sensed that they would be highly beneficial to him. Qing Wan furrowed her brow tightly at first, but a short while later, she seemed to recall something. Raising a hand, she picked one of the spirit fruits and examined it carefully, exclaiming in astonishment after a moment, Ancestral spirit fruit. I can't believe that there are ancestral spirit fruits here. Yang Kai asked curiously, is it something good? Qing Wan took a breath to steady herself before explaining. This is an excellent treasure for all divine spirits. As you know, the ancestral land is filled with a mysterious force we call ancestral strength. This force is highly beneficial to the growth, reproduction, and cultivation of the divine spirits. The reason the others were so adamant about unsealing the demon-sealing land is that the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. They wanted to find a solution to the problem. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. These ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength, so they can practically be said to be a condensed ancestral strength. Yang Kai's expression changed. Qing Wan continued. Even the ancestral land that we lived and used to have ancestral spirit fruits in ancient times. It's just that the ancestral spirit fruits went extinct as the ancestral strength gradually weakened. I can't believe they still exist in this place. It's my first time seeing one. Looking up at the tree, she added, there are 8 more fruits. Let's pick them first. Yang Kai quickly nodded and left in a flash. A short while later, he returned with 4 fruits in each hand. Qing Wan handed the fruit in her hand over to him and declared, take this too. Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Naturally, he wanted something as amazing as the ancestral spirit fruit. However, he never imagined that Qing Wan would give all of them to him. So he asked in astonishment, Senior, why don't we split these equally between us? Martial Peak, Chapter 4711, Black Giant Spirit God. It was bad manners to take everything for oneself. Besides, the ancestral spirit fruits were extremely precious and would surely be useful to Qing Wan too. Qing Wan, however, just smiled and said, take them. With how far my bloodline has advanced, it is no longer something that eating an ancestral spirit fruit or 2 can help. It is similar to one's growth in the open heaven realm. The higher one's order, the longer it will take to slowly accumulate one's strength. Now that the demon-sealing land has been opened, The ancestral land will not lack for ancestral strength in the future. My cultivation will not be a problem thanks to that. On the other hand, your bloodline purity has a lot of room for growth. These ancestral spirit fruits will be very useful to you. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Many thanks, Senior. Xianxia happily put the ancestral spirit fruits away. They then continued onward. Xianxia looked around carefully, hoping to find more ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, even for this region of the ancestral land that had been sealed away for countless years, ancestral spirit fruits were not something that could be found everywhere. Aside from the fruit tree earlier, the pair did not find another one no matter how far they went. As they ventured deeper into the land, both Xianxia and Qingwan detected an unusual phenomenon. The ancestral strength in this land seemed to be guided by some unknown force to converge in a certain direction. The signs were not particularly obvious when they first entered the demon sealing land, so no one had noticed immediately. Nevertheless, the signs became increasingly obvious as they ventured deeper into this land. Feeling slightly apprehensive, they began traveling in that direction. About an hour later, both of them involuntarily narrowed their eyes slightly. As far as they could see, an enormous chain stretched out into the distance, penetrated deep into the void, and disappeared out of sight. The chain was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and so thick that it more closely resembled a mountain. What was even more shocking was that this chain was not an actual solid object, but rather the manifestation of pure energy. Moreover, the aura radiating from those chains was extremely familiar to both Qingwan and Xianxia. After coming up to the end of the chain and quietly scanning it for a moment, Xianxia's expression changed. Senior, is this chain comprised entirely of ancestral strength? Qingwan nodded heavily with a serious expression. Indeed. Xianxia drew a sharp breath. The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was extremely strong. Compared with the ancestral land outside, it was as different as night and day, and now there was a huge chain manifested from ancestral strength in front of them. If they had not witnessed this sight with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it possible. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans had split the ancestral land and sealed the demon sealing land. Not to mention, the ancestral strength had been transformed into these chains. Just what secrets were hidden in this place, and what was being restrained by this chain? Qingwan looked in the direction where the chain extended, and her deep gaze seemed to break through space. However, even with her powerful eyesight, she could not see what was on the other end of the chain. As far as she could see, the other end of the chain was shrouded in a dense mist that blocked her vision. Let's go take a look. With no other option, she surged her power to wrap around Xianxia before speeding off in that direction. It took 2 whole hours for them to arrive in front of a behemoth. Standing in the air, the two of them stared blankly at the gargantuan figure before them in stunned surprise. The behemoth had a humanoid figure and a distinctly bald head. Sitting upon the earth, he resembled a great deity. What's more, there were numerous chains penetrating his chest. The chain that Qingwan and Xianxia saw earlier was only one of the chains, and there were actually 15 others. At this moment, many divine spirits had already arrived at this place. Like Qingwan and Xianxia, they had clearly ventured deep into the demon sealing land, noticed one of the 16 chains, and followed it to investigate the situation. Many of the divine spirits had transformed into their true forms, their large figures ranging from 1,000 meters to over 10,000 meters tall, yet all of them still seemed as insignificant as ants in front of this behemoth. They flew around the giant like a gathering of flies and mosquitoes. A giant spirit god, Xianxia murmured. The behemoth in front of him was a giant spirit god, but this giant spirit god looked very different from the giant spirit god, Ada, whom he met outside the star boundary in the past. Mainly, this giant spirit god in front of him was as black as ink. Xianxia did not know much about the giant spirit god clan. Ada was not this color, but he did not dare to say that there were no such clansmen in the giant spirit god clan. It was just that A giant spirit god was sealed in the middle of the demon sealing land. It was truly a shock and discovery. Xianxia had met a giant spirit god in the past, so he knew just how tyrannical this race could be. The giant spirit gods were among the strongest beings in the world. Even the divine spirits were not their opponents. Fortunately, the heavens were fair in all things, so there were very few giant spirit gods in the 3,000 worlds. Each giant spirit god was an invincible existence, but all of them were very mild-mannered and innocent, almost like little children. The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds and never caused trouble for others. Even if other people were to provoke or attack them, such actions were akin to a mosquito biting a human to them. In any case, the questions regarding the chains have been answered. The chains turn out to be restraining a giant spirit god. Xianxia could not imagine just what had happened in the ancestral land back then for the divine spirits to actually restrain a giant spirit god here. This giant spirit god was also clearly dead. So many years had passed after all, so even for an existence as strong as a giant spirit god, it would be impossible to survive under the constant erosion of the omnipresent ancestral strength here. Besides, Xianxia did not sense the slightest trace of vitality from the giant spirit god. A figure flew over. It was Yuan Chu of the Phoenix clan. Standing beside Qing Wan's side, she called out, "Big sister." Qing Wan nodded and asked with a solemn expression, "What is the situation?" Yuan Chu reported, "I only arrived in incense before you. According to my investigation, the giant spirit god's vitality has been completely extinguished, but it would be better to err on the side of caution. We should carry out a more thorough investigation. After all, it would be a disaster for the ancestral land if he turns out to be still alive." "Good," Qing Wan nodded. While speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side. Kuan Ao was walking over from that direction and came to stand beside her before speaking in a low voice. "The situation in the demon sealing land is rather unexpected indeed." Qing Wan remained silent. Kuan Ao thus continued, "Although I don't know what happened in the past, the divine spirits in the ancestral land must have fought a grand battle against this giant spirit god. In the end, they split the ancestral land into two parts. This place was sealed as the demon sealing land, and the ancestral strength was used to restrain this giant spirit god." "Cut the nonsense," Qing Wan snapped coldly. Kuan Ao grinned. "You have always been worried that releasing the seal would bring about undesirable consequences to the ancestral land, and it seems that your worries were not unfounded. Something amazing was indeed sealed within the demon sealing land. But it would seem that it's not such a big deal after all. The giant spirit god's vitality has been extinguished, and he has been dead for countless years. It's still better to be careful." Qing Wan's brow furrowed slightly. The giant spirit gods have tenacious vitality. No matter how many years have passed, as long as they retain the slightest trace of life, they can revive themselves. We do not know why this giant spirit god was sealed here, but we had best act with due caution. Of course, it's better to act carefully. I am planning to enter his body to investigate the situation. Will you come with me, Qing Wan? He suggested. Good. She readily nodded in agreement. The two did not hesitate to gather a few other divine spirits, including Miemeng, Tao Tai, and Bayan. Then, 8 figures rose into the sky in an impressive manner and entered the giant spirit god's body via his giant nostril. The rest of the divine spirits waited quietly. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood beside Yuzhua and observed the giant spirit god. All of a sudden, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the ends of the chains. The 16 chains penetrated the giant spirit god's body, but there seemed to be something acting as a kind of source or anchor at the end of each chain. These objects attracted the ancestral strength from all over the ancestral land and transformed it into these chains. Among these objects, there was a palace that resembled an illusory and transparent crystal, a big tree burning with a fiery light, and a pearl glimmering with a soft light. Xianxia's gaze soon fixed on the palace that was as transparent as a crystal. He could sense a resonance with that palace from deep within his bloodline. That is probably the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Yuxia commented. Crystal Palace? Xianxia raised a brow, curiously. Yuxia saw his confusion and explained, there are many divine spirit clans living in the ancestral land, and according to the records in the ancient books, each divine spirit clan has their own respective sacred treasure. These sacred treasures contain the inheritance of each clan, so they are of great help to the cultivation of the clansmen. It is just that nobody has ever seen the sacred treasures of their respective clans for generations. We always assumed that the Dragon and the Phoenix clans took the sacred treasures away with them when they left. I can't believe that these sacred treasures have remained here. It would seem that many of the divine spirits in the ancestral land took part in sealing this giant spirit god. The sacred treasures were left here to guide the ancestral strength to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. She then pointed at the large tree burning with a fiery light. That is probably the Phoenix clan's Immortal Parasol tree. And that is probably the Golden Crow clan's Fu Sang divine tree. Even though she had only heard of these sacred treasures and never seen them before, she named each of them carefully with seemingly great familiarity. Xianxia silently memorized them all. Unlocking the demon sealing land could be said to be a series of unexpected occurrences. In any case, just seeing so many sacred treasures that only existed in legends made this trip worthwhile to the divine spirits in the ancestral land. The sacred treasures represented the inheritance of each clan. The existence of these sacred treasures meant that their respective inheritances remained unbroken. Not to mention the abundance of the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land. In the future, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never need to worry about the continuity of their clans again. 3 days later, Qing Wan, Kuan-Ao, and the others finally reappeared again. Big sister, how is the situation? Yuxia stepped forward with Xianxia intel. Qing Wan replied, he is probably dead. We didn't detect any vitality inside his body. That's good. Yuxia breathed a sigh of relief. Nobody knew what kind of grudges or hatred existed between this giant spirit god and the divine spirits. But even so, there must have been some kind of dispute between them for the giant spirit god to be suppressed and sealed in this place. If this giant spirit god were still alive, then unlocking the demon sealing land would have been the wrong decision. Fortunately, over countless years of suppression and erosion by the ancestral strength, the giant spirit god's vitality had been completely extinguished. Qing Wan, I'm taking the Kuan clan's sacred treasure with me. I don't care what the Phoenix clan does. Kuan-Ao suddenly turned around to look at Qing Wan. Qing Wan frowned. This giant spirit god might be dead, but the sacred treasures are clearly acting as the sources for its suppression. It would be inappropriate to rashly take them away. Kuan-Ao simply sneered. That's what you said when we wanted to unlock the demon sealing land. The sacred treasures of each clan is here. If you wish to stop me, you'll have to see if they are willing to agree with you. If they agree with you, then the Kuan clan will have nothing to say. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4712, The Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Qing Wan looked around. When she met the gazes of all the divine spirits from various clans, how could she not know that their thoughts were similar to Kuan-Ao's? She could not fault them for thinking that way. Not only were the sacred treasures extremely important to their respective clans, but they had also been missing for a long time. Now that the sacred treasures have been found, there was no reason to just leave them lying around in this place. If the giant spirit god still had some remaining vitality in him, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. However, it had been confirmed that the suppressed black giant spirit god was as dead as he could possibly be. It would be a waste to leave the sacred treasures here. After a moment of silence, she sighed. It's up to you, but be careful. It was difficult even for the powerful Phoenix clan to go against public opinion. Seeing as they could not stop the people, they could only allow nature to take its course. The divine spirits were overjoyed to hear those words. Rushing to the location where their respective sacred treasures were located, they quickly began researching the method to retrieve them. They had only heard of these sacred treasures and legends, but had never seen the genuine articles before, so it was only natural that they did not know the method to retrieve their respective sacred treasures. Be that as it may, they were powerful divine spirits, so figuring out a method should not be too difficult. The Phoenix clan did not move. The immortal parasol tree burned brightly, like the flames of nirvana that were only spoken of in legends. Nonetheless, as long as Qing Yuan did not say anything, nobody dared to act rashly. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Qing Yuan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been staring at the Crystal Palace all this while, so when he heard her question, he couldn't help asking her, "Can I?" Qing Yuan smiled lightly. "You are the only Dragon Clan member in the Ancestral Land. If you don't go, who will?" "Then I'll go have a look." Yang Kai scratched his nose before his figure flashed, and he eagerly rushed towards the Crystal Palace. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the sacred treasure. Looking at the Crystal Palace from afar had given him the impression that it was really carved out of crystal. It was one integrated structure that was extremely beautiful, and it was even more stunning when seen from up close. Although Yang Kai was seeing the Crystal Palace for the first time, he could be certain that the Crystal Palace was related to the Dragon Clan. That was because there was an indescribable connection between his bloodline and the Crystal Palace. He circled around the Crystal Palace a few times, but forget entering. He couldn't even locate an entrance. The conundrum left him scratching his head in confusion for a while. Looking around him, he saw the other divine spirits spewing out their blood essence to refine their respective sacred treasures. Thus, he quickly imitated them. After a whole day, he finally managed to refine a trace of the Crystal Palace. A door immediately appeared from the perfectly seamless Crystal Palace with a slight nudge of his thoughts, and he quickly slipped inside. When he stepped into the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai felt as though his entire body was wrapped in warmth. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the ancestral strength's intensity inside the Crystal Palace was many times greater than the outside. The sacred treasures of each clan had the effect of attracting the ancestral strength in the Ancestral Land. If not for that, the divine spirits in ancient times would not have placed these sacred treasures here to gather and transform the ancestral strength into chains to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It was precisely because the sacred treasures gathered and attracted the ancestral strength that the 16 huge chains stretching for millions of kilometers could exist. The ends of the chains protruded into the void, connecting the entire demon sealing land as a single whole. It could be said that one's cultivation efficiency would improve greatly if they were to cultivate with the help of a sacred treasure. That was also the biggest reason as to why the divine spirits were so adamant about retrieving them. Yang Kai did not immediately begin cultivating even though he was inside the Crystal Palace. But even so, the rich and abundant ancestral strength continuously poured into his body and integrated with his bloodline to enhance the power of his dragon vein. The Crystal Palace did not look particularly large from the outside. So it was not until Yang Kai entered that he learned how the Crystal Palace had the mysterious effect of containing something enormous despite its small size. The space inside was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Yuan Chu had mentioned that the sacred treasures of each clan contained the inheritance of each divine spirit clan. Yang Kai navigated through the countless halls in the Crystal Palace as he searched for this inheritance. Although he didn't discover any inheritance, Yang Kai did discover some strange crystals. These crystals were condensed on the walls of the halls. Some were large and some were small. The largest were the size of basins, and the smallest were the size of eggs. There were many of them. In the beginning, Yang Kai paid no attention to them, initially thinking that they were mere decorations. It was not until he walked through several of the halls that he realized something was wrong. If they were mere decorations, they would not be so unesthetically pleasing or randomly placed. Therefore, he tentatively broke off one of the crystals. After a careful examination, he made a shocking discovery. These crystals were pure, condensed ancestral strength. An ancestral spirit crystal. Yang Kai did not know whether ancestral spirit crystals actually existed, But the crystals in front of him were indeed worthy of the name ancestral spirit crystals. After all, their existence was essentially identical to the chains that suppressed and sealed the giant spirit god outside. For countless years, the Crystal Palace continuously attracted and transformed the ancestral strength in the ancestral land into chains to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. It was just that there were no Dragon Clan members cultivating inside the Crystal Palace, so the ancestral strength gathered inside the Crystal Palace had nowhere to go. Hence, when the ancestral strength in this place became saturated to a certain degree, the energy would transform into ancestral spirit crystals that were left behind. This was the same concept as the birth of spirit or saint crystals. Saint crystals were generally born at places where world energy was extremely abundant. These were great treasures. The ancestral strength was an energy that was unique to the ancestral land, so it was almost impossible to find outside the ancestral land. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to remain in the ancestral land forever without leaving. Xianxia had been a little worried about how he would further enhance the power of this dragon veins after he left the ancestral land. Fortunately, there was nothing to be worried about with these ancestral spirit crystals. Regardless of where he was, he could enhance his bloodline by relying on these ancestral spirit crystals. Xianxia was absolutely overjoyed, so much so that he couldn't be bothered to look for the Dragon Clan inheritance anymore. Harvesting the ancestral spirit crystals as soon as possible was far more important. Countless ancestral spirit crystals had condensed along the walls and even the floors of every hall inside the palace. For that reason, Xianxia was busy for some time. He collected at least 1,000 ancestral spirit crystal of all sizes, the largest among them reaching the size of a big water tank. Thinking about the sacred treasures belonging to the other divine spirits, Xianxia grinned and laughed. It seemed that only the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was a palace. In comparison, the sacred treasures of the other divine spirits did not meet the conditions for ancestral spirit crystals to form, no matter the type of sacred treasure. Take the Phoenix Clan's Immortal Parasol tree, for example. There was no way the tree could condense ancestral spirit crystals. There were countless halls in the Crystal Palace, and as he swept through each and every room, it could be said that he made a fortune in silence. At the same time, at the place where the Kuan clan was located, known as the Northern Deep, the Kuan clan's sacred treasure was a vast ocean that had been shrunk countless times over. It was rumored to be the place where the Kuan clan originated. As the clan head of the Kuan clan, the retrieval of the sacred treasure would naturally fall on Kuan-Ao's shoulders. It took 10 days of hard work and a large quantity of blood essence before the sea of the Northern Deep suddenly shone brightly and became closely connected with his aura. Clan head has done it. The masters of the Kuan clan cheered at the sight. Similarly, Kuan-Ao laughed happily. He could clearly sense that he had completely refined the Northern Deep. This sacred treasure was connected to him in heart and mind now. With a wave of his hand, he tried to retrieve the Northern Deep. However, he was extremely surprised to discover that it remained motionless. Kuan-Ao's brow furrowed deeply as he did not know what had gone wrong. Despite trying a few more times, the results remained the same. The smiles of the Kuan clan's masters involuntarily stiffened on their faces. Over the next few days, the various divine spirit clans encountered the same situation. Their respective sacred treasures had been completely refined, and they could sense that the sacred treasures were connected to them. But even so, they could not retrieve them. Therefore, the clan heads of each divine spirit clan gathered together to discuss the issue and finally found the source of the problem after some time. The Phoenix clan was gathered not far from the Immortal Parasol tree, and under the watch of Yuan Chu and the others, Qing Wan continuously forced out her blood essence to refine the Immortal Parasol tree. Although she originally opposed the idea of retrieving each clan's sacred treasures, the other clans had already begun taking action, so it would be meaningless for the Phoenix clan to insist. The Immortal Parasol tree was very important to the Phoenix clan, so while she had concerns in her heart, she could only refine the sacred treasure for now. At this point, she had almost finished. Just as she was preparing to retrieve the immortal parasol tree, she encountered something unexpected. She faced the same situation as the other divine spirits. The immortal parasol tree could not be taken away. The 16 sacred treasures have long become one, so they can only be removed as a set. We need to refine them all before we could take them away. Kuan-Ao explained as he strolled over from a distance. That was the conclusion he reached after various discussions with the rest of the clan heads. Qing-Wan immediately revealed a look of understanding. When she tried to collect the immortal parasol tree earlier, she had a strange feeling. It felt as though there were other forces of resistance coming from all around her and preventing her from collecting the immortal parasol tree. It would now seem that this resistance did not originate from the immortal parasol tree itself, but rather from the rest of the sacred treasures. Where is that dragon clan member? Kuan-Ao asked. Inside the Crystal Palace. While speaking, Qing-Wan glanced towards the Crystal Palace. The rest of the sacred treasures have been refined, so the only one left is Crystal Palace. He needs to hurry up. Qing-Wan shrugged. It's useless for you to tell me that. In that case, I'll tell him myself. After saying that, Kuan-Ao turned and headed in the direction of the Crystal Palace. He stood outside a short while later and shouted, "Young dragon, come out now." Qing-Wan couldn't help feeling worried, so she followed along. When she heard those words, she scowled. Unfortunately, it was not wise to cause a dispute with Kuan-Ao over something so trivial. Inside the Crystal Palace, Xianxia stored all the ancestral spirit crystals in his small universe. It was a pity that he did not find the Dragon Clan's inheritance after he explored the entirety of the Crystal Palace. Thus, he couldn't help wondering whether the rumors were wrong. Nevertheless, the Crystal Palace itself was an incredibly amazing artifact. It was the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure after all. This item was several ranks higher than the Heavenly Sword Palace in terms of quality. Xianxia had tried to refine the sacred treasure, and his bloodline had received the approval of the Crystal Palace, which allowed him to open its doors. It was just that his strength wasn't sufficient to truly refine the sacred treasure. When he tried to, his progress was extremely slow. Based on his estimation, it would take him several dozen to 100 years to refine the Crystal Palace completely, if he could do so at all. This was related to his bloodline. Although it was pure, it was simply not strong enough. He was just a juvenile dragon, so it was only natural that he would require a long time to refine the sacred treasure. Seeing as he could not refine the sacred treasure for the time being, Xianxia didn't bother agonizing over the idea. It was not as if the Crystal Palace could go anywhere. It would not be too late for him to come back to refine the sacred treasure once he enhanced his bloodline further. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Kuan-Ao shout. He looked up only to see Kuan-Ao and Qing-Wan standing outside the Crystal Palace side by side. The Crystal Palace was extremely mysterious. Standing inside the palace, his vision of the outside was not blocked in any way. He could clearly see everything outside the palace from where he stood. On the other hand, judging by the reactions of Kuan-Ao and Qing-Wan, they could not see him. Martial Peak, Chapter 4713. Can you get any more biased? The Crystal Palace had the ability to prevent others from spying on what happened within. On the other hand, the people inside the palace could see everything that was happening outside. Since Qing-Wan was here, Kuan-Ao would not be able to do anything. Therefore, Xianxia strolled out boldly without fear and asked with a frown, "What is it?" Kuan-Ao asked, "Brat, let me ask you this. How far have you gotten with refining the Crystal Palace?" Xianxia thought to himself, this guy sure cares about many things. The Crystal Palace is the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. Why is he asking about this? Is he planning to take the Crystal Palace for himself? He glanced at Qing-Wan questioningly, so she explained, the 16 sacred treasures have been integrated into one whole after spending countless years together. As long as one of them is not taken away, the rest of the sacred treasures cannot be taken away either. At present, all the clans have refined their respective sacred treasures. Only the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace remains. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. He replied honestly, I can refine the Crystal Palace, but it will take a long time. How long? Kuan Ao asked with raised eyebrows. Several decades. Maybe 100 years, Yang Kai responded. That long? Kuan Ao scowled. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You may refine it peacefully. We will wait for you. A span of several decades, or even 100 years might not be a short time, but it was nothing to the long-lived divine spirits. Forget 100 years. Even if it took several 1,000 years, Kuan Ao could afford to wait. Waiting for some time was nothing at all if he could retrieve the sacred treasure. I don't plan to spend so much time refining the sacred treasure. Yang Kai shook his head. Kuan Ao narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Yang Kai explained, coming to the ancestral land was an accident. I still have matters to take care of in the outside world. I can't afford to spend too much time here. This trip had gone on for long enough. There was no need to worry about Void Land as the two divine spirits, Old Man by Shi and Zhu Jiuyin, were watching over it. As long as none of the cave heavens and paradises attacked, there was nobody in the 3,000 worlds who could harm Void Land. On the contrary, the World Tree and the new great territory in the Star Boundary required more of his attention. What's more, his two disciples were still in his small universe. Yang Kai needed to bring them back to the Star Boundary as soon as possible to aid their growth. Not to mention that he had been suppressing Xianxia's cultivation for the past many years to prevent her from growing too quickly. The Star Boundary was the best cradle to produce open Heaven Realm Masters. Compared to growing up in his small universe, growing up there would give her greater future potential and would allow her to ascend higher in the martial Tao. However, the flow of time in a small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. If he got held up in the ancestral land for several decades, or even 100 years, Xiaoya might already have advanced to the Emperor realm. In that case, she would not receive much benefit from the World Tree, even if she entered to the Star Boundary. That was why he originally planned to rush back to the Star Boundary once he finished everything in the ancestral land. That's not up to you. Kuan Ao sneered. Don't think that you could do whatever you want in the ancestral land just because you have the protection of the Phoenix clan. This matter involves the sacred treasures of all the clans. Even the Phoenix clan cannot shield you. Qing Wan frowned slightly, but unfortunately, what Kuan Ao said was the truth. This matter was indeed related to the interests of all the clans, so if the Phoenix clan insisted on doing things their way, they would only cause public outrage. Can you speed things up? She asked. Yang Kai nodded. Refining the Crystal Palace is related to my bloodline, which is too weak right now. That's why the seniors have finished refining their respective sacred treasures, while I am helpless to do so. To speed things up, I would need to improve my bloodline first. If I can enhance my bloodline to the level of a Grand Dragon, I have the confidence to finish refining the Crystal Palace within half a year. However, this is not something that can be done in a short time. Kuan Ao said, the ancestral strength in this land is so rich, you can cultivate inside the Crystal Palace with peace of mind and improve your bloodline. You should know that this is something all the juniors in the ancestral land yearn for, but cannot get. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored Kuan Ao. Qing Wan spoke up pensively. There might be a way to improve your bloodline rapidly. Yang Kai looked at her. Senior, do you mean? Qing Wan abruptly turned to face Kuan Ao and asked, the Kuan clan probably obtained many ancestral spirit fruits, right? Kuan Ao was taken aback for a moment. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously. I don't know what you're talking about. Qing Luan simply laughed. The ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength. If he consumes them, he will be able to improve his bloodline quickly. In the past, we used to hear about how the ancestral land had ancestral spirit fruits, but none of us have actually seen one before. When the demon sealing land opened, each clan probably obtained a certain number of ancestral spirit fruits. If each clan makes a small contribution, it will be enough to fulfill his requirements to become a Grand Dragon. Kuan Ao was furious. Qing Wan, Even if the dragon and the phoenix clans have always been connected since ancient times, your heart is too crooked. This young dragon may be a divine spirit, but are the other divine spirits in the ancestral land not also divine spirits? It was not easy for us to obtain the ancestral spirit fruits. And which clan does not have juniors that need them? Why should we give them to him? Xianxia rubbed his chin. If there are enough ancestral spirit fruits, I can give it a try. Kuan Ao glared at Xianxia with narrowed eyes. Junior, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. This king strongly wishes to kill you. Xianxia spread his hands wide. Without the ancestral spirit fruits, I won't be able to become a grand dragon quickly. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Kuan Ao snarled coldly. Xianxia raised his head to the sky and looked down his nose at Kuan Ao. He arrogantly said, Kill me, and you will never retrieve your sacred treasures. Why don't you ask if the various divine spirit clans will agree with you? Kuan Ao was absolutely livid. He never imagined that the day would come where he was bullied by a mere young dragon. It felt like the biggest humiliation in all the long years that he spent cultivating. Qing Wan said, Why don't we ask the rest for their opinions? Arguing back and forth is not going to make a difference. While speaking, she cast a secret technique to send out various transmissions. It didn't take long for the representatives of each clan to gather around and for her to explain the current situation to them. The expressions of all the divine spirits became extremely strange when they looked at Xianxia. It's not like he can't cultivate without the ancestral spirit fruits. We might not know what the intensity of the ancestral strength is like in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, but I'm sure it's extraordinary. It will only take a slightly longer time to cultivate in the Crystal Palace. Why should we waste such precious ancestral spirit fruits on him? One of the divine spirits yelled out. That's right. It was not easy to obtain these ancestral spirit fruits. They should be used in the right place. In my opinion, this brat is trying to scam us. It has always been said that the Dragon Clan is greedy. I've never met one before, but this incident today has proven those sayings right. Who would agree to such ridiculous demands? Just press a blade against his neck if he dares to refuse to cultivate. Let's see if he is willing to cultivate then. The many divine spirits clamored to express their opinions, so Qing Wan suffered a terrible headache just listening to them. Meanwhile, Xianxia stood in front of the Crystal Palace. His posture seemed to say that he would hide inside the moment the situation turned sour. Clasping his hands behind his back calmly, he waited until everybody finished speaking before he spoke up. You are the ones who want me to refine the Crystal Palace. I don't want to do it. Since you are forcing me to do something I'm not willing to do, then you should offer me some compensation. Otherwise, you can all just sit there and wait. Kuan Ao sneered. Are you planning to hide in the Crystal Palace for thousands of years? That's hard to say. That will depend on who has more patience between us. Qing Wan said, Enough. I didn't call you here to argue. All of you are adults. What's so fun about squabbling with a junior? Xianxia is right. If you want him to improve his bloodline, then it's only natural that you should offer him some compensation. I was the one who suggested the ancestral spirit fruits. In that case, the Phoenix clan will make the first move. While speaking, she beckoned with her hand. Hong, who stepped forward, took out 13 ancestral spirit fruits and handed them to her. I'm not asking you to hand over all of your ancestral spirit fruits. Half should be acceptable, right? The Phoenix clan's half is right here. Kuan Ao rolled his eyes. Qing Wan, can you get any more biased? She replied with a smile. In the matter of releasing the seal, the Phoenix clan went along with your wishes. Likewise, in the matter of retrieving the sacred treasures, the Phoenix clan bent to public opinion again. The Phoenix clan has taken the lead in this matter, so if you refuse to show respect, then don't ever look to the Phoenix clan for help again if another disaster strikes the ancestral land. The divine spirits looked at each other awkwardly after hearing those words. Qing Wan had already said so much, so it would be bad if they did not express their sincerity in return. Although they were reluctant to part with the ancestral spirit fruits, They had no choice but to do so. One by one, they took out different amounts of the ancestral spirit fruits. Although there was no guarantee that they really took out half of what they had collected, there were almost 200 ancestral spirit fruits in total when all the offerings were gathered together. Qingwan flicked her wrist and tossed a space ring containing the ancestral spirit fruits to Yang Kai. Yang Kai happily took the space ring and cupped his fist. Please rest assured, seniors. This junior will immediately begin cultivating in seclusion. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become a grand dragon as soon as possible, so that you may all bring your sacred treasures home. Many of the divine spirits secretly ground their teeth when they looked at Yang Kai, but they could only maintain a smile on the surface and pretended to display the friendly demeanor of a senior expert. Yang Kai nodded at Qingwan and turned to head inside the Crystal Palace. But before he entered, he abruptly recalled something and turned back again. Senior, I have something to ask of you. Speak. Qingwan nodded. The process of advancing to become a grand dragon is not something that can be completed in a short time. I do not know how long it will take. My friend is a human cultivator, and now that the demon sealing land is open, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land will become richer. It's not suitable for her to remain here for long. Please arrange for somebody to escort her from this place. The ancestral strength in the ancestral land had been weak previously, so there were no issues for Xiaolin Lang to remain in the ancestral land for a short while. However, the situation was different now. Even Cheng Yang, who was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, began showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. How much longer could she resist? Needless to say, Qingwan knew who he was referring to and nodded at his words. Don't worry, I will arrange for somebody to send her out. Many thanks, Senior. Also, please tell her to head to Void Land in the Void Territory if she is willing. Pear Flower Cave Heaven was gone, and Xiaolin Lang no longer had a place in the Shattered Heaven, not unless she found another Universe Paradise or Universe Cave Heaven without a master. Although Yang Kai asked Qingwan to pass the message, Xiaolin Lang would probably be reluctant to head to Voidland. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would be forced to act according to the circumstances as soon as she appeared outside the Shattered Heaven. If not for that, she would not have escaped into the depths of the Shattered Heaven with him. She could have left the Shattered Heaven with him instead. In any case, Yang Kai could only do what he was able. Xiaolin Lang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, not a child. As for where to go or what to do, she would have her own thoughts on the matter. The Crystal Palace closed once more. Yang Kai entered one of the spacious halls and sat down cross-legged. Although he wanted to hurry back to the Star Boundary to let his 2 disciples settle down properly, things had already come to this point, so he could only improve his bloodline for now. Otherwise, he would not have a reasonable explanation for the divine spirits waiting outside. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4714, Like a Dream That Was Not a Dream. Yang Kai had obtained 9 ancestral spirit fruits when exploring the demon sealing land with Qingwan. Combined with the over 200 fruits that the various divine spirit clans gifted to him, he had almost 230 ancestral spirit fruits in total. Even so, he did not know whether these ancestral spirit fruits were enough for him to become a grand dragon. He estimated that they might not be enough, as although the current power of his dragon vein was not bad, he was only a bit over 3,000 meters tall after transforming into his half-dragon form. To become a grand dragon, he would need to grow to 10,000 meters at the very least. Dale Lidgerkeys, the author a long time ago, intentionally or otherwise, messed with continuity to reduce the size of Yang Kai's dragon form. For a while we attempted to amend it to maintain continuity. Unfortunately, at this point he has made the whole size thing so complex that it would be a nightmare to keep making corrections, especially considering the implications to everyone else's sizes. Please suspend your annoyance and go with it. Nevertheless, he was not too worried. The ancestral strength in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace was extremely rich. Not to mention, he had harvested many ancestral spirit crystals earlier. If the ancestral spirit fruits were not enough, he could use the ancestral spirit crystals to make up the difference. Yangkai took out an ancestral spirit fruit and an ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size. Then, he placed them in front of him. He wanted to figure out the differences between them and see which one was more effective. He picked the ancestral spirit fruit first. The fruit was brightly colored and gave off a peculiar aroma that aroused his appetite. When he bit down on the fruit, it felt as though he had barely used any strength, but the skin of the fruit split open. The sweet and tart juice immediately flooded his mouth. Before he could react, the entire ancestral spirit fruit had burst, leaving only the skin behind. He swallowed the juice and smacked his lips, enjoying the unforgettable taste. He didn't waste the skin of the fruit either, stuffing it all into his mouth before chewing and swallowing. After waiting in silence for a moment, his expression became strange. There was no obvious change aside from a slight burning feeling in his abdomen. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. The slightly burning feeling suddenly became scorching hot. It felt as though there was a smoldering iron in his belly. Immediately after that, a huge amount of energy erupted in his abdomen and spread throughout his body at lightning speed. His physique squirmed, and a golden dragon head that manifested behind his back released a deafening dragon roar. It was followed by a series of cracking sounds that came from all parts of his body as his physique swelled up without warning. A suppressed growl escaped his throat. The power of the ancestral spirit fruit had caused him to transform into his half-dragon form without his consent. Bursts of suppressed roars came from his throat as his physique wriggled madly, and dragon blood rushed through his meridians with a faint dragon roar. At the same time, overwhelming dragon pressure permeated the air. By the time everything calmed down again, almost 2 days had passed. The medicinal efficacies of the ancestral spirit fruit Yangkai consumed had been completely absorbed. He briefly examined his body and raised his eyebrows at the sight. A single ancestral spirit fruit had made him grow nearly 100 meters in just 2 days. The result was a pleasant surprise indeed. Seeing as he about 3,000 meters tall at present, there was a difference of roughly 7,000 meters before he could be considered a mature grand dragon. This was not a small gap, and it had to be said that he only managed to cultivate to a height of 3,000 meters from the time he obtained his dragon source until now. Be that as it may, a single ancestral spirit fruit turned out to have such profound effects, so Yangkai quietly made some calculations. With just 70 to 100 fruits, wouldn't he become a grand dragon? However, Yangkai knew that these calculations had taken too many things for granted. If any kind of resource or treasure was consumed repeatedly over a long period, its effects would gradually weaken. Fortunately, he had over 200 ancestral spirit fruits in his possession. It might just be enough to satisfy the requirements for him to become a grand dragon. Now that he had confirmed the effects of the ancestral spirit fruit, Yangkai picked up the ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size as the ancestral spirit fruit. When he was in his human form, the ancestral spirit crystal had fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Now that he was in his half-dragon form, though, holding the ancestral spirit crystal felt like he was holding a tiny green pea between his claws. He could barely feel the presence of the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand unless he concentrated carefully. Yangkai focused his mind and silently activated the power of his dragon vein in his body to wrap around the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand. Then he refined and absorbed the ancestral strength within. Time flowed slowly, and 5 days later, he finally opened his eyes again. When Yangkai spread open his palm, the ancestral spirit crystal had already been refined cleanly and vanished. He then examined the condition of his body again and saw that he had grown another 50 meters or so. After some comparisons, the differences between the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal became clear to see. The two objects were around the same size. However, he had spent less than 2 days refining an ancestral spirit fruit that made him grow about 100 meters in total, whereas it had taken him 5 days to refine the ancestral spirit crystal, even though its effects only made his height increase by 50 meters. be in terms of both the time required for refining or overall effect. The ancestral spirit fruit was far better than the ancestral spirit crystal. Still, the ancestral spirit crystal was more durable in a sense. Now that he knew the differences between the two objects, Xianxia did not continue experimenting, picking up another ancestral spirit fruit to consume and refine. Inside the demon sealing land, the various divine spirit clans sat around their respective sacred treasures and cultivated quietly. To them, a land with such abundant ancestral strength, like the demon sealing land, was a cultivation paradise that they used to dream about in the past. After unlocking the demon sealing land, the divine spirits couldn't help feeling as though they had gotten rich overnight. It was almost as though a person who was accustomed to living in poverty suddenly found a mountain of gold in their backyard. Inside the crystal palace, Xianxia continuously consumed the ancestral spirit fruit to stimulate the dragon vein in his body. 20 days later, his dragon form reached a height of 4,000 meters. After 3 months, he reached 5,000 meters. After 7 months, he was 6,000 meters. After 1 year, he reached a height of 7,000 meters. Inside the crystal palace, Xianxia's enormous body could no longer stand up straight, so he could only rest on his side while his dragon tail swung side to side without him noticing. With such a large body, he was already more than twice the size he was when he started. His dragon claws were sharper, his dragon scales were tougher, and his golden brilliance shone even brighter and more dazzlingly than before. His dragon pressure was so thick it almost materialized. When he reached out to grab another ancestral spirit fruit, Xianxia discovered that all the fruits had been consumed and couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. At the beginning, it had taken him approximately 2 days to refine a single ancestral spirit fruit. Following the growth of his bloodline, though, the time needed for refinement reduced, but the growth he experienced thanks to an ancestral spirit fruit also weakened accordingly. It had only taken him 1 year to finish consuming all the ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he did not achieve the expected results of becoming a grand dragon. On the contrary, he was only 7,000 meters tall now. It was still very far from becoming a grand dragon, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, though this result was still within his expectations. He was stuck in a daze for quite a long time before he recalled what he was doing. As the purity of his bloodline increased and the power of the dragon vein grew stronger, continuous bursts of dragon roars resounded in his mind. He initially thought that he was hallucinating, but after listening carefully for a few days, he confirmed that it was not just his imagination. The bursts of dragon roars resounding in his head was the mysterious dragon language and seemed to be the dragon clan's inheritance. It came from the golden divine dragon's source strength in the depths of his bloodline, and it was only when his bloodline had reached a certain level of purity that it emerged from the hidden depths. Xianxia began studying this newfound inheritance, and his entire mind was practically immersed within it, but he always had the feeling that there was a layer of mist blocking him from getting a clear picture. Even his reactions became slower as a result. The might of his bloodline was not enough. He was faintly aware of this fact. Only by further enhancing his bloodline could he finally tear apart the mist that was blocking his vision. The ancestral spirit fruits had been consumed completely, so Xianxia immediately placed many ancestral spirit crystals by his side. His enormous dragon form curled up around the ancestral spirit crystals. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, the ancestral strength and the ancestral spirit crystals continued to be guided into his dragon vein and continuously flooded his body. From time to time, the sound of crunching bones would reverberate throughout the crystal palace. It was his half-dragon form expanding in size. In his dreams, the dragon language resounded softly in his ears without pause. Consequently, Xianxia's brow would furrow tightly on occasion and relax again at other times. His expressions changed constantly. All of a sudden, a spot of light broke through the mist and a wide world appeared in his field of vision. Xianxia looked up to see a behemoth towering into the skies. The behemoth was bald, and his entire body was completely black in color. He looked like an endless black hole that devoured everything around him. A giant spirit god. Yang Kai stared at the giant spirit god blankly, and only after a long time did he wonder to himself, where have I seen this guy before? Yang Kai felt as though his current state was a little strange. His reactions were particularly slow, almost like he was stuck in a dream that was not a dream. He did not know why he was here, much less recall where he had seen this black giant spirit god before. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew that he was inside a dream. It was just that the feelings he received from his surroundings felt incredibly real. The ink-black giant spirit god was running across the ground. With every step that he took, the ground shuddered violently. Meanwhile, there were numerous divine spirits in their true forms surrounding him and attacking him in a frenzy. Each divine spirit was a mature divine spirit who was at least equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai saw many dragons and phoenix clan members with their wings spread outward. Three-legged golden crows that blazed like great suns in the sky, and Kuan Pungs whose bodies covered the sky. The divine abilities of the divine spirits blasted out, each one containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. All the attacks landed on the giant spirit god. But be that as it may, the ink-black pigment on his skin wriggled like living creatures to form sturdy shields that defended against all the attacks. Suddenly, the black giant spirit god reached out his hand and captured a divine spirit that looked like a Baizé. Ignoring the Baizé's struggles, he clenched his large hand and crushed the powerful divine spirit in his grip. The blood of the divine spirit splattered across the ground. The ground was covered in countless dead divine spirits, their enormous bodies crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Their deaths were incredibly brutal. The mighty divine spirits were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of this seemingly invincible giant spirit god. Capturing a grand dragon in both hands, the giant spirit god gave a sharp tug and ripped it in two. A beautiful fire phoenix was killed on the spot with a slap of his palm and turned into a phoenix egg only to be crushed under his foot. Despite such a huge disparity in numbers, the divine spirits were suffering a catastrophic defeat in this battle. This scene was extremely shocking. Even so, Yang Kai simply watched quietly. It wasn't that he was willingly being so detached, but rather that his current state did not allow the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was an extremely bizarre sensation. He did not know what caused this battle or how long it had lasted. All he knew was that the divine spirits suffered countless casualties. At last, a mighty dragon roar shook the skies, and a gigantic golden dragon head protruded from the clouds to look down on the world. The dragon eyes gleamed with a golden radiance that was exceedingly sharp. Beside this enormous dragon stood a pure white ice phoenix that radiated with a bone-chilling cold. She spread her wings wide and threw her head back with a shrill cry. The invincible giant spirit god seemed to sense some sort of danger and finally stopped running to look up at the sky. Martial Peak, Chapter 4715, Grand Dragon. Under the leadership of the Golden Divine Dragon and the White Ice Phoenix, the divine spirits of various clans that suffered heavy casualties previously began fighting even more vigorously against the black giant spirit god. The giant spirit god showed neither joy nor sorrow. He simply went on a silent killing spree. Divine spirits died one after another, their vitality completely erased. The blood of divine spirits rained down and watered the ground. Finally, the powerful giant spirit god stumbled. The golden grand dragon that was over 100,000 meters long swooped down from high above, shaking his head and flicking his tail. His enormous body wrapped around the giant spirit god firmly to restrict his movements. Likewise, the white ice phoenix swiftly swooped down from above, her sharp talons clasping onto the giant spirit god's physique tightly. One after another, the sacred treasures that exuded monstrous power were summoned by the various divine spirit clans. Their auras were closely connected to each other. The sacred treasures included the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, the Phoenix Clan's Immortal Parasol Tree, the Kuan Clan's Northern Deep, the Golden Crow Clan's Fu Sang, divine tree. The 16 sacred treasures formed a grand array, causing the world to split apart in an instant. At the same time, the ancestral strength condensed together and gigantic chains took shape. These chains pierced the giant spirit god's body and immobilized him. Afterward, all the divine spirits quickly retreated while the dragon roared and the phoenix wailed. When the divine spirits looked back, all they saw was the scene of the world shattering apart. All the blood essence in the golden grand dragon and the white ice phoenix burst into flames and transformed into a powerful force of imprisonment that suppressed the giant spirit god on the spot. The black giant spirit god was too overpowering, so much so that even the divine spirits were unable to kill him. The golden divine dragon and the white ice phoenix were nowhere to be seen. Only a small golden radiance and a small white light flickered amidst the void turbulence before vanishing out of sight. Xianxia woke up the next moment. 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes again, he felt as though he had experienced a very long dream, and for a time, he could not break out of his reverie. He spent a long time in a daze before he finally recalled the last part of his dream. He seemed to have witnessed the scene of the black giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed. It was something the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Empress had done at the expense of burning their blood essence and sacrificing themselves. Only the strongest divine dragons of the Dragon Clan could receive the title of Dragon Emperor. Only the strongest masters of the Phoenix Clan had the right to be titled Phoenix Empress. Following the deaths of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress, their sources were swept up by the void turbulence caused by the splitting of the ancestral land and vanished without a trace. In this way, the sources that Xianxia and Su Yin obtained back at Tongxian Realm were the inheritances of this Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. The reason Xianxia saw these memories in that dreamlike state was clearly related to the Dragon Emperor's source. The source strength was the inheritance left behind from the battlefield back then after all. Qingwan was right. Each clan's sacred treasure represented their inheritance. It was just that the inheritance was not hidden within the sacred treasures themselves. On the contrary, each divine spirit's bloodline contained their respective inheritances, and they would naturally be revealed when their bloodline reached a certain level of purity. Cultivating with the help of their respective clans' sacred treasure simply made it easier to stimulate the inheritance in their bloodline. If Xianxia had not cultivated in the Crystal Palace, he would never have seen these memories. At this point in time, the truth of what actually happened in the far past had been lost to history. Although Xianxia had seen snippets of what happened when the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed through his source inheritance, the reason behind such a ferocious battle between the giant spirit god and the divine spirits remained a mystery. On the other hand, he now understood the origins of his golden divine dragon source and Su Yan's ice phoenix source. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Xianxia examined his body. All the ancestral spirit crystals he took out earlier were nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that they had been refined and absorbed. As a result, his body had grown again. He was now 9,999 meters long. He was just one step away from becoming a grand dragon. Unfortunately, it would seem that this final step was not so easy to overcome. If this were 3 years ago, he might have been helpless in the face of this problem. However, the long dream had made him aware of quite a fair amount of the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Among them included the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques. As for how to take the final step, he already had a plan. Reclining on his back in the Crystal Palace, Xianxia took out another handful of ancestral spirit crystals. This time around, he did not place the ancestral spirit crystals around him and instead stuffed them directly into his mouth. Following the crunching sounds, the rock-hard ancestral spirit crystals were swallowed into his belly and an enormous energy erupted in the next moment. Xianxia continued to devour the ancestral spirit crystals endlessly, and it was not until he used up nearly 80% of them that he stopped. The amount of ancestral strength accumulated in his body was indescribably large by now, and this energy stimulated his dragon vein greatly. The mysterious dragon language sounded from Xianxia's mouth, and at the same time, he activated the power of his dragon source, supplemented by the dragon clan's cultivation technique, to refine the ancestral strength and enhance his bloodline. Xianxia gradually felt a searing heat below his jaw. It felt like a scorching iron brand was pressing against him. The discomfort caused him to shake his head vigorously, the huge half-dragon head knocking against the walls of the Crystal Palace, causing loud rumbles to reverberate through the air. With the passage of time, the scorching heat below his jaw became more and more noticeable. All the power of the dragon vein in his body seemed to be gathering in that spot, and Xianxia vaguely sensed that something amazing was forming beneath his jaw. All of a sudden, the energy fluctuations reached a peak and a thunderous roar exploded in Xianxia's mind as his entire being suddenly became clear-headed. Beneath his jaw, a round bead of condensed source strength came into being. Kacha, his huge body that had been stagnant at 9,999 meters, suddenly swelled slightly at this moment, and he abruptly crashed through the 10,000 meters threshold. He had given birth to a dragon bead and became a grand dragon. Opening his mouth, Xianxia let out a roar. At this moment, he felt as though he had shed his former body and been reborn. Both his body and mind were cleansed by a strange baptism, and his entire physique wriggled. The sound of his bones dislocating and reforming once more echoed throughout the Crystal Palace. His dragon pressure filled the entire Crystal Palace like a solid substance. A powerful force flowed through every corner of his body, so strong that it almost felt as though this force could break the world. By the time everything calmed down again, more than half a month had passed. Xianxia activated his divine sense and examined his body once more. It had to be said that the changes he experienced after he became a grand dragon were extremely drastic. Whenever he used his dragon transformation secret technique in the past, although he had a dragon form, he still retained some human characteristics. It could be said that he was half dragon and half human. However, he no longer had the slightest trace of human characteristics at this moment. He was now a genuine grand dragon with a 10,000 meters long smooth body that was covered in golden dragon scales. His dragon claws were so sharp that they left a scar in the void with a light swipe and a swing of his dragon tail could conjure a violent force. These changes were unexpected. Qing Wan had mentioned that it didn't matter what his background was since he obtained the golden divine dragon source. He could be said to be part of the pure blood dragon clan. Looking at himself now, Xianxia didn't know whether he was human or dragon anymore. With a shift of his thoughts, his enormous body rapidly shrank and returned to his human form. It was just that his current appearance was slightly different from the usual. At this moment, he was wearing a dazzling golden artifact armor. This artifact armor was formed from his dragon scales, so it had an incredibly strong defensive ability. He did not have such an ability before. Be that as it may, after learning various secrets from the Dragon Clan inheritance, the ability to transform his dragon scales into dragon armor was nothing more than a petty trick. But this golden artifact armor is a little too flamboyant and conspicuous. I practically resemble the sun, radiating such a dazzling brilliance wherever I go. Xianxia focused his thoughts, and the brilliance of the artifact armor subsided considerably. Although the appearance was still incredibly luxurious, at the very least, it was not embarrassingly radiant anymore. After examining himself again, Xianxia finally nodded in satisfaction. He was in no hurry to refine the Crystal Palace. Opening his mouth, he spat out a bead that emitted a faint golden light. The bead floated down to land on his palm. It was a dragon bead. The most important step for a juvenile dragon to become a grand dragon was to condense a dragon bead in their body. Juvenile dragons had no dragon beads. Only mature grand dragons had them. A dragon bead was similar to a monster beast's monster core. It was the crystallization of a grand dragon's power and the manifestation of their source. Looking at the golden bead in his hand, Xianxia could clearly sense the horrifying strength contained within. Even though that power belonged to him, he couldn't help feeling a little frightened. His current strength was a little strange. In his human form, He was no more than a sixth-order open heaven realm master. However, if he transformed into a grand dragon, he was equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven realm master in strength. Moreover, both powers did not clash or interfere with each other. It was most likely that he was the only person in the world IJ this situation. A similar situation would not occur in the other Dragon Clan members. Absorbing the dragon bead back into his body, Xianxia exhaled a long breath. His trip to the ancestral land could be said to be an unexpected surprise. While fleeing for his life previously, Xianxia never imagined that a place like the ancestral land existed in the depths of the shattered ruins. Furthermore, he only spent several short years to advance from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon. It could be said to be a huge harvest. Nevertheless, he had consumed many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals in the process. He used up all the ancestral spirit fruits and 80% of all the ancestral spirit crystals he found inside the Crystal Palace. There was no other divine spirit who could achieve such a feat. After all, both the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal were extremely rare. If not because the demon sealing land was unsealed for the first time in countless eons, where would he find so many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals? Xianxia raised his eyes and looked outside. Everything was peaceful as the various divine spirit clans were guarding their sacred treasures and waiting for him to come out of retreat. A few trivial years was not enough to exhaust their patience. Now that he had become a grand dragon, it was time for Xianxia to refine the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was of great help in terms of both cultivation and awakening the inheritance within one's source. If the Dragon Clan members in Voidland were sent here to cultivate in the future, the Crystal Palace would become their greatest support. Xianxia sat down cross-legged and activated the power of his dragon vein to connect with the Crystal Palace. He had attempted this feat in the past, but unfortunately, his bloodline had been too weak at the time. His refinement speed was far too slow, so he gave up on the attempt. Now that he was a grand dragon, his speed was much greater. Half a year later, Ao, who was cultivating in the demon sealing land, suddenly felt an abnormality. He opened his eyes only to see light flashing constantly from within the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. The flashing lights were accompanied by cracking sounds. The anomaly alarmed all the divine spirits nearby. Likewise, Qingwan immediately looked in the direction of the Crystal Palace with a strange light in her eyes. That brat's speed is quite something. Is he about to finish refining it so soon? One of the divine spirits smiled. He initially thought that he would need to wait for a few more years. However, the sight before him clearly indicated that Xianxia was about to finish refining the Crystal Palace. With so many ancestral spirit fruits, even a waste can become a grand dragon. Another divine spirit scathingly spat out with a twitch of his brow. The ancestral spirit fruits were such precious treasures that he was still heartbroken over being forced to offer up half of his supply. Martial Peak, Chapter 4716, Speculation about the Divine Ability C. It took half a day for the anomalies of the Crystal Palace to settle down. After that, a figure flashed out from within. It was none other than Xianxia. Feeling many pairs of eyes staring at him expectantly, he nodded at the crowd of divine spirits. Fortunately, I have not failed your expectations. Ao burst into laughter. That's good. Let us retrieve our sacred treasures now that the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace has also been refined. Then, he worriedly reminded Xianxia, Brat, don't forget to cooperate with us later. Xianxia responded. The divine spirits have been waiting for this day for a long time now. At this moment, they eagerly hurried over to their respective sacred treasures and activated their power. When the powers of these divine spirits fluctuated, the 16 sacred treasures that had long since been integrated into one were stimulated by the various divine spirits. There was a rumble that shook the entire world, and a series of cracking sounds rang out repeatedly. A short while later, the 16 sacred treasures turned into 16 rays of light that were recovered by the various divine spirit clans. Xianxia toyed with a miniature palace in his hand that was countless times smaller than the Crystal Palace. The entire body of the palace seemed to be carved from a single exquisite piece of crystal. It was none other than the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace itself. His expression revealed his slight astonishment. He had not expected the Crystal Palace to be able to change its size freely. After the sacred treasures were retrieved, the ancestral strength in the world lost its source of attraction. The huge chains penetrating the giant spirit god slowly disintegrated and changed back into the rich ancestral strength that permeated the world. The sight of the chains disintegrating was extremely overwhelming. During this period, all the divine spirits watched the giant spirit god warily. Qingwan, Kuan-Ao, and the others had previously investigated the situation inside the giant spirit god's body and determined that he was as dead as could be. But even so, it was a matter related to a giant spirit god after all. Who knew whether he had some sort of mysterious ability that would allow him to be brought back to life? Fortunately, the giant spirit god showed no movement even after the chains fell apart and the sacred treasures were retrieved. It looked like even the giant spirit god could not withstand the erosion of the ancestral strength over the countless years of suppression. There seemed to be an unusual change taking place in the world. Nobody could put a finger to the strange feeling, but all the divine spirits living in the ancestral land could clearly feel one thing. The ancestral land that was split into two in ancient times was slowly merging back into one entity at this moment. Kuan-Ao, I believe that it would be better for this place to be listed as a restricted area. What do you think? Qingwan stared at the giant spirit god for a moment before she turned to look at Kuan-Ao. Kuan-Ao pondered in silence for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good. Naturally, the other divine spirits would not object to what the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had agreed on. Under Qingwan's leadership, many divine spirits joined forces and worked together to set up a powerful barrier around the giant spirit god with their blood essence. The first reason was to turn this place into a restricted area to prevent any divine spirit from approaching carelessly. The other reason was to guard against any unexpected changes that might occur to the giant spirit god. By the time they finished working, 10 days had passed. The various divine spirit clans had benefited greatly from this trip to the demon sealing land. There is no need to mention the benefits gained by those who retrieved their sacred treasures. Even those without sacred treasures could enjoy the abundant ancestral strength brought about by merging the two halves of the ancestral land. They would no longer need to worry about the continuation of their respective clans or the impurity of their descendants' bloodlines. Xianxia followed Qingwan and the others back to Four Phoenix Pavilion, and after consulting Qingwan, he decided to place the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in one of the mountain valleys with beautiful scenery. The Crystal Palace might be an extraordinary palace artifact, but it played a more important role as the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. The Dragon Clan members from the Star Boundary would be coming to the ancestral land to cultivate, and leaving the Crystal Palace here would significantly help their growth. If not for these considerations, he would have taken the Crystal Palace away with him. Xianxia sat opposite Qingwan and the others inside the main hall, telling them about the dream that he saw while cultivating in the Crystal Palace back then. After much deliberation, he decided that he should inform the Phoenix clan about this matter. Who could say? The Phoenix clan might know something about the secrets from the ancient times. Unfortunately, Qingwan and the others could not think of any useful information even after listening to his story. On the contrary, they were quite shocked by certain events that he revealed to them. From what you've said, the giant spirit god did indeed fight a ferocious battle with the divine spirits in ancestral land back then. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation who sacrificed themselves by burning their blood essence to mobilize the ancestral strength through the various sacred treasures to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. That's what I saw. Xianxia nodded. The ancestral land was torn apart and divided in two. At the same time, the sources of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were caught up in a void turbulence and vanished out of sight. That was until many years ago when this junior had the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Emperor's source in a small and weak world. Qing Wan sighed in amazement. The Dragon Emperors are the strongest masters of the Dragon Clan, and there are often generations where no Dragon Emperor rises to power. No wonder your source is a divine dragon source. Only a divine dragon is qualified to be a Dragon Emperor. Yuan Chu asked, if the Dragon Emperor's source of that generation is with you, then what about the Phoenix Emperor's source? Have you seen it? If the two of them were caught up in a void turbulence, they might have appeared in the same place. Yang Kai replied, if I'm not mistaken, the Phoenix Emperor's source is with my senior sister, Su Yan. They were really together? Qing Wan and the others became excited. Yu Zhua asked, where is that senior sister of yours right now? She lives in Voidland, located in the Void territory. Yang Kai answered, following my return this time, I plan to send her and some of my divine spirit friends to the ancestral land. I hope you can help to take care of them when they arrive, seniors. Qing Wan smiled. You've already mentioned this matter before, so of course it won't be a problem at all. Feel free to send them here. While speaking, she turned to look at Hong Hu. Please go with Yang Kai, fourth sister. Hong Hu nodded. Yang Kai quickly said, there's no need to trouble you, senior. I know the position of the ancestral land now, so I only need you to tell me how to safely pass through the Divine Ability Sea. Qing Wan said, the return of the Phoenix Empress is an important event for the Phoenix clan. We cannot be sloppy. Please let Hong Hu go with you. Seeing as she had already said so much, Yang Kai did not refuse her again. Besides, he would like nothing more than having a master like Hong Hu accompanying him on his travels. The information about how he had obtained the World Spring would probably have spread across the Shattered Heaven by now, so there was no saying what kinds of troubles he might face when he returned to the Shattered Heaven again. When do you plan to leave? She asked. I wish to say goodbye to Senior Miameng first. As you should. Qing Wan nodded. The next day, Yang Kai strolled over to the place where Miameng lived. It was obvious that Miameng had detected his presence because the doors were wide open. He did not see the great general anywhere, and Miameng claimed that it was because the boy was working hard to cultivate. However, according to Yang Kai's understanding of great general's character, he had the feeling that the little chicken had been forced into seclusion by his mother. In any case, he did not say anything regarding the matter. Before he departed, Yang Kai left behind several ancestral spirit crystals so that Miameng could pass them on to Great General. Great General was still very young, so these ancestral spirit crystal would help him to reduce many years of intense cultivation and allow his bloodline to develop rapidly. Yang Kai no longer had many ancestral spirit crystals left on hand, as during his advancement to become a Grand Dragon, he had used up 80% of them in one go. Therefore, he only had slightly more than 200 of them left. He gave half of them to the Phoenix clan. After all, he would need the Phoenix clan's help to take care of the divine spirits who came from Voidland later. Then, he left the remaining half in the Crystal Palace. If Su Yan and the others needed the ancestral spirit crystals, they could help themselves to them. When all the preparations were done, Yang Kai prepared to leave the ancestral land with Hong Hu. A figure flew over from a distance and landed in front of Hong Hu. It was the white rogue youth from the Kuan clan who bowed and cupped his fist. Kuan Yu greets Senior Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded. I will have to trouble you. Kuan Yu nodded faintly. Without even glancing at Yang Kai, he soared straight into the sky. Hong Hu shot a glance at Yang Kai, and the two of them quickly followed. Having lived in the ancestral land ever since she had been born, Hong Hu had never left the ancestral land before. She only knew that the ancestral land was surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Unfortunately, the Divine Ability Sea was so dangerous that even a mature divine spirit might succumb to its dangers and fail to pass through safely. Out of all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, only the Kuan clan knew of a safe passage through the Divine Ability Sea. That was something the Kuan clan discovered after relying on many masters to explore the Divine Ability Sea. It was by relying on this knowledge that Kuan Yu managed to travel through the Divine Ability Sea safely, even though he only had the strength of a sixth-order open heaven realm master. When the Phoenix clan came forward to make a request, the Kuan clan naturally had nothing more to say about this matter. In the end, they assigned Kuan Yu to escort Hong, Hu, and Yang Kai through the Divine Ability Sea. Even if the Kuan clan had decided to ignore the matter, with Hong Hu's strength, there was a great chance that she would simply force her way through the Divine Ability Sea. That was how Xianxia entered the Ancestral Land. Although he encountered all sorts of dangers and wound up quite battered, he was still able to pass through the Divine Ability Sea. Following behind Kuan Yu, Hong Hu and Yang Kai quickly left the Ancestral Land and plunged into the Divine Ability Sea. The various divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed one after another, but their power was not too strong. Whether it was Kuan Yu leading the way or Hong Hu and Yang Kai following behind, none of them had any trouble dealing with the divine abilities and secret techniques. It must have been difficult for the Kuan clan to discover this route. Hong Hu sighed in amazement. Kuan Yu's personality was generally on the colder side, so he had remained taciturn for the most part of the journey. Nevertheless, Hong Hu was his senior, so seeing as she had started the conversation, he could not ignore her and responded. In order to find this passage, the Kuan clan paid a heavy price several thousands of years ago. Two seniors lost their lives in the Divine Ability Sea. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the humans' 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. She nodded. I've heard of that. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. Senior, don't you think that the Divine Ability Sea is acting as a gigantic cage? Hong Hu was stunned for a moment. If he had not mentioned this matter, she would never have thought about it. Now that she heard those words, though, she couldn't help thinking that the possibility was rather high. Yang Kai had this feeling the last time he saw the Divine Ability Sea, and after seeing the giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed in the demon sealing land, his conjecture only became more certain. These divine abilities and secret techniques were left behind countless years ago, and despite going through the erosion and baptism of time, they still contain such fearsome power. It's difficult to imagine just how strong they were at their peak. It might be that even 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not come out unscathed if they ventured deep into this place. Hong Hu pondered in silence for a moment before she asked, Are you saying that the Divine Ability Sea was created as a protective barrier to prevent the giant spirit god from escaping? Yang Kai nodded. That's the only possibility. Her eyes flashed at those words. If it's as you said, then the battle in ancient times should have shown traces of human participation. After all, many of the divine abilities in the Divine Ability Sea do not come from divine spirits. Did you see any humans in the memories? Yang Kai shook his head. I did not see any, but that is not strange either. The ancestral strength is extremely dangerous to non-divine spirits. If the giant spirit god was causing havoc in the ancestral land, only the divine spirits could fight back against him. Fortunately, the divine spirits won that battle even though they paid a heavy price for their victory. Regardless, the great experts of the human race must have set up the Divine Ability Sea outside the ancestral land just to be on the safe side. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4717, A Scourge Never Dies. Too much time had passed. It was so long ago that even a long-lived race like the Divine Spirits did not know what had happened back then. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's conjecture was reasonable. It might be the truth of what had happened back in ancient times. The only thing that confused Yang Kai right now was why a giant spirit god, being from a race which was generally innocent, mild-tempered, and would never take the initiative to provoke others, had started such a ferocious battle in the ancestral land. Yang Kai had personally witnessed countless divine spirits dying at the hands of that giant spirit god during that battle. Even the Dragon and the Phoenix clans had suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation even went so far as to burn all their blood essence to activate a massive grand array using the sacred treasures of 16 clans to condense the ancestral strength in the ancestral land to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It had been a mighty battle indeed. Following behind Kuan Yu, they navigated through the divine ability sea and made steady progress. All the divine abilities and secret techniques unleashed along the way were easily resolved by the three of them. A few days later, the view in front of them abruptly widened. The three of them had made their way out of the divine ability sea. Kuan Yu halted in his tracks, turned to Hong Hu, and cupped his fist. Senior, we're out of the divine ability sea now. This junior will only escort you up to this point. Simply follow the way we came earlier when you return. N. Go back and thank your clan head on my behalf. Tell him the Phoenix clan owes him a favor. Hong Hu nodded. She had memorized the route along the way here and even used her power as a divine spirit to leave a mark along the trail, so there was no need to worry about how she was going to return. Kuan Yu lowered his head and said, "This junior will definitely relay the message. I shall take my leave now." While speaking, his figure shifted and he rushed back into the divine ability sea. After Kuan Yu departed, Xianxia and Hong Hu continued their journey. It was Hong Hu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so although her cultivation was impressive, she couldn't help being curious about the outside world. Looking around, though, she saw nothing but the vast and desolate void. Hence, it was inevitable for her to feel disappointed as she asked, "Is everything in the outside world like this?" Xianxia laughed. "The situation at the Shattered Heaven is special. You will see a different scenery once we arrive back at a prosperous great territory, senior." She nodded. "In that case, I look forward to it. Let's go." He took the lead while speaking. He and Xia Linlang had fled deep into the Shattered Heaven back then, so it would take quite some time for him to leave. Traveling through the void was extremely boring. Fortunately, they could chat with each other along the way. Xianxia told her about various things in the outside world. Regardless of the importance of the matter, Hong Hu listened with great relish. Ever since leaving the divine ability sea, Xianxia vaguely noticed that he had developed a peculiar feeling. This feeling came from the depths of his bloodline. It felt as though there was something located somewhere far away that was closely connected to him. At the beginning, he did not understand what this feeling was. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before he abruptly realized that this feeling was the connection he felt with the Dragon Clan's dragon altar. It was once said that he would be able to sense the location of the dragon altar when his bloodline reached a certain level. That was the inheritance found deep within every Dragon Clan member's bloodline. In the past, his dragon form had only been 3,000 meters long. Moreover, he had been half human, half dragon. It made sense that he could not sense the dragon altar in such a state. However, this perception came into being now that he had advanced from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon, and his dragon form was 10,000 meters long. Even if he was separated by a great distance, that feeling would never be severed. Xianxia was certain that he would eventually find the Dragon Clan's dragon altar one day if he followed in the direction of this feeling. Thus, he suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since coming to the 3,000 worlds, he had been trying to locate the dragon altar. Unfortunately, the dragon altar was very hidden. Despite being one of the 36 cave heavens, nobody knew the location of the dragon altar. At this moment, the connection coming from the depths of his bloodline was undoubtedly pointing the way for him. It was a pity that he had urgent matters to take care of right now, seeing as it was inconvenient for him to search for the dragon altar immediately. Xianxia could only delay this matter for the time being. The Shattered Heaven was vast. Furthermore, there were no universe temples that they could use to transfer from place to place. Despite flying for a whole month, the two of them remained inside the Shattered Heaven. One day, Hong Hu suddenly noticed something. She turned to look in a certain direction and frowned. After a moment, "There are people fighting over there." Xianxia followed her gaze, and sure enough, he saw several streams of light darting around in a relentless pursuit. Hong Hu's cultivation was higher than his, so it was only natural for her to detect the anomaly before him. The Shattered Heaven is unlike the other great territories in the 3,000 worlds. It is very chaotic, and fights are very common here. Xianxia explained, but showed no intention to intervene. Although Xianxia had no intention to intervene in the fight, One of the parties in the fight seemed to have taken notice of their presence and was rushing directly in their direction. Xianxia furrowed his brow slightly, as this was also a common occurrence. When one party was losing a battle, they often liked to divert their opponent's attention to another person. Or they could be trying to ask for help. Regardless of the situation, the person who was unwittingly dragged into the mess would be the one troubled. It was not his first time encountering an incident like this, so it was only natural that Xianxia understood the other party's intentions. Nevertheless, he had no intention to flee. Hong, who was right next to him. So who in the shattered heaven would dare to act presumptuous in front of her? All of a sudden, Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. When a leading figure approached, he detected a familiar aura. A short while later, he finally confirmed his suspicions when he had a good look at that person's appearance. It truly was a person that he was acquainted with. It was Qianfeng. He was one of the few open heaven realm masters among Xia Linlang's subordinates. Why is he here? Where is Xia Linlang? Seeing as it was an acquaintance, Xianxia could not ignore the situation anymore. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. After that, he charged towards Qianfeng, Hong, who quickly followed closely behind. On the other hand, there was no doubt that Qianfeng had also recognized Xianxia. A complicated gaze immediately entered his eyes as he gritted his teeth and rushed over. A short while later, they brushed past each other. Xianxia raised his spear and stabbed forward. With the power of a spear, the world collapsed, and the expressions of the two figures chasing from behind changed greatly as they quickly defended themselves. The collision of the world force swept across the void, and Xianxia's figure stumbled slightly before he steadied himself once more. On the other hand, the two chasing figures were involuntarily sent flying backward at the same time. Even though they were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they failed to defend against the attack of somebody in the same order as them despite combining both their strengths. If they had not personally experienced something like this, they would not have dared to believe that such a thing was possible. They stabilized their figures with great difficulty, but before they could declare their names, a horrifying pressure descended upon them. The pressure was so strong that their figures slumped slightly and their expressions changed drastically. A divine spirit, one of the middle-aged men, stared at Hong Hu, who was standing quietly in the void, with an expression of fear and horror. The power of this divine spirit was too immense. As Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they fail to sense such a thing? This pressure was so strong that it was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why did we run into a divine spirit here? The two of them looked at each other with a bitter taste in their mouths. Meanwhile, Qianfeng returned. His complexion was pale, and there were traces of blood on his clothes. His aura was weak, so it was obvious that he was injured. Why are you here? Xianxia turned around and asked, Where is Xia Linlang? Qianfeng clenched his fists tightly and responded with his head lowered. Madam was captured. Xianxia scowled. By who? Xia Linlang was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As long as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master did not make a move, who in the shattered heaven could capture her? Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Qianfeng gritted his teeth. When we were sent out of that place, Chengyang appeared out of nowhere before we could go very far. He was probably lying in ambush all this while. Madam was no match for him, so she could only escape. She lured Chengyang away so that we could have a chance to flee. Unfortunately, we've gotten separated after several years of running around. That old thing. Scourges never die. Xianxia scowled deeply. Qianfeng looked at Xianxia. Chengyang said that you should go and meet him if you want the madam to be returned safely. Xianxia sneered. Is he so certain that I will go looking for him? Qianfeng became furious. Are you going to ignore madam's life or death situation? If not for you, Linlang Cave Heaven would never have been destroyed. With the protection of Linlang Cave Heaven, even Chengyang would not have been able to harm the madam. Xianxia glanced at Qianfeng. Xia Linlang brought me back because she wanted the world spring. Everything that happened afterwards was simply a means to protect myself. To be honest, the destruction of Linlang Cave Heaven was the result of Xia Lin Lang's actions. Qin Fin clenched his teeth and glared furiously when he heard those words. His expression looked like he wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and snorted, "But there is no denying that we have gone through difficult times together. Chengyang only captured her because of the world spring. How troublesome." Turning to look at the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who didn't even dare to move a muscle, he asked, "Are they Cheng Yang's men?" Qin Fin replied, "That's right." The middle-aged man quickly explained, "We have no malicious intentions. It's just that Xia Lin Lang is worried about their safety, so the Divine Monarch asked us to invite him back as a guest. The others are already with the Divine Monarch." Qin Fin coldly snorted, "No malicious intentions, my foot. If not because this Qin has some ability, I would have died at your hand a long time ago." The middle-aged man said, "When have we ever directed our murderous intent at you throughout our pursuit? I'm afraid you don't know your own situation right now. All the masters in the Shattered Heaven have set out, but the world's spring remains nowhere to be seen. The rumors claim that Xia Lin Lang has gotten the world's spring. So if you had encountered anybody else, you would have died a miserable death a long time ago." Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt their argument. He then looked at the middle-aged man and said, "The world's spring is with me. It's useless even if Bright Sun Divine Monarch captures Xia Lin Lang. But since he is so desperate to meet me, I'll go and pay him a visit." The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with his comrade. They did not dare to believe that things would be so simple, so he asked incredulously, "Really?" Yang Kai gestured, "Lead the way." The middle-aged man responded as though his dreams had come true, "This way." After saying that, he and his companion turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai glanced at Qin Fin. "What are you going to do?" Qin Fin quickly said, "I'm coming with you." Yang Kai nodded and quickly chased after those two. Hong Hu came over in a flash, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. "Chengyang knows that you are a Dragon Clan member. Why is he trying to target you? What reckless bravery." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The divine spirits have not left the ancestral land in a long time. It is only natural that my identity as a Dragon Clan member does not frighten him. He is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so he could be considered quite capable." Hong Hu sneered at those words. "It is not that the divine spirits are unable to leave the ancestral land, but that they don't want to. I'm curious to see what gives him the confidence to act so brazenly in front of a divine spirit. Looks like he's going to suffer greatly." Yang Kai took intense pleasure in the other parties approaching misfortune. Martial Peak, Chapter 4718, Guess from Afar. Several figures stopped in the void. Yang Kai looked left and right for a bit before he asked, "Is this the place?" The middle-aged man in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm nodded. "Yes." "Announce our arrival." Yang Kai gestured. A trace of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's face, but he called out loudly nonetheless, "Divine Monarch, Yang Kai is here. Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." The void remained silent, and there was no reaction. He shouted once more, but there was no movement. Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes slightly, turning the middle-aged man as pale as a death sentence prisoner. His voice trembled as he shouted again, "Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." "Are you sure this is the place?" Yang Kai asked impatiently. The middle-aged man nodded nervously. "It's right here." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not understand the reason for the middle-aged man's reaction. In any case, if Bright Sun Divine Monarch was really hiding here but refused to reveal himself, then it could only mean that he was afraid of Hong Hu. He probably never imagined that the Phoenix clan would show up. Even if he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, he was bound to suffer a loss against a master like Hong Hu. Space principles began fluctuating with a single thought from Yang Kai. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, a circle of ripples spread out into the surroundings with him as the center. Consequently, the void became distorted everywhere the ripples passed. Beside him, Hong Hu watched with bright eyes. She raised her hand slightly to feel the mysteries of space principles. It was her first time seeing such a strange power, so she couldn't help being curious. At the beginning, nothing much changed, but as time passed, the space principles that spread out like ripples on the surface of the water began to show a weak fluctuation. It was as though the swift river current had encountered a large boulder. Yankai's gaze shifted in a certain direction. At the same time, he urged the space principles more and more fiercely. The weak fluctuations gradually became more and more obvious as a result. About an incense stick later, even Hong Hu and the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who did not understand anything about the Tao of space could detect the anomaly. Under the agitation of space principles, it soon became clear that there was a large space at that spot in the void which was different from its surroundings. That location was none other than the entrance connecting the universe cave heaven where Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived to the outside world. Yankai was just about to increase his efforts to forcibly break open the entrance when space distorted and opened to reveal a portal. Immediately after that, Cheng Yang's figure stepped out from within, and he loudly said, "I was not aware of your arrival, Lady Hong Hu. Please forgive this Cheng for my lack of hospitality." After saying that, he turned to look at his two subordinates. His voice became cold and ruthless. "Incompetent good-for-nothings. What's the use of having you?" The expressions of those two changed greatly when they heard those words, and they immediately begged for mercy. Nonetheless, Qingyang ignored their pleading and raised his hand. When he slammed his palm down, the power of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out, and a mighty world force filled the void. With the power of a single palm strike, the heads of the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were crushed on the spot. Their headless corpses swayed slightly, then their small universes collapsed, and their world force dissipated. Yankai narrowed his eyes slightly. Hong Hu coldly snorted, "How impressive, Divine Monarch!" Cheng Yang had decisively killed two of his subordinates in front of her without any hesitation. It was clearly a demonstration of his strength. Although she lived in the ancestral land for a long time, and this was her first trip to the outside world, even she knew that a Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not just some useless cabbage to discard at will. A Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had more than enough strength to stand on their own in the 3,000 worlds. As long as the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the various cave heavens and paradises did not step forward, Sixth Order Masters could be said to be the strongest. "Lady Hong Hu, please calm your anger. Cheng Yang's actions are not what you think. You've lived in the Divine Spirit's ancestral land for a long time, so you're not familiar with the situation in the Shattered Heaven." Yankai's eyes flashed slightly as he vaguely realized something and came over to Hong Hu's side to explain in a low voice, "To the Masters hiding in the Shattered Heaven, their hideouts are their strongest and final layer of defense. Therefore, the location of their hideouts must never be exposed to outsiders, as it will only bring endless troubles to them otherwise." It would have been bad enough if those two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had brought Yankai to this place. However, they even brought Hong Hu along with them. Unable to silence the witnesses, Cheng Yang could only vent his anger on his subordinates in a fit of rage. If they could bring Yankai and Hong Hu here, then wouldn't they bring his enemies home if they were captured by them in the Shattered Heaven? Or worse, the Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises in the future? Where would Bright Sun Divine Monarch hide then? Having said that, Yankai was the only person in the world who could easily force open the portal of a universe cave heaven thanks to his proficiency in the Tao of space. Even if an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master from the cave heavens or paradises were to show up here, they would not have such an easy time despite knowing the location. Cheng Yang had remained hidden and refused to come out earlier due to his fear of Hong Hu. It was not until he saw that his hideout was about to be forcibly opened that he had no choice but to reveal himself. "Those who come from afar are guests. Lady Hong Hu, this way, please." Cheng Yang gestured forward. Hong Hu nodded faintly and stepped inside. Yankai shot a look at Qin Fun and quickly followed after Hong Hu. Upon entering the portal, Cheng Yang immediately took the lead while Yankai looked around and raised his brow at the sight. "Divine Monarch, is this place a universe cave heaven?" "Indeed." Cheng Yang nodded. This universe cave heaven was left behind by an unknown senior. When this monarch first arrived at the Shattered Heaven, I once fought a battle here and accidentally discovered traces of this universe cave heaven during that fight. However, it took me 300 years just to find the portal and another 100 to get inside. After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. I've long heard about the extraordinariness of the Tao of Space, but I've never had the honor to witness its greatness before. Having seen it today, this monarch is truly amazed. He had spent hundreds of years just to open the universe cave heaven's portal and occupy this place. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had only spent an incense to nearly forcibly open the portal. The contrast nearly made Cheng Yang spit blood in distress. Nevertheless, he knew that there was nothing to envy. The Tao of Space was not something just anybody could cultivate. Yang Kai smiled. Many thanks for your high praise, Divine Monarch. I simply specialize in my own field. Cheng Yang raised his brow and commented, You are too humble, little brother. Perhaps we can work together on a certain project. Yang Kai was astonished. Cooperate on what? Cheng Yang continued. The Shattered Heaven is vast and boundless, and there are many opportunities coexisting with various risks. Universe cave heavens and universe paradises are abundant here. Unfortunately, not many of them have been discovered and explored because we do not have the knowledge or ability to do so. Most of them remain hidden in the void. However, this monarch knows of no less than 5 locations where there's a high possibility that universe cave heavens or universe paradises exists. It's a pity, but I am unable to confirm my suspicions. If you cooperate with this monarch and join forces to explore these 5 areas, then there is no need to worry about not finding anything good. As far as I know, the world spring in your possession was found in one of these universe cave heavens, right? Yang Kai was indeed tempted by those words. If what Cheng Yang said was true, it might be a good idea to work together in this matter. Be that as it may, it was not good to reveal how keen he was about the idea, lest he was bullied by Cheng Yang as a result. Even though he was tempted, Yang Kai responded calmly, That may be so. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. I will be truthful with you, Divine Monarch. I've been away from home for quite a while, and my heart yearns to return. If I had not met your subordinates along the way and learned that Xia Lin Lang was staying at your place as a guest, I would have left the Shattered Heaven by now. Cheng Yang chuckled. It turns out that you are quite a family man, little brother Yang. Their conversation afterward was not worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Hong Hu followed along silently. She showed no intention of expressing her opinion on anything. Not long afterward, the 4 of them arrived and landed on a certain spirit peak. Several figures immediately rushed out of the palace. It was Xia Lin Lang and her subordinates. They were startled and looked worried upon seeing Qin Fun and Yang Kai arriving together. However, Xia Lin Lang immediately felt relieved when she recognized Hong Hu. She had been a guest at 4 Phoenix Pavilion during her time in the Ancestral Land, so she knew Hong Hu's identity. Hurriedly stepping forward, she gave an elegant bow. Greetings, Lady Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded lightly. No need to be so polite. They did not know each other well, and could even be said that they were mere passing acquaintances, so there was nothing much to say between them. Xia Lin Lang seemed a little confused by the situation at hand, so she glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled and said, I met Brother Qin by chance when I came out of the Ancestral Land. After hearing that you were staying with the Divine Monarch as a guest, I decided to come and pay you a visit. She immediately understood the situation and nodded. Knowing that my residence has been destroyed, the Divine Monarch kindly invited me to stay for a while. The Divine Monarch is so hospitable that I couldn't refuse. I'm afraid I've caused trouble for the Divine Monarch. Cheng Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. If you're willing, you can stay here as long as you want. He seemed extremely friendly and hospitable, and if someone who did not know the truth were to witness this scene, they would probably believe that Xia Lin Lang had really been invited to stay here as a guest. It's inappropriate to bother you for too long, Divine Monarch. While speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. I also have important matters at hand. so I can't stay for long. Xianxia quickly said, "You've come from so far away. Please allow this monarch to show you some hospitality." To be honest with you, this monarch rarely has people coming to visit as guests. I've already instructed my people to prepare a banquet. It won't be too late to leave after. Xianxia turned his head to look at Hong Hu nodded lightly in response. Xianxia was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and although he was forced to buckle to the pressure and could not do anything to them, it was still better to show him some respect. Only then did Xianxia nod in agreement. "Since you've already said so much, Divine Monarch, it would be impolite for us to refuse." Xianxia laughed heartily. "As it should be. Please come this way." He led the crowd to a grand hall located on another spirit peak, where, sure enough, a banquet had been prepared. When they all took their seats, an endless number of delicacies were served to the table. There were also beautiful young women singing and dancing below them to enhance the atmosphere. Xianxia and Xianxia were like old friends who had not seen each other in a long time, drinking and toasting with each other frequently. Hong was not interested in alcohol, singing, or dancing. On the contrary, she fell in love with the beautiful and delicious fruits placed in front of her, which she ate in small bites. Meanwhile, Xia Lin Lang and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Just yesterday, they were prisoners. They never imagined that they would become guests of honor in the blink of an eye. Their statuses had changed so quickly that they felt extremely uncomfortable. It gave them the feeling of being in a dream. After several rounds of drinks, Xianxia was flushed red due to alcohol and raised his glass and said, "Little brother Yang, if I have to say it myself, we have a friendship born from fighting each other. This monarch rarely admires anybody, but I truly admire you. You are the first 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to escape from this monarch." Martial Peak, Chapter 4719, Bargaining. Xianxia was absolutely ecstatic when he first heard the news that the World Spring had fallen into the hands of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With his strength, what was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in comparison? He initially assumed that it would be easy pickings if he took action himself. Who could have known that Xianxia would give him such a huge and unpleasant surprise instead? The strength of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was certainly nothing in front of Xianxia, but the other party was not only proficient in the Tao of Space, but also an expert at escaping. He failed to capture Xianxia as a result. When Cheng Yang's chase brought him into the Divine Ability Sea, he became stuck in an impossible situation. It was a miserable experience. If not because Xianxia wanted to borrow his strength to leave the Divine Ability Sea, Xianxia was certain he would have been abandoned in that shattered space. If that had happened, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like himself would have been trapped inside. It would have been impossible for him to turn his fate around again. After all, he had personally experienced the strangeness of the shattered space himself. That was why it was not a complete lie when Xianxia claimed that he admired Xianxia. There was some truth and sincerity to his words. After staying in the Ancestral Land for some time, he learned that Xianxia was not only closely related to the Dragon Clan, but he was now being personally escorted by a master from the Phoenix Clan. At this point, there was no longer any need to yearn for the World Spring again. Xianxia did not have the guts to make an enemy of the Phoenix Clan in the Ancestral Land, as they were in existence even stronger than the Kuan clan. Having gone through so much, though, it might be possible to make up for some of his losses if he could work together with Xianxia. It was for that reason that he opened the portal of his cave mansion so enthusiastically. After several rounds of drinks, Xianxia brought up the topic again. "Little brother, I have connections and resources while you have the ability. If you and I work together, I'm sure we will profit enormously. Won't you consider it?" Xianxia raised his glass and looked at Xianxia with a smile. "Are you talking about the matter regarding the universe paradises and universe cave heavens, Divine Monarch?" "Naturally," Xianxia nodded. "In a shattered heaven, only such valuable prizes would interest an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him. There was no saying what good things he might discover inside." Xianxia was about to refuse when he suddenly recalled that Xia Lin Lang seemed to be homeless after the destruction of Pearflower Cave Heaven. The destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was more or less related to him. Not to mention, she was reluctant to leave the shattered heaven. What would happen to her once he left? Xianxia pondered in silence for a moment before he said, "You mentioned that you know 5 or 6 locations suspected to have universe cave heavens or universe paradises, right, Divine Monarch?" Seeing that Xianxia was interested in this matter, Qiangyang immediately raised his brow. That's not all. The possibility of these 5 or 6 locations is just higher. If I include the areas with a lower probability, then there are more than 10 locations. This monarch might be an 8th-order open heaven realm, but my cultivation is useless in this regard. I have no access to them, much less the ability to determine whether a portal exists in these places. However, things will be different if you are involved, little brother. The portal of his cave mansion had been found easily by Xianxia, and if Qiangyang had not revealed himself in time, there were signs that the portal would have forcibly opened. The fact that the portal could even persist for that long was thanks to Qiangyang's years of work to reinforce and conceal it. On the other hand, the universe cave heavens and universe paradises scattered around the shattered heaven were completely unoccupied. These places would be even easier to open. Xianxia took a small sip of his wine with an expression of indecision. Qiangyang struck while the iron was hot. "Rest assured, little brother, I won't let your efforts be in vain. Lady Hong, who is here too, we can ask her to be our witness." Xianxia looked up at Qiangyang. "Divine Monarch, do you mean?" Every undiscovered universe, cave heaven, or universe paradise contains the assets and property of its former owner. If you help me determine the location and open the portals, little brother, this monarch is willing to share all the proceeds with you in a 30-70th ratio. Xianxia looked at Qiangyang with a smile. 70 for me and 30 for you, Divine Monarch." Qiangyang responded seriously. "You must be joking, little brother. Exploring the universe cave heavens and universe paradises will require massive amounts of time and energy. They might even contain unpredictable risks. It is only natural that this monarch will take the largest slice of the pie. Your role is only to open the door after all. You don't need to worry about everything that comes afterward. You only need to sit back and wait for the rewards." Xianxia shook his head. 30% is too little. If that's the case, I might as well go home, bring a group of people over, and search on my own. That way, no matter how many discoveries we unearth, they will all belong to me. Qiangyang chuckled. "I will not deny that you are capable, little brother. Otherwise, I would not have asked you to cooperate with me. But even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, how many universe cave heavens and universe paradises can you find over the years without any clues? The shattered heaven is vast, so even if you spend hundreds or thousands of years searching, you might not find a single one. On the other hand, it will be different if you cooperate with this monarch. I can point you to several likely locations, which will save you precious time and effort." Xianxia nodded. "Your words make sense, Divine Monarch. Be that as it may, you will need to show me some sincerity if you want to cooperate with me, Divine Monarch. 30/70ths is unacceptable." Qiangyang showed a pained expression. After hesitating for a long while, he gulped down a glass of wine and slammed his glass on the table forcefully. He quickly said, 40/60ths. This monarch will take 60 and you will take 40. Let's just say this monarch is your friend now, little brother. Xianxia shook his head again and raised his palm. 50/50. We'll split the profits evenly. Qiangyang bitterly said, "Little brother, you are trying to take the lion's share." Xianxia rapped his knuckles against the table lightly. "That's my bottom line. If it's not okay with you, Divine Monarch, we can remain friends, but don't bother speaking of this matter again. I will be honest with you, Divine Monarch, I do have something urgent to attend to, so I need to return home as soon as possible. Lady Hong, who is here for that reason." Qiangyang glanced at Hong, who as though trying to determine whether Xianxia was speaking the truth. It was just that Hong who was eating the spirit fruit in her hands with her head lowered, so there was no way to read her expression. After a brief struggle, he finally spoke again. 50/50 is not impossible, but this monarch has two conditions that both little brother and Lady Hong Hu will need to accept. Hong Hu raised her head to look at him and smiled. The affairs between the two of you have nothing to do with me. Why did I get pulled into this? Xianxia, however, replied seriously, this matter requires you to come forward yourself, Lady Hong Hu. Curious now, she asked, go on. Xianxia abruptly ripped open his shirt and exposed his chest. Everybody immediately looked in that direction, and Xiaolin Lang gasped in shock, while Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. Xianxia's chest area was covered in what looked like fish scales. They grew densely on his skin, spreading from his chest all the way down to his waist. He quickly explained, after venturing deep into the divine spirit's ancestral land, this monarch's body began showing signs of monster transformation caused by the erosion of the ancestral strength. Although I managed to withdraw in time, I did not come out unscathed. Following years of recuperation, I managed to resolve most of the ancestral strength in my body. However, a small portion remains. Like maggots on rotting bones, I am unable to get rid of them. I would like to ask Lady Hong Hu to help me resolve this calamity for me. The ancestral land's ancestral strength was an extremely bizarre force. It was a force that could even suppress and seal a being as mighty as a giant spirit god. Xianxia might be in the 8th Order open heaven realm, but he suffered greatly for the past few years after being contaminated by the ancestral strength. It would have been nothing if he was a divine spirit, as the ancestral strength would have been highly beneficial and contained no drawbacks for him. Unfortunately, he was pure human, so the ancestral strength was nothing more than poison to him. Xianxia was lucky that he had not been exposed to too much of the ancestral strength. Otherwise, he would have undergone complete monster transformation, losing his conscious mind as a result. Hong Hu examined him with a frown. A long while passed before she said, I will need to check your condition thoroughly before I can be certain whether I can help you. To which Xianxia nodded, no problem. After saying that, his figure flashed as he came to stand in front of her. She raised her hand and lightly touched the scales on his chest. Bits of fluorescent light flashed at the tips of her fingers and wandered across each of those scales. A short while later, she withdrew her hand. He looked at her nervously. Hong Hu lightly said, thanks to your powerful cultivation, you not only dispelled most of the ancestral strength, but also prevented the remaining ancestral strength from eroding too deeply into your body over the past few years. Otherwise, it would have been useless even if I tried to help you. Xianxia was elated to hear those words. Do you mean that you can help me dispel the rest of the ancestral strength, Lady Hong Hu? She nodded. Give me 3 days. Many thanks. He breathed out deeply, feeling as though a large weight had lifted from his heart. Ever since leaving the ancestral land, the past few years had not been pleasant for him. The ancestral strength was extremely peculiar and difficult to dispel. It did not affect his daily life for the most part, but it caused great inconvenience when it came to his cultivation. Every time he tried to exert his power, the ancestral strength would show signs of movement. This phenomenon made him extremely nervous. Now that he received Hong Hu's guarantee, the depressed mood that shrouded over him for so many years lightened considerably. The way the Kuan clan handled this affair is wildly inappropriate. I will reprimand them for you when I get back, she said. Xianxia jumped in fright at her words and hurriedly waved his hands. No. It's simply caused by my lack of ability. Although he was exposed to so much ancestral strength because the Kuan clan had forced him to venture into the demon sealing land, he did not dare to voice his dissatisfaction despite the grievances in his heart. He would not have enough lives to survive the ordeal if the Kuan clan came out of the ancestral land to cause trouble for him. Yang Kai spoke up. The first condition has been fulfilled. What is your second condition, Divine Monarch? Xianxia chuckled. The second condition is indefinite and may never be fulfilled. Please speak freely, Divine Monarch. Yang Kai gestured politely. I became acquainted with you thanks to one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring. So, I will be truthful with you, little brother. I believe that there might be other 4 universe pillars contained within the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden in the shattered heaven. After all, the profound fish appeared in the world 3,000 years ago, only for the world's spring to appear now. These incidents indicate that the four universe pillars might be rare, but they were not extinct in ancient times. My second condition is that if we find any of the four great universe pillars or 12 minor universe pillars during the period of our cooperation, this monarch will be the one to receive them. For me, most ordinary items are no longer useful. On the other hand, the four great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars are extremely useful to me. Of course, if we come across such an opportunity, this monarch will not take these items for free. You can consider it as part of my share. This request was not excessive. Xianxia was probably still obsessed over the world spring, but Xianxia was closely connected to the divine spirits in the ancestral land, so he could not make any moves on him. In that case, he could only settle for the second best option. Xianxia nodded readily. Good. After a pause, he added, but since you have two conditions, Divine Monarch, I also have a condition of my own. I wonder if you will be able to grant my request, Divine Monarch. Xianxia smiled and said, since you agreed so readily, little brother, this monarch will not take advantage of your good intentions. Please speak freely if you need something, little brother. Xianxia said, I need one of the universe, cave heavens, after we finish exploring them. Moreover, I want you to promise me that you will never expose the location of that universe, cave heaven, to anyone, Divine Monarch. Martial Peak, Chapter 4720, Do Me a Favor. Xianxia was about to ask what Xianxia wanted to do with a fully explored universe, cave heaven. It was no secret that these places were valuable when they remained hidden in the void, but they quickly became of little value once somebody discovered them. However, he suddenly noticed Xia Linlang sitting by the side and immediately understood the situation. He smiled and nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. Even if you want 2 or 3 of them, you can go ahead and take as many of them as you want, little brother. This monarch will never give this information to anybody else. Likewise, Xia Linlang caught on to the situation and nodded at Xianxia gratefully. Xianxia was obviously asking for the universe cave heaven for her sake. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little complicated. She was the one who kidnapped and brought him to Pear Flower Cave Heaven back then. It had not been many years since that incident, but now he was talking and laughing on friendly terms with masters like Xianxia. Not to mention, he also had a close relationship with the Phoenix clan of the ancestral land. The negotiations were settled, and everybody was satisfied. When the banquet ended, Xianxia arranged accommodation for everybody and agreed to depart with Xianxia after 3 days. The reason for the delay was that Honghu needed 3 days to help him dispel the ancestral strength in his body. Moreover, Xianxia had repeatedly stated that he had urgent matters to deal with and could not be delayed for too long. That was why they decided to proceed as soon as possible. It was late at night when a knock on the door sounded. Xianxia got up and opened the door. Xia Linlang was standing outside the door, so he smiled lightly when he saw her and said, I was just about to look for you myself. While speaking, he stepped sideways and let her into the room. Xia Linlang asked curiously, Did you need me for something? Take a seat. Xianxia gestured before he poured a cup of tea for her. Sitting down opposite her, he said, Why don't you speak first? Did you need me for something? I came to thank you. She gave a soft laugh. I wanted to thank you for worrying about my living situation and even asking Bright Sun Divine Monarch for a universe cave heaven. It's only proper. After all, I am partly responsible for the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. But the root cause lies with me. If I had not captured you back then, what happened afterward would not have taken place at all. It's my own fault for falling into this situation. It would have been perfectly reasonable for you to ignore my circumstances. Therefore, no matter what, I owe you my gratitude. Xianxia waved his hand. It's no big deal. Xia Linlang fell silent for a moment before she looked up at him and asked, Did you need me for something? Yes. The thing is, Xianxia sat up straight and looked at her seriously. I need you to do me a favor. What do you need? She was puzzled. He explained, You heard my negotiations with Xianxia during the day. If I cooperate with him, Every universe cave heaven or universe paradise we discover will mean large amounts of treasures falling into our hands. There might even be all sorts of rare or extinct items. Greed brings out the worst in people, and although Xianxia is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I cannot trust him on his word alone. I need somebody I trust to help me supervise the process, lest he engage in mischief without my knowledge. It is not convenient for me to stay in the Shattered Heaven for long, so after considering everything, I came to the conclusion that I can only ask you for help. Xia Linlang exclaimed in astonishment, "You don't trust Xianxia, but you trust me?" Yang Kai smiled. "You and I have faced life and death together multiple times. I have faith in you." Xia Linlang stared at him calmly for a moment before she burst into laughter. "You've already said so much, so I can only do my best to help you." Yang Kai nodded. "Of course, I will not ask you for help without giving you anything in return. My agreement with Xianxia is a 50-50 share. You can take 10% out of my share. How is that?" Xia Linlang simply shook her head. "If you didn't come here in person, I would have suffered a tragic fate. It was also you who brought me out of the shattered space back then. This Xia Linlang might not be a righteous woman, but I will never forget how you saved my life twice now. I will help you manage your earnings and hand them over to you untouched when you return to the Shattered Heaven in the future. As for my compensation, you've already paid me, haven't you?" Needless to say, she was referring to the fully explored universe cave heaven that he previously requested from Xianxia. To the cultivators living in the Shattered Heaven, having a safe place to stay was their greatest refuge. "But in what capacity do I perform this task?" Xia Linlang asked. Yang Kai briefly pondered before saying, "I am Voidland's Lord. If you don't mind, I can appoint you as Voidland's high-rank guest elder right here and now. What do you think?" She pursed her lips into a smile. "I don't mind. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for you." "That won't be a problem." Yang Kai shook his head. Raising his teacup, he gestured at her. "So, have we come to an agreement?" "Yes, we have." Xia Linlang raised her glass in a toast, and they drank to their agreement. After seeing Xia Linlang off, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, immersed his mind in his small universe, and manifested his soul clone. He quickly figured out the situation in his small universe with a single thought. Several years had passed since he left the shattered space, and during this period, he had been too busy to pay attention to what was happening inside his small universe, though he did try to keep an eye on his 2 disciples, Xiaoya and Xiaoyi Bai. Over the years, Xiaoya had advanced to the transcendent realm from the Immortal Ascension realm, and was on the verge of advancing into the Saint realm, even though her cultivation was constantly being suppressed. Her aptitude was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, the world energy in his small universe world was so rich that her cultivation continued to improve slowly even if she did not cultivate. What's more, the flow of time in his small universe was twice that of the outside world, so the several years delay that he experienced in the outside world meant that nearly 8 years had passed in his small universe. On the other hand, Xiaoyi Bai, whom Yang Kai initially had high hopes for and expected to inherit his legacy one day, seemed like a worthless potato in comparison. After returning from their training experience, Xiaoya had advanced to the Immortal Ascension boundary, and after less than a decade, was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint realm. In contrast, Xiaoyi Bai had only just advanced from the Qi transformation realm to the separation and reunion boundary, and was about to reach the true element boundary. Although they had both advanced by nearly 2 great realms, Xiaoyu was doing so in much higher realms. Moreover, she had accomplished that feat whilst under suppression. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi Bai had spared no effort in his cultivation. The gap between them could be seen at a glance. Despite Xiaoyi Bai's slow advancement in cultivation, there was one aspect that satisfied Yang Kai immensely. The young boy had an unparalleled affinity for the Tao of space. Every time Xiaoyi Bai cultivated, Yang Kai could more or less detect signs of the space Tao essence in his small universe being stimulated. Yang Kai had never told them about the situation outside of his small universe, But now that they were on the way back to the star boundary, it was time to give them more information about the outside world, lest they fail to adapt once he brought them back. When he summoned the both of them, the two little ones were naturally surprised to see their honored master and quickly bowed in greeting. He briefly told them about the 3,000 worlds, followed by information on Voidland. Lastly, he told them about the situation in the star boundary. He also told them that the star boundary was the best place for them to cultivate before they reached the open heaven realm. Xiaoya and Zhao Yi listened with great fascination, looking absolutely entranced by his tales. They never imagined that the world outside could be so vast and interesting. After spending half a day explaining the situation in the outside world to them, he also answered some of their questions about their daily cultivation. Only then did he prepare to leave. "Honored Master," Zhao Yibai suddenly called out to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back. "Will my mother and my grandma also go to the star boundary?" Zhao Yibai asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "Both your mother and your grandma are ordinary mortals who have never cultivated. If they are in my small universe, I can ensure that they remain alive and well so long as I do not perish. However, they will not live long once they leave my small universe." Zhao Yibai's expression turned a little sad. He had guessed that the reason his mother and his grandma remained so young and beautiful was related to his honored master. His grandma was already well over 100 years old, but her body remained healthy and her hair even turned from white to black. Be that as it may, he could not help feeling a little depressed when he heard those words being spoken out loud. If you have time on your hands, you should go down the mountain to spend more time with your mother and your grandma. If you teach them some breathing techniques, they can use them to enhance their health, even if they have passed the best age to cultivate. In addition, your small universe will change from ethereal to corporeal once your cultivation reaches the 7th order open heaven realm. When you reach that stage one day, you can transfer your mother and your grandma into your own small universe. Then, you can meet them whenever you want. Zhao Yibai immediately shouted excitedly, "This disciple will work hard to cultivate. I will not let you down, honored master." Zhao Yi swiftly kicked him. "Honored master has already left." He scratched his head and chuckled in embarrassment. "I'm sure honored master can hear me. We are inside his small universe after all. He knows everything." She glanced sideways at him, including how there was a junior sister who waited for you at the foot of the mountain and handed you a letter recently. Zhao Yibai turned pale with fright. "You saw that, Xiaoya?" "Umph." She clasped her hands behind her back and turned her back towards him. 3 days later, a portal opened wide, and a large number of people rushed out from within. Cheng Yang and Yang Kai stood side by side, while Hong Hu stood close behind them. Further behind came Xiao Lin Lang, Qin Fun, and the others. Bringing up the rear were dozens of Cheng Yang's subordinates. Yang Kai glanced behind him. "You sure have a mighty army with the finest of arms under you, divine monarch." Cheng Yang was in the 8th order open heaven realm, and there were 2 7th order open heaven realm masters under his command. Furthermore, he had more than 10 6th order open heaven realm masters, while there were several dozen 5th and 4th order open heaven realm masters below them. No one was below the 4th order open heaven realm. Such a lineup was something that not even the current Voidland could compare to. Of course, these people were nothing if Zhu Jiuyin and Old Man Bai Shi were included in Voidland's forces. Cheng Yang alone had such an impressive army under his command, so it was reasonable to assume the other 2 8th order open heaven realm masters in the Shattered Heaven had equivalent forces. Just how many open heaven realm masters were hidden in the Shattered Heaven? Needless to say, Yang Kai was the one to request for so many people to be mobilized at once. He could not afford to linger in the Shattered Heaven for too long, so he could only ask Cheng Yang to dispatch more people. After hearing what Yang Kai said, Cheng Yang chuckled. "Everyone knows that the cave heavens and paradises have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, but nobody knows that there are many capable people in the Shattered Heaven too. It's just that the existence of the people in the Shattered Heaven are secrets that can never be brought to light." Yang Kai's heart trembled. "Do you know the reason why the cave heavens and paradises make things so difficult for high-rank, open heaven realm masters like yourself?" Cheng Yang burst into laughter. Will you believe me if I say that I don't know much either, little brother? Xianxia nodded. Of course I believe you. Xianxia nodded. There are rumors saying that the cave heavens and paradises do this to strengthen their dominance over the 3,000 worlds. That's why all the cultivators who advance into the high-rank open heaven realm but do not originate from the cave heavens and paradises will be invited to join them. They either become part of the cave heavens and paradises or they disappear without a trace. But this monarch does not believe that the cave heavens and paradises, which have endured for countless eons and remained so powerful and prosperous, could be so spineless and underhanded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4721, 5 Portals. Xianxia nodded lightly. Likewise, this was something he had always thought to be strange. The cave heavens and paradises boasted an inheritance that was passed down for countless generations. Not to mention, there were many high-rank open heaven realm masters in those sects to begin with. Why would they need to use such despicable means to strengthen their dominance over others? It might have been a plausible reason if it involved only one or two of the cave heavens and paradises. However, all 108 cave heavens and paradises carried the same attitude. It was only natural for people to wonder about the actual reason. This monarch has always believed that the major cave heavens and paradises are hiding some huge secret. Moreover, this secret is something only the high-rank open heaven realm masters have the qualification to know. That is why all the high-rank open heaven realm masters who do not originate from the cave heavens and paradises tend to suffer a tragic fate. There are no exceptions. Why else would we hide in the shattered heaven for so many years? The 3,000 worlds is vast and magnificent, so why wouldn't we wish to travel the world and witness the wonderful sights? A secret, Xianxia murmured under his breath. Although he could not determine whether Xianxia's speculation was true or false, his limited knowledge of the situation indicated that there was some truth to those words. Xianxia turned to the side and smiled. Little brother, you are different from this monarch. Your potential is great. If you can figure out the truth one day, please let me know. It will answer all the questions that have been swirling around in this monarch's heart for so many years. Good. Xianxia nodded. Now that he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was something in the near future. Despite bearing the title of Inyang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, he was not actually from any of the cave heavens and paradises. There is no saying whether he might actually learn the secret mentioned by Xianxia when he advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. A sudden thought struck him. The proprietress had been in retreat for so many years now. It was certain that she would advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when she came out of retreat, so what kind of difficulties would she face at that time? If the cave heavens and paradises really did come forward, what would happen if he refused their demands? Several days later, a group of people came to a stop in the void. Xianxia carefully observed his surroundings before he nodded at Xianxia in confirmation. If this monarch is not mistaken, there's a high probability that a portal is hidden here. When this monarch passed through this place in the past, the portal showed faint signs of opening only to vanish in the next instant. This monarch has been searching for a long time, but my efforts have proven to be in vain. That's why I could only mark down the location for the time being. Over the years, I would come here from time to time to investigate only to come up empty-handed. It's up to you now, little brother. Xianxia nodded and immediately manipulated his space principles. Just like the previous occasion, a layer of ripples that were visible to the naked eye gradually spread out into the surroundings with him at the center. Everywhere the ripples passed, space would become distorted. The several dozen subordinates under Xianxia's command watched with interest. The same was true even for Xianxia. Although he had vaguely seen some of the scenes when he was hiding in his home previously, that experience was far less profound than this time. The layer of ripples created by the space principles was undoubtedly the best wayfinding stones in the void. If there was a portal hidden in this place, the ripples that swept over the portal were bound to produce a different reaction compared to the other areas. This scene amazed Xianxia greatly. Space principles sure are useful in this situation. If only I was proficient in the Tao of space, I'm certain I could discover all the universe, cave heavens, and universe paradises hidden in the shattered heaven with enough time. It had to be said that these universe cave heavens and universe paradises were relics left behind in ancient times, so there was a high possibility that valuable treasures were hidden in them. After all, both the profound fish that appeared 3,000 years ago and the world spring that appeared recently had emerged from universe cave heavens left behind in ancient times. 2 of the 4 universe pillars had already appeared, so who could say whether more would be found? An incense stick later, Xianxia abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. There was a slightly different fluctuation in the void coming from that direction. Xingyang followed Xianxia's gaze, but could not detect any anomalies. Nevertheless, another incense later, with Xianxia diligently focusing his space principles in that direction, the anomaly in the void was finally revealed. It became obvious that there was a large area that was different from the surrounding space. "There is one here after all," Xingyang exclaimed in excitement. Xianxia replied lightly, "I wonder whether it is a universe cave heaven or a universe paradise." If it was a universe cave heaven, then it was the legacy left behind by an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or even a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If it was a universe paradise, then it was the legacy of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, so the value would not be as great as the former. Even so, every single universe cave heaven or universe paradise would at least contain the Tao essence cultivated by the original master. Xianxia had devoured the spear Tao essence in Pear Flower Cave Heaven and improved his mastery over the spear Tao by leaps and bounds. These Tao essences were undoubtedly a huge treasure for cultivators who cultivated that particular Tao. Another hour passed by, and a huge, gaping hole suddenly appeared in the void, becoming a black hole with a clear aura of a small universe radiating from within. The portal was open. Xianxia and Chengyang exchanged a glance with each other before the 2 of them moved at the same time and plunged into the portal. Honghu and Xia Linlang followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the rest stood outside waiting. An hour later, 4 figures emerged. It was Xianxia and the others. "Sir, what is the situation inside?" One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under Chengyang quickly asked about the situation. Chengyang replied, "This is a universe paradise." The former master was probably proficient in the Sword Tao. The Sword Tao essence is quite abundant. After saying that, he picked out a few people and instructed, "You will stay behind to explore this universe paradise. Any harvests must be organized and recorded. Pocketing anything privately will not be forgiven." Yes, those people accepted the orders. Afterward, he turned to Xianxia and added, "I will leave the rest to you, little brother Yang." And Xianxia nodded and reached out his hand to cover the portal. Under the urging of space principles, the obviously abnormal void gradually repaired itself and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment after a while. Taking out a token, he injected his aura and engraved some space principles into it. "I've used a secret technique to conceal the portal so that outsiders will not be aware of it even if they pass by this place. You can explore this place with peace of mind. In order to enter and exit through the portal, you will need this token. Recklessly trespassing into this place will most likely get you exiled to the void." The expressions of the Open Heaven Realm Masters picked out by Chengyang immediately became unpleasant. Xianxia's actions clearly indicated that he did not trust them. Otherwise, why would he create the token? Even the eyes of Chengyang flashed slightly at those words. He never expected Xianxia to pull out such a card. Xianxia ignored them, however, and simply handed the token to Xia Linlang before saying, "Gather up some people to stay behind to help with the exploration." Xia Linlang nodded and glanced at Qin Fun. "Qin Fun, you stay here." Qin Fun took the token and quickly said, "Yes." Xianxia turned to the side and looked at Chengyang. "The next spot." Chengyang gave a slight smile. "Please follow me, little brother." They set off again with great energy, while Qin Fun and Chengyang's subordinates stayed behind, watching the group's departure. It was not until the departing group was out of sight that they finally entered the universe paradise under Qin Fun's lead. Xianxia had been living in the shattered heaven for over 10,000 years. He spent most of his time in seclusion, sometimes spending up to several hundred or even 1,000 years in retreat. Even so, when it came to familiarity with the shattered heaven, there was nobody better than him except maybe the two other Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After so many years, it was only natural for him to know various bits of information that other people might not know. For example, the locations where the portals of various universe paradises and universe cave heaven might be hidden. Under Cheng Yang's guidance, Xianxia searched no less than 10 locations in a short span of 3 months. All of these locations were suspected to have hidden universe cave heavens or universe paradises. In the end, they discovered a total of 5 portals. The other 5 locations came up empty. Nevertheless, a success rate of 50% was very high. It could be said that Cheng Yang's information was extremely accurate. No matter how proficient Xianxia was in the Tao of space, he would never have found any of these portals within the shattered heaven without Cheng Yang's guidance. During his escape with Xia Linlang previously, he had tried looking for a hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise to seek refuge, but his efforts had been fruitless. Among these 5 portals, 3 of them were universe paradises while the other 2 were universe cave heavens. The harvest was bound to be plentiful if all of them could be fully explored and developed. Xianxia had nothing to worry about after leaving Xia Linlang to supervise the proceedings here. Regardless of the valuable treasures that might be discovered in these 5 locations, he and Xianxia would split the gains equally among them. As for where Xia Linlang would eventually decide to choose as her residence, that would be up to her own consideration. Little brother, are you sure you don't want to stay in the shattered heaven for a few more days? After seeing what Xianxia could do, Xianxia was reluctant to let him leave so easily. I will be honest with you, little brother. I'm certain that Ku Yin and Tian Luo also know where some likely portals are located. If you can stay for a little while, this monarch can ask them about these locations. The names Ku Yin and Tian Luo that he mentioned were the names of the other 2 Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. There was a total of 3 Eighth-Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, and while they could not claim to be close friends, there was bound to be some communication between them. Xianxia smiled. There's no need to be so anxious, Divine Monarch. I will probably visit the Shattered Heaven again in the future. If you wish, you might as well make some inquiries first. It won't be too late for us to cooperate again when I return next time. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. That's a promise then. Xianxia nodded and turned to look at Xia Linlang. If anything comes up, send Qin Fun to Voidland to find me. Xia Linlang nodded. I will. Take care. Only then did Xianxia turn to Xianxia and cupped his fist. Until we meet again, come back soon, little brother. This monarch will be waiting to hear from you. Xianxia shot a glance at Hong Hu, and the two of them rushed into the depths of the void together. After watching the 2 figures disappearing into the distance, Xianxia finally smiled and said, Young Lady Xia, have you decided which universe cave heaven you want yet? Xia Linlang replied, Not yet. I wish to have a better look at them first. As it should be, you have to shop around before buying something, even more so when it comes to choosing a place to stay. Take your time to compare between them. You only need to inform this monarch once you have decided. Since little brother Yang and I have an agreement, I will not go back on my word. You should also rest assured. I will definitely keep my men tight-lipped about the location you choose as your residence. I will never reveal a word to the outside world. Xia Linlang gave an elegant bow. Many thanks for your kindness, Divine Monarch. 2 figures transformed into streams of light that sped through the void as swiftly as the wind. A month later, Xianxia and Hong Hu finally came out of the Shattered Heaven. It was not until this moment that Hong Hu, who only recently left the ancestral land after living there for her entire life, could be regarded as having seen the splendor of the 3,000 worlds. Unlike the desolation found everywhere in the Shattered Heaven, each great territory that they passed through was filled with countless twinkling stars and flickering lights. Moreover, the vitality nurtured by the many universe worlds and spirit provinces could clearly be felt. Martial Peak, Chapter 4722, Purple Heaven Palace. Returning to Voidland from the Shattered Heaven was a long journey that took an extensive amount of time. That was because it was Honghu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so she had never left her imprint in any of the universe temples located throughout the Great Territories before. They had no choice but to travel through each great territory with their strength alone. As a result, the time spent on their journey was undoubtedly longer than Xianxia's initial trip. Xianxia did not return directly to Voidland either. Instead, he first took a trip to Great Evolution Territory. He had not forgotten about the palace artifact he previously commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine. So many years had passed since then, so the palace artifact should have been refined by now. Ever since witnessing the wonders of Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace, he had been green with envy towards those with palace artifacts. Although the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace could be said to be a palace artifact, and a supremely high-end one at that, it was related to the Dragon Clan's cultivation and inheritance, so it was not something he could wield carelessly. That was why he left the Crystal Palace in Four Phoenix Pavilion before he departed from the ancestral land. Inside Great Evolution Territory, Xianxia found the portal of Great Evolution Paradise with ease. Cupping his fist, he shouted in a loud voice, "Grandmaster, this junior is here per our agreement. Please open the way." Following that, the portal opened. Xianxia and Honghu slipped inside, and a figure came to greet them. It was a young and beautiful girl. Junior's sister's son. Xianxia nodded. He recognized that person as one of the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise, known as Xianxia, who was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. During his last visit here, he had gotten to know several Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Paradise, and Xianxia was one of them. There was also another person called Nalan Lu Shui, who was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. At the moment, Nalan Lu Shui was nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where she had gone. Senior Brother Yang. Xianxia returned the greeting and shot a curious glance at Honghu, who was standing behind Xianxia. "Is the Grandmaster here?" Xianxia asked. She nodded. "He's here. Old Ancestor has been waiting for you. What you asked for has been completed, but what?" A feeling of panic gripped Xianxia's heart as he secretly wondered whether something had gone wrong with his palace artifact. She whispered, "Old Ancestor has been in a terrible mood recently." Xianxia failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Why?" "A bunch of hateful people arrived." Xianxia pouted. "You'll see for yourself once you've met Old Ancestor." While speaking, she took the lead and showed them the way. Xianxia couldn't help feeling surprised. Not many people knew about the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. He only knew about them from the proprietress. So who would come here? Not to mention, with Grandmaster Ma Fan's cultivation and status, who could put him in a terrible mood? The pair followed behind Xianxia and soon arrived at Grandmaster Ma Fan's personal meditation area. Before they even got close, though, Honghu whispered in Xianxia's ear, "Be careful, there are quite a few powerful little ones inside the room." Xianxia raised his brow at those words. Honghu was on par with the top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. Therefore, people that she would consider powerful would not be just any stray cat or dog by the side of the road. They were definitely in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm or above. What's more, high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters could only be from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Xianxia stopped in front of them and turned around to speak. "Old Ancestor is inside. Please enter on your own, Senior Brother." "Many thanks, Junior Sister Sing." She then darted her eyes back around a bit before saying, "If you really want to thank me, then please speak to Old Ancestor on my behalf. Bring me along when you return to the Star Boundary. It has been so long since I last met Senior Sister Lawn. I miss her greatly." "I'll do my best." Xianxia smiled. Xianxia pumped her fists and cheered for him. "I'm counting on you." After Xianxia departed, Xianxia finally took a step forward with Honghu. Many eyes instantly turned to look at him as soon as he entered the hall. Xianxia looked up and couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. Staring at one of the old men, he laughed. "Elder you." The old man was Yu Changdao of free and unfettered paradise. He was also High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder on paper. Having taken a fancy to a baby with the innate Dao body back in the star boundary, Yu Changdao had wanted to take the child on as his legacy disciple. However, the baby's mother had insisted that her deceased husband's dying wish was for the child to join High Heaven Palace. No matter how he tried to persuade her, she had refused to change her mind. In the end, Xianxia came up with a brilliant solution to the problem. He invited Yu Changdao into High Heaven Palace to become the supreme high-rank guest elder. In this way, the child would remain as a High Heaven Palace disciple even though his master was Yu Changdao. Not only would Yu Changdao get his wish, but High Heaven Palace would also receive an additional 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as a supreme high-rank guest elder. It could be said to be a win-win solution where everybody was happy. After Xianxia left the star boundary, the first thing he did was to study and repair several broken universe temples scattered across the 3,000 worlds. Next, he went to the Black Prison to transport stars from its depths to its periphery. Then, he cultivated inside the astral wind divine ability in the shattered heaven. When he obtained the world spring, he was pursued relentlessly and entered the ancestral land as a result. Inside the ancestral land, he unlocked the demon sealing land and improved his dragon vein to become a grand dragon. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Xianxia never imagined that he would run into Yu Changdao here, and it was not just him either. The other people in the room were also very familiar to him. They were the foreign affairs envoys from the major cave heavens and paradises who should be watching over the star boundary. Leaving aside Yu Changdao of free and unfettered paradise, there was also Hong Xiangling of Azure Void Cave Heaven, Duan Rue Shan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven, and Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise. Hong Xiangling had persistently tried to matchmake Xianxia in the past, so Xianxia had a deep impression of the old man as a result. There were a total of 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and each of them was more or less the representatives of their respective cave heavens and paradises. These 4 people were no strangers to Xianxia either, as they had all gone to the star boundary and met him before. On the other hand, Grandmaster Ma Fan was nowhere to be seen. Master, Yu Changdao stood up. Although his cultivation was higher than Xianxia's, he still held the title of High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. He could also be regarded as part of High Heaven Palace, so it was only natural for him to be a bit polite towards Xianxia. Hong Xiangling laughed heartily. "Young boy." "Senior Hong." Xianxia cupped his fist and asked curiously, "Why are you here?" Hong Xiangling chuckled. "Why can't we be here? What about you, kid? Why did you come here?" Xianxia replied, "I previously commissioned the Grandmaster to refine an artifact for me, so I am here to collect it as promised." Hong Xiangling nodded and exclaimed, "The World Treasure is amazing. I can't believe it actually made the Iron Rooster move. I was wondering why he brought a group of his disciples to the star boundary several dozen years ago. It turns out that you had already made a deal." "Who are you calling an Iron Rooster?" A dissatisfied voice rang out as Grandmaster Ma Fan walked out of the room in the back and glared at Hong Xiangling. Hong Xiangling slapped his mouth lightly and shamelessly responded, "I was talking about myself." "Oomph." Grandmaster Ma Fan coldly snorted. Only then did he turn to look in Xianxia's direction. It was just that he did not look at Xianxia, but rather at Hong, who was standing behind him, asking in a solemn tone, "This is—" Yu Changdao, Hong Xiangling, and the others had also been curious about Hong, whose identity. Despite being in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, they couldn't help feeling a slight pressure from the woman in front of them, even though the other party was not even exerting the slightest bit of strength. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that they were concerned about her identity. It was just that Xianxia did not take the initiative to introduce her, so they could not ask. Although they could not ask, Grandmaster Ma Fan was forced to. He was the master of this place, after all. Besides, he would not have revealed himself if he had not detected this woman's unique aura. Xianxia quickly introduced Hong, who, "This is Senior Hong, who." Afterward, he introduced everybody else to Hong Hu one by one. Hong Hu smiled and nodded. Yu Chang Dao raised a graying brow at those words. I've heard that there are 5 phoenixes. Red Phoenix, Azure Qing Luan, Yellow Yuan Chu, Purple Yu Zhua, and White Hong Hu. Your aura seems a little different. He only had this association after seeing that she was dressed in white. She smiled and said, I'm the White Hong who you're thinking of. Everybody turned pale, without exception. Yu Chang Dao said solemnly, Forgive us for our disrespect. Meanwhile, Hong Xiang Ling asked seriously, Why did the Phoenix clan return? Hong Hu looked at him in confusion. What? He frowned. Didn't you return from that place? What place? She queried. I came from the divine spirit's ancestral land in the shattered heaven. The high-rank, open heaven realm masters in the hall exchanged glances before Hong Xiang Ling quickly said, I must have made a mistake. Please forgive me. Hong Hu gave Hong Xiang Ling a strange look and seemed pensive. Likewise, Yang Kai looked confused. When Hong Hu revealed her identity earlier, they had such a look of despair on their faces that one would have thought that the sky was falling. When Hong Hu explained that she was from the ancestral land in the shattered heaven, though, they became extremely relieved instead. Where is this place that Hong Xiangling mentioned? What does it have to do with the Phoenix clan? Just as Yang Kai was pondering these questions, Grandmaster Ma Fan stretched out his hand and tossed out something. An object came flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively caught the object, and when he looked down, he saw that it was a miniature palace countless times smaller than normal. His eyes immediately lit up at the sight, and he exclaimed in delight, Grandmaster, is this Purple Heaven Palace? Grandmaster Ma Fan replied casually, It can be said that it lives up to its name. Refining this item cost an arm and a leg. However, these materials were provided by High Heaven Palace and Voidland. As for the details of how many resources were used, you only need to ask your head manager for the details. I also integrated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder that you left with me back then. You can slowly explore the specific effects after you finish refining it. Yang Kai played with the palace lovingly and said, Many thanks, Grandmaster. The Crystal Palace could not be used carelessly, so it could be said that the Purple Heaven Palace was his first palace artifact. As for how much this palace artifact had cost, Yang Kai currently owned a first-class star city and a large stake in a superstar city. He also occupied the new Great Territory and the Black Territory, so how could he be troubled by something like cost? What's more, Cheng Yang and Xiaolin Lang were currently exploring the 5 universe, cave heavens, and universe paradises. Once these places had been fully explored, Yang Kai would gain yet another source of income. The Voidland of today was no longer the same Voidland that used to worry about resources. There was an abundance in the storage and distribution of cultivation materials. Your skills are amazing indeed, Grandmaster, Duan Rue Shan of Clear Mind, Cave Heaven praised. As one of the 36 cave heavens, it was a given that Clear Mind, Cave Heaven had its own skilled artisans. It was not difficult for them to refine a palace artifact, but doing so as skillfully as Grandmaster Ma Fan was not easy. The palace artifact he refined was so small and exquisite that it could be held in one hand. That was the gap in their skills. Moreover, it was a gap that was absolutely impossible to overcome. Yang Kai was happily playing with the palace artifact that Grandmaster Ma Fan had named the Purple Heaven Palace when he heard Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice ringing throughout the room. Allow me to be honest with you all. I am now High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. I cannot make the final decision regarding your request. You should discuss it with the sect master instead. Yang Kai's delighted expression turned to surprise as he instinctively felt as though he had been tricked. It was an ominous feeling indeed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4723, Good Fortune Divine Furnace. As an artifact refining Grandmaster, Ma Fan naturally had superb skills. There were only a handful of people throughout the vast 3,000 worlds whose artifact refining skills could compare with his. When others refined a palace artifact, it was almost a certainty that several dozens or even hundreds of artifact refiners would need to work together to complete the project. Even if their skills were superior, it would still be a collaboration between a dozen people at the least. In contrast, Grandmaster Ma Fan had refined the Purple Heaven Palace all by himself from start to finish. The number of people across the 3,000 worlds who could achieve such a feat could be counted on one hand. Therefore, an artifact refiner with such superb skills like him was a rare and precious talent for any of the cave heavens or paradises. Forget Yang Kai's yearning to recruit him. Even the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises coveted him. It was not that nobody had tried to recruit him. In fact, almost every cave heaven and paradise had sent representatives to recruit him over the past many years. Even though they offered generous and bountiful rewards, Ma Fan rejected every single offer without exception. In his opinion, Great Evolution Paradise was his route. He was born as part of Great Evolution Paradise, and he would die as part of Great Evolution Paradise. Yang Kai had the same idea at the beginning, so he tried to recruit Grandmaster Ma Fan as a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. After gaining insight into the current situation of Great Evolution Paradise, he even used the existence of the World Tree as bait to lure Grandmaster Ma Fan into working for him. It was just that Grandmaster Ma Fan never accepted the offer to serve as a supreme high-rank guest elder, though he did agree to refine the palace artifact for Yang Kai. In this matter, Yang Kai had never pressured him into making a decision either. Who could have known that Grandmaster Ma Fan would make such a shocking statement when Yang Kai was completely clueless about the current situation? For that reason, Yang Kai's first reaction was not joy, as he felt that something extremely troublesome had fallen into his hands. He was still reeling from the shock when Yu Changdao looked at him with bright eyes. "You're part of the family, Grandmaster. That's great. Sectmaster, we need to take good care of our family." Meanwhile, Hong Xiangling went one step further. He stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. "Yang boy, I have a disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Not only is she as beautiful as a flower, but she also has a gentle temperament. It's just that she has yet to meet a suitable life companion. More importantly, she has never been exposed to love and romance. She has always been obsessed with cultivation, so much so that she is showing signs of cultivation dissonance. I believe she needs a young and handsome man like you to save her." Before Hong Xiangling could finish speaking, Duan Rue Shan slapped his palm on Hong Xiangling's face and pushed the latter aside. "Sectmaster Yang, feel free to mention any conditions you want. I will not refuse as long as your demands are within clear mind Cave Heaven's abilities to fulfill." Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise also chimed in. "Does High Heaven Palace need another supreme high-rank guest elder? This Lu has always felt a sense of kinship with High Heaven Palace. It's a pity that you've been away for such a long time, Sectmaster Yang. I could not join even though I wanted to join High Heaven Palace so badly." All 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters stared at Yang Kai with burning gazes, like starving ghosts faced with a table full of delicacies. They practically scrambled over each other to speak in their excitement. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling dumbfounded as he hesitantly asked, "W, what are you talking about?" Seeing Yang Kai's confused expression, which did not seem fake, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help looking at each other. Hong Xiangling was the one who eventually asked, "Kid, you still don't know?" "What should I know?" Yang Kai countered. "I just returned from the Shattered Heaven and only came here to retrieve my artifact from Grandmaster Ma Fan." Lu Zhenyang frowned and turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. "Grandmaster, can Sectmaster Yang really call the shots on this matter? He doesn't seem to know anything." Grandmaster Ma Fan just sat there and watched them with a smile. Reaching out his hand, he took out a wine bottle and took a sip before he nodded. "Of course he can. Well, even if he couldn't before, now that I've said so, he has the authority to make the decision." The 4 masters' gazes became scorching hot once more. Yang Kai's expression turned bitter. "Grandmaster, just what is this situation? The least you could have done was to inform me about it beforehand." Grandmaster Ma Fan pondered in silence for a moment before he stood up. "Follow me." After saying that, he strode outside. Yang Kai put the Purple Heaven Palace away and hurriedly followed. Hong, who wanted to come along, but he waved her away and asked her to stay behind. Following Grandmaster Ma Fan out of the Grand Hall, he walked deeper into the void. Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice came from the front. Great Evolution Paradise has two core treasures. One of them is a replica of the Universe Furnace. The genuine Universe Furnace is practically impossible to find. Moreover, it contains the universe essence and produces innate open heaven pills. Consuming innate open heaven pills will allow any open heaven realm master to break through their shackles and reach the next order, without any limitations or drawbacks. The open heaven pills that are commonly used in the world today were created by the ancient great experts who extensively studied the universe furnace's open heaven pills and consequently developed a pill recipe based on their research. The genuine universe furnace shakes the very foundation of the 3,000 worlds every time it appears in the world, but nobody is capable of possessing it. The ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise were fortunate enough to see the universe furnace in person and threw themselves into long years of research. As a result, they spent countless years and resources to create a replica of the universe furnace. Although it is not nearly as profound as the real universe furnace, it is quite extraordinary in and of itself. This old master performs artifact refining with its help. You've seen that for yourself. Xianxia nodded. When he first came here with the proprietress to commission Grandmaster Ma Fan for an artifact, he had seen the latter activating the power of the sun's true fire to refine an artifact using the replica of the universe furnace. The second treasure is known as the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice became solemn. Good Fortune Divine Furnace? Xianxia raised his brow at those words. This one is not a replica or imitation, but a naturally formed treasurer. There was a sense of pride in Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice. According to the records written by my ancestors, the Good Fortune Divine Furnace suddenly appeared in Great Evolution Paradise one day. It can be considered a gift from the heavens. The world's blessings are infinitely mysterious after all. Xianxia asked curiously, what makes the Good Fortune Divine Furnace so special? Grandmaster Ma Fan replied, you'll know when you see it for yourself. Xianxia did not ask any more questions. A short while later, they arrived in the depths of the void. There was a barrier shrouding over this area, and Xianxia could sense an extremely hostile aura before he even approached, naturally terrifying him. It had to be said that even though he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, he could rival a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength when he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. Therefore, for him to have such a reaction only went to show the ferocity of the barrier. This place was originally Great Evolution Paradise's highest level restricted area. Non-members of Great Evolution Paradise would never be allowed to enter. However, with the passage of time, Great Evolution Paradise has become desolate, so there is no reason to hold on to such rules anymore. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained while taking out a crude and simple token. Forming a seal with his hands, a mysterious light penetrated the token before shooting out and transforming into a tunnel of light. Grandmaster Ma Fan took the lead to enter the passage, and Xianxia followed closely behind. The two of them walked along the tunnel that seemed tens of thousands of kilometers long, and at the end of the passage, a three-legged furnace that was as tall as a person and carved with intricate patterns that covered the entire surface entered Xianxia's vision. Is this the Good Fortune Divine Furnace? Xianxia observed the furnace curiously. At first glance, there was nothing particularly strange or special about the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. The only thing that caught Xianxia's attention was the gray fog that permeated the interior of the furnace. It was extremely strange, and when his divine sense penetrated the gray fog, it was like a rock sinking deep into the sea. The gray fog filled the entire Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Moreover, it crept about slowly like a living thing. Xianxia frowned slightly and asked, "Is it alive?" For a moment, he could swear that he detected a peculiar vitality from the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head. It is neither alive nor dead. Even the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise could not determine whether the good fortune divine furnace was considered a living thing or not. They couldn't even figure out why it appeared here in the first place. There were no signs before its sudden appearance, and nobody could move the furnace after it appeared here. What a strange thing, Xianxia observed for a while before he asked, "What is so special about the good fortune divine furnace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "I'll show you." While speaking, he made a sweeping motion with his hand, and a large number of materials that exuded rich wood element power were thrown into the good fortune divine furnace. Xianxia could clearly tell that the wood element materials were of rather good quality. All of them were fifth-order materials. Furthermore, there were also quite a lot of them, as many as 10. After the many fifth-order wood element materials were thrown into the good fortune divine furnace, the gray fog wriggled and swallowed them whole. In the next moment, they vanished out of sight. Grandmaster Ma Fan waited quietly for a while before he took out another fifth-order wood element material and threw it into the gray fog. There was still no movement, so he tossed in another. After repeating his actions 4 more times, the gray fog suddenly began writhing violently. Even the color of the fog changed. The gray and dirty-looking fog suddenly became crimson red. In the next moment, the red fog shrunk abruptly before expanding violently again, and an object came flying out of the fog. Grandmaster Ma Fan was clearly prepared for this situation. He reached out his hand and caught the object lightly before glancing it over and nodding. "Seems like my luck isn't too bad today." Then he casually tossed the object to Xianxia. Xianxia caught the object and carefully examined it, his eyes contracting slightly at the sight. A sixth-order material, Grandmaster Ma Fan affirmed. "This is what makes the good fortune divine furnace special." Xianxia stared at Grandmaster Ma Fan in dumbfounded amazement. "How is that possible?" Grandmaster Ma Fan replied, "If you're asking me how this works, then I don't know either. Even the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise could not figure it out. The world is full of mysteries, and there are many things that cannot be understood just because your cultivation is powerful. Hence, the reason why the Good Fortune Divine Furnace is called the Good Fortune Divine Furnace." Xianxia felt his breath becoming short and ragged. What he was holding in his hand was a genuine sixth-order wood element material. He turned to look to the side, only to see that the crimson-red fog had gone back to a dull gray color after spitting out this sixth-order material, and his throat suddenly went dry. "Grandmaster, does the Good Fortune Divine Furnace produce materials with higher orders after consuming enough from the order below?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "Did Elder Yu and the others come here because of the Good Fortune Divine Furnace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan laughed. "Of course. What else is there in Great Evolution Paradise that is worth a trip here in person? After all, they don't expect to recruit this old man." Xianxia swallowed nervously. With this divine object in hand, wouldn't I be able to monopolize all the resources in the world? "Don't get ahead of yourself." Grandmaster Ma Fan doused Xianxia's excitement with those words. "The Good Fortune Divine Furnace might be able to produce a higher order material in exchange for ones from a lower order. But if you calculate in strict terms, the results are basically always a huge loss. Think about it. How many materials did I use just now?" 14. Xianxia had watched carefully. Grandmaster Ma Fan had thrown 10 world element materials into the furnace at the beginning. Afterward, he added 4 more before he finally obtained a sixth-order material. In terms of value, one sixth-order material was equivalent to 10 fifth-order materials. Therefore, it was equivalent to losing 4 fifth-order materials. It's not that simple, though. The losses you sustained this time were with element materials, but what about yin and yang element materials? Sixth-order yin and yang element materials are worth more than 10 times the value of fifth-order yin and yang element materials. Not to mention, fifth-order yin and yang element materials are easier to obtain, while those of the sixth order are extremely rare. Yin and yang element materials in the sixth order and above were extremely valuable and often could not be bought regardless of the price offered. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4724, 2 Methods. Grandmaster Ma Fan just smiled meaningfully and asked, "Can you guarantee that every 14 units of the same type of material will be exchanged for one of higher order?" As I said just now, my luck today is relatively good. If your luck is bad, you might not get one in return even if you use dozens or even hundreds of materials. Luck is the most difficult element to predict out of everything. Yongkai clenched the sixth order wood element material in his hand and quickly said, "But if I had to choose, I would rather consume several dozen fifth order yin or yang element materials in exchange for a single sixth order counterpart." Fifth order yin and yang element materials might be difficult to find, but they were much easier compared to those of the sixth order. It had to be said that sixth order yin and yang element materials were categorized as strategic reserves that could not be used easily, even among the cave heavens and paradises. Back when Void Land was being besieged by Heavenly Sword Union and Zhua Quanhui, the great emperors had required countless materials to advance into the open heaven realm. If Yongkai had not gone to the Black Prison, robbed Luan by Feng, and mined an or star from the Black Territory's depths, he would not have been able to get his hands on the necessary materials. The great emperors might still be stuck at the Emperor realm even now, if that had been the case. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "That's why they are here. The World Tree is infinitely mysterious. Even though the World Tree of the Star Boundary is just a clone, the feedback from it is so powerful that one can barely believe it. The cave heavens and paradises have taken in quite a number of disciples from the Star Boundary and even dispatched many of their own disciples to be raised there. Over the past few years, many excellent and talented individuals with extraordinary aptitude have appeared in the Star Boundary. It can even be said that there have been more geniuses emerging from the Star Boundary in the past few decades than in the entire 3,000 worlds over the past few thousand years. Not much time has passed, so these little ones have not fully grown and developed. Even so, it is enough to see that there are many among them who are eligible to advance directly into the fifth and sixth order open heaven realm. Some of them might even be able to advance directly into the seventh order. The Star Boundary was Yongkai's homeland, so he couldn't help feeling proud after listening to Grandmaster Ma Fan's words. It was foreseeable that the Star Boundary would surely present a grand and prosperous scene in just a few hundred years. Grandmaster Ma Fan thus sighed. "We're talking about advancing directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. Since the establishment of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, how many people have been able to advance directly into the seventh order? Not only does it require extraordinary aptitude, but also incredible luck and fortune. In any case, one will require seventh order materials in order to advance directly into the seventh order open heaven realm. The materials for the 5 elements will not pose too much of a problem for now, as it is given that the cave heavens and paradises will have some reserves, so they will not lack them. The high-rank open heaven realm masters need these same materials for cultivation as well, but even if they have some seventh order yin and yang element materials in their reserves, there certainly won't be enough. It is only natural that they will have to plan ahead." Yongkai immediately understood the situation. Is that why they want to borrow the Good Fortune Divine Furnace? They want to create enough seventh order yin and yang element materials to prevent their reserves from being stretched too thin when the time comes. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Yongkai exhaled a long breath. Putting himself in their shoes, he would have made the same choice if he was someone from the cave heavens and paradises. In that case, you could have negotiated with him yourself, Grandmaster. Why are you pushing such a highly beneficial deal on me? Yongkai was puzzled. If they wanted to borrow the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, then they would surely need to pay a price. This was a good thing for Great Evolution Paradise. They could make a lot of money just by imposing any random condition. It was a highly beneficial deal that all but fell from the sky into their lap. There was no reason to pass up something like that to somebody else. Be that as it may, Grandmaster Ma Fan had done just that. He even went so far as to proclaim himself as High Heaven Palace's high-rank guest elder. In doing so, he placed the full authority over the Good Fortune Divine Furnace in Yongkai's hands. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, You may only see 4 people here today, but those 4 aren't just representing their 4 cave heavens and paradises. They're also representing all the other cave heavens and paradises. They are here to test the waters. Great Evolution Paradise has long gone into decline. At present, this old man is the only one supporting this sect. Do you think Great Evolution Paradise has the qualifications to negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises? At the most, we can ask for some resources as compensation, but Great Evolution Paradise does not lack resources. This old man only needs to offer up a few artifact refining chances to earn more than enough resources for all of us. Xianxia frowned slightly. Grandmaster, are you saying that they will choose to use force instead if you refuse their request? Grandmaster Ma Fan affirmed lightly. That's the most likely outcome. Xianxia was secretly surprised. According to Grandmaster Ma Fan, the cave heavens and paradises were scrambling to prepare 7th order yin and yang element materials in advance. The more they could procure, the better it would be for them. That was why they needed to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Even though they had always known about the existence of the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, they had never bothered to set their sights on it, mainly because the uncertainty when using this strange innate treasure was too high. They might invest tens or even hundreds of materials only to come up empty-handed. Which sect could possibly afford such losses? In any case, each sect was bound to have some reserves of 7th order yin and yang element materials. The numbers might be small, but they were enough. It was just that the situation was different now. The current supply could no longer meet the demand, so they had to come up with different solutions. Although they might suffer heavy losses from using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, all their losses would be worth it if they succeeded in producing a disciple who advanced directly to the 7th order open heaven realm. After all, if one were to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm, then their future limit would be the 9th order. Leaving aside the 7th order materials for now, even the supply of 6th order yin and yang element materials was insufficient for the near future. The cave heavens and paradises would surely have a much greater demand for such materials in short order. At present, Voidland is the only sect in the entire 3,000 worlds that has the qualifications to negotiate with all the cave heavens and paradises. Grandmaster Ma Fan turned to look at Xianxia. The World Tree was the best example. The star boundary was Xianxia's homeland, and the World Tree was growing in the star boundary. Regardless of his cultivation, he had more than enough right to speak on the matter. His status as a great emperor of the star boundary was enough for him to speak on equal terms with the cave heavens and paradises, at least in this situation. Xianxia's eyes flashed. What are your conditions, Grandmaster? Grandmaster Ma Fan laughed. It's easy to talk to smart people. Great Evolution Paradise was in a steady decline, so how could they negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises on equal footing? Under such circumstances, there was nothing they could do to stop the cave heavens and paradises from simply taking control of the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. As a last resort, Grandmaster Ma Fan could only dump the risks on Xianxia instead. Nevertheless, his actions would result in Xianxia taking quite a large share of the profits from Great Evolution Paradise. It was only natural that he would refuse to take part in such a loss-making business. Regardless of the conditions you eventually agree upon with the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise will receive half of the proceeds. Grandmaster Ma Fan declared bluntly. Even if it was only half the amount, it would still be far more than the amount Great Evolution Paradise would receive if they tried to negotiate on their own. Xianxia nodded without hesitation. Fine. This deal was the equivalent of pie falling into his outstretched hand for nothing. There was no reason for him to be dissatisfied with receiving half of the benefits when he didn't need to do anything to obtain them in the first place. Also, Great Evolution Paradise's Tao Temple in the star boundary will need to be doubled in size. This old man wishes to send more disciples to cultivate at the star boundary. That's not a problem either. That's enough, Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Is that all? Xianxia was extremely astonished. What else should I ask for? Grandmaster Ma Fan looked at Xianxia flatly. Xianxia burst into laughter. You're truly an unselfish man, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. It won't seem sincere if I try to take the lion's share. Well, in any case, this old man is planning to come out of retirement. Come out of retirement? Xianxia was curious. The little ones will surely experience rapid growth after being sent to the star boundary. They will need many resources for their cultivation once they advance into the open heaven realm in the future. Great Evolution Paradise is not wealthy, so this old man will need to find a way to make more money. Seeing as this old man has no other skills, I can only perform artifact refining for others. Xianxia's eyes lit up when he heard those words. Are you planning to help others perform artifact refining to earn resources, Grandmaster? Do you have an idea? Yes, I do. I have a great idea. Xianxia nodded repeatedly. If you don't mind, Grandmaster, I can hire you as Voidland's chief artifact refiner. For every artifact that you refine, I will pay you a certain amount according to the value of the artifact. What do you think? Grandmaster Ma Fan fell silent. It was obvious that he did not wish to be restrained in such a manner. Xianxia continued, in addition, I can also send some disciples over to help you, Grandmaster. Whenever you are in a good mood, you can teach them something. If you're in a terrible mood, you can feel free to beat and scold them. Of course, the disciples will remain respectful and filial to you. Grandmaster Ma Fan glanced sideways at Xianxia with an expression that seemed to say, Brat, you are untrustworthy after all. Xianxia struck while the iron was hot. Grandmaster, you've already proclaimed to be High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder in front of Elder Yu and the others. Would it make a difference if you receive an additional title as Voidland's chief artifact refiner? After hesitating for a long while, Grandmaster Ma Fan finally let out a long sigh. I never imagined that this old man would have such a day. He had no choice but to rip his heart out for the sake of his disciples. In that case, do we have a deal, Grandmaster? Xianxia was ecstatic. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded sullenly. Xianxia burst into hearty laughter. Don't worry, Grandmaster. The disciples I send to work under you will not add to your worries. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. They won't be able to learn anything from me without the necessary talent and skill. Xianxia turned to look back at the good fortune divine furnace again, his gaze burning hot. Grandmaster Ma Fan added, What I showed you just now was the situation after putting in various materials of the same element. As long as the amount is sufficient, the good fortune divine furnace will return a material of a higher order. However, there's another method as well. Xianxia asked, What method? Grandmaster Ma Fan said, Take out a set of materials of the same order and throw them in. You will know after you give it a try. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia took out a complete set of fifth-order materials harvested from the gourd vine from his space ring. If there was any resource that Voidland did not lack, it was undoubtedly fifth-order materials. Ever since obtaining the gourd vine, Voidland could harvest a complete set of fifth-order Yin, Yang, and 5 elements materials every month from it. Xianxia brought a lot of materials along with him when he first departed the star boundary. Now that several dozen years had passed, he was certain that Voidland had accumulated even more such materials by now. After throwing the complete set of 7 into the good fortune divine furnace, the gray fog wriggled like a living creature and greedily swallowed them up in the blink of an eye. A short while later, the gray fog suddenly turned crimson red and an object was spat out from the depths of the furnace. Xianxia caught the object, took a look, and exclaimed with raised eyebrows, a sixth-order water element. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, compared to only investing materials of the same element, the chances of the good fortune divine furnace giving back a material of a higher order increases up to 70 or 80% if you invest a complete set of materials in one go. It can almost be said that the chances of failure are minimal. However, this method has a drawback in that it is impossible to determine the element of the material you will receive back from the good fortune divine furnace. You received a water element material this time, but might be a fire element or Yin element instead next time. Xianxia sighed, It really is amazing. There were 2 methods, both with their respective pros and cons. The first method might result in great losses, but one would receive a material of the same element as the element originally invested. On the other hand, although one would experience much less losses with the second method, there were a multitude of uncertainties that came with the results. Xianxia had the sudden urge to take all the materials that Voidland had been accumulating from the gourd vine over the years and throw them into the good fortune divine furnace right now. No matter how uncertain the results, he would eventually obtain some sixth-order yin and yang element materials if he threw in hundreds or thousands of sets, right? Martial Peak, Chapter 4725, demanding the lion's share. When they returned to the Grand Hall, Hong Xiangling and the others immediately turned to look in their direction. Lu Jinyang of Azure Nether Paradise said, "Sect Master Yang, we have been delayed here for quite a few days now. The Grandmaster refused to come out of retreat earlier, so there was nobody we could discuss with. Seeing as you have the right to call the shots regarding this matter, you need to give us a proper answer." Duan Rue Shan of Clear Mind, Cave Heaven nodded in agreement. "That's right, Sect Master Yang. Please feel free to name any condition you might have. We are here on behalf of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, we will not let Great Evolution Paradise suffer any losses from this transaction." Xianxia turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan, who had an aloof expression on his face, as though this matter had nothing to do with him. It was clear that he was unwilling to intervene at all. Just as Grandmaster Ma Fan had mentioned earlier, Great Evolution Paradise simply could not refuse the Cave Heavens and Paradises borrowing the Good Fortune Divine Furnace under the current circumstances. In this vast universe, Voidland was the only force that could negotiate with the Cave Heavens and Paradises on equal footing. The declining Great Evolution Paradise did not have this qualification. Grandmaster Ma Fan's previous act of hiding and refusing to meet anybody was nothing more than a tactic to buy time. It just so happened that Xianxia was returning from the Shattered Heaven, so he quickly passed this troublesome matter over for Xianxia to handle. Still, even if it was only for personal benefit, Xianxia would not sell the rights to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace cheaply. Facing everybody's gazes, Xianxia smiled lightly. "It has only been a few decades since you sent your disciples to the Star Boundary. No matter how extraordinary their aptitude, I'm sure their cultivation is not that high, right? There's still a long time before they advance to the open heaven realm. So why are you in such a rush?" Duan Rue Shan shook his head. "How can we not be anxious? Just as you said, the cultivation of the disciples we sent to the Star Boundary over the past few decades might not be too high, but their growth speed is too greater. I'm afraid it won't take more than 100 or 200 years before some of them begin to advance into the open heaven realm." Xianxia was stunned. That fast? For some to advance into the open heaven realm within another 100 or 200 years, the speed was simply too shocking to believe. Hong Xiangling stated, "The disciples we sent to the Star Boundary were carefully selected in the first place, so their aptitudes and talents were already among the best. Moreover, they are cultivating in a place as wondrous as the Star Boundary. So how can they not improve quickly? To be honest, despite how long old men like us have lived, we have never seen such a prosperous sight before. The cultivation of those little ones advances practically every single day." Xianxia couldn't help feeling slightly worried. If their cultivation improves too quickly, will they not suffer from an unstable foundation? Yu Chang Dao shook his head. "We were also worried about this at the beginning. However, we discovered that there are no such issues after performing a thorough examination of the condition of our disciples. The feedback they receive from the World Tree and the highly abundant Heavenly Way and Martial Dao aura in the Star Boundary are enough to satisfy their advancement requirements. That is why they do not show any signs of an unstable foundation whatsoever, even though their cultivation is progressing rapidly. Take my disciple, Shida Zhuang, for example. Sect Master, do you know what his current cultivation is?" Shida Zhuang was the child whom Yu Chang Dao tried so hard to recruit as his legacy disciple, because of the baby's innate Dao body, which was extremely compatible with his inheritance. It was also because of Shida Zhuang that Yu Chang Dao became High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. That was why Yang Kai had a deep impression of this disciple. At the time of Yang Kai's departure, Shi Zhuang was a newborn baby, and about 30 years had passed since then. With his aptitude, it was obvious that his cultivation would not be too low. Yu Chang Dao had no real intention to let Yang Kai guess, so he answered his own question. That child is already in the Origin Returning Realm. In the near future, he will advance into the Origin King Realm, then the Dao Source Realm, and then Emperor Realm. After that, he only needs to condense his Dao Seal before he is ready to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Advancing from a baby with no foundation to the Origin Returning Realm in the short span of a couple of decades was no longer something that could be achieved with talent alone. One would also need the guidance of a great teacher and an extremely conducive cultivation environment. Fortunately, Shi Zhuang had both. Yang Kai gasped softly. He himself had 2 disciples. Leaving aside Zhao Yi Bai, who had mediocre aptitude, Zhao Yu was definitely the cultivator with the most heaven-defying aptitude he had ever met. Nevertheless, even with her aptitude, and even if he did not suppress her cultivation for so many years, she might not be able to advance to the Origin Returning Realm within such a short time. The reason for the difference in their cultivation was that one was cultivating in a holy land like the Star Boundary, while the other was in his small universe. Yu Chang Dao continued. In another 100 or 200 years, the disciples of each sect will surely reveal a splendid scene of 100 flowers blooming. At that time, there will be as many people advancing into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm as carp swimming upriver. There will most likely be people advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm too. Can you imagine how great the demand for materials would be among the cave heavens and paradises? Forget the 5th Order materials. Each sect has an adequate stock of them, so there will be enough to go around. However, there won't be enough 6th Order or 7th Order materials at all. In the past, those who could advance directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm generally held the status of a core disciple in the cave heavens and paradises. Most of the time, only one person would be born to each sect every few hundred to 1,000 years. Chu Huashang of Yinyang, Cave Heaven, and Ning Dao ran a free and unfettered paradise were such disciples. It was precisely because core disciples were so rare and precious that Zhuo Quan Hui tried to take revenge on Yang Kai for killing Zhao Xing during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly. Now, though, thanks to the Star Boundary's existence, there are bound to be more and more core disciples in the future. Hong Xiangling followed up. It is precisely because of this reason that we need to plan ahead. Otherwise, it will be too late if we wait until the time comes when we need these materials. Yang Kai nodded lightly. It has been a long time since I left the Star Boundary, so I don't know much about the situation there. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he pondered in silence for a while. Then, he raised a finger, the right to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace for 1 month in exchange for the opportunity to enter the small source worlds of each sect once for life experience. Grandmaster Ma Fan had been standing nearby, silently drinking wine from his bottle, all this while seemingly aloof and unaware of what was being discussed. However, as soon as Yang Kai spoke those words, he choked and spat out a mist of wine. This brat sure is bold. Ma Fan suddenly felt that leaving the matter involving the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to Yang Kai had been a wise choice indeed. That was because he would never have such thoughts if he were the one to do the negotiations. At most, he would have asked for resources from each sect as compensation. Thinking about it carefully, though, this was like any business transaction where one should always try to take the lion's share so that the other party had some space and leeway to bargain and negotiate. Duan Rue Shan's brow twitched visibly at those words. Sect Master Yang, can you change your conditions? For example, each sect pays a certain amount of resources in exchange for the right of use it for a certain amount of time. Lu Jinyang nodded in agreement. That's right, Sect Master Yang. The small source worlds are extremely important to the cave heavens and paradises. Our own disciples have to wait in line to enter the small source world for training. Most of the time, Many of them don't even get a chance to enter despite waiting for hundreds or even thousands of years. We simply cannot afford to portion out an opportunity for you. Although Yu Changdao and Hong Xiangling remained silent, it was clear that they were of the same mind. Yang Kai just smiled and negotiated. You don't need to feel so distressed. Thanks to Inyang Cave Heaven, I had the opportunity to enter a small source world for training once. It was a bountiful trip, and I've not forgotten the feeling. I've been thinking that it would be great if I had another opportunity to enter another small source world. As for this request, well, it's bound to be a little tight, but I'm sure it's not too difficult for you all. Lu Zhenyang looked like he was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised a hand and interjected, "Of course, I am simply making this suggestion. As for how things will actually be implemented, I'm sure you will need to discuss with the others first. After all, this matter involves all the cave heavens and paradises. This decision is not something the four of you can make on your own." The words Lu Zhenyang wanted to speak got stuck in his throat, which was a terrible feeling. Yang Kai thus swiftly got to his feet. "I've been away from home for too long. I need to return to Voidland, so I won't stay here any longer." While speaking, he turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. "Grandmaster, I'll be taking my leave first. I will send some people over. At that time, I will be counting on you, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded lightly. It was something they had agreed earlier, so he would not regret his decision. Yang Kai glanced at Hong Hu, and the two of them walked out. "Shall we head back to the star boundary?" Hong Xiangling looked at the others. Now that Yang Kai, the only person they could negotiate with, was gone, it was meaningless for them to remain here any longer. Yang Kai had already named his conditions. Whether or not they could accept the conditions, or how they were going to fulfill the conditions, would require further discussion among the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises. "Let's go." Likewise, Duan Rue Sha nodded and stood up. The rest quickly bid their goodbyes to Grandmaster Ma Fan and followed closely behind Yang Kai and Hong Hu's departure. Yu Changdao caught up to Yang Kai. Standing next to him, he spoke in a low voice, "Sect Master, in my opinion, De Zhuang has a solid foundation. Moreover, his roots and his aptitude are absolute. There is a high possibility that he can advance directly into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm when he condenses his Dao seal in the future." Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. "That's good news." Yu Changdao smiled flatteringly. "About the materials that he will need when he advances into the Open Heaven realm." Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and asked with a chuckle, "Elder Yu, are you asking me this question in your capacity as High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder or free and unfettered paradise's foreign affairs envoy?" Yu Changdao answered with a straight face. "When it comes down to it, De Zhuang is a High Heaven Palace disciple. Of course, this old master is discussing this matter with you in my capacity as High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder." Yang Kai nodded lightly. De Zhuang is a High Heaven Palace disciple. Naturally, High Heaven Palace will take full responsibility to provide all the materials he will need to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Yu Changdao immediately broke into a bright smile. De Zhuang is really fortunate to have joined High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai said gratefully, "It's all thanks to your dedicated teaching over the years, Elder Yu." Hong Xiangling and the others watched as the one old fox and one young fox chattered away happily. They couldn't help feeling a little frustrated by the sight. When Yu Changdao did not hesitate to become High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder in order to take Shi De Zhuang as his disciple back then, many of his friends laughed at and ridiculed him. However, based on the current situation, his decision had been a wise one indeed. Thanks to his identity as High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder, he succeeded at forming a good relationship with Yang Kai, and as a result, it was much easier to get some benefits from and reach agreements with Yang Kai. Even if Shi De Zhuang were to grow and develop under High Heaven Palace's banner, he would still be Yu Changdao's legacy disciple. That was something that would never change, regardless of the circumstances. During the journey, Hong Xiangling and the others constantly tried to find opportunities to discuss the rights to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace with Yang Kai, but the latter stubbornly refused to budge on his stance. Thus, the others could only sigh helplessly. From Yang Kai's viewpoint, he had already named his conditions. As for the rest, the cave heavens and paradises would need to come to a consensus. Only then could the negotiation proceed any further. There was no need to waste their energy discussing this matter until then. Besides, he actually proposed similar conditions in the past. When news about the World Tree first leaked out to the public, the news attracted many cave heavens and paradises to investigate the situation. He had wanted to request opportunities to enter the small source worlds of these top great forces in exchange for the right to accept disciples from the star boundary and establish a Tao temple in the star boundary. However, the proposal was rejected by Su Linggong. The reason was that the qualifications to enter the small source worlds were tough competition even among the disciples of each cave heaven and paradise. They didn't even have enough to go around for themselves, so how could they let somebody take advantage of them in that manner? Martial Peak, Chapter 4726, Who is this Ani? Even Su Linggong had spoken back then, so Yang Kai could only settle for the second best option and change his conditions. However, the situation was different now. The cave heavens and paradises had witnessed the mysterious effects of the star boundary's world tree with their own eyes over the past few decades. The rapid growth of their disciples was the best proof. What immediately followed was a large demand for higher-order materials. If they wanted their disciples to successfully directly advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm, they had no choice but to compromise. Compared to opportunities to train in the small source worlds of each sect, the advancement of their disciples was naturally their top priority. That was why Yang Kai was confident that he could reach a consensus with the cave heavens and paradises to some extent. The routes to the star boundary and void land were different. Yang Kai, Honghu, Changdao, and the others traveled together for a month or two before they went their separate ways. Yu Changdao and the others headed straight to the star boundary. Meanwhile, Yang Kai set off for Void Land with Honghu. It took another 2 months before the two of them finally arrived at Void territory after a long journey. Looking from a distance in the Void, the enormous Void Land and Star City stood next to each other. Void Star City had been restored to its previous prosperity, and there was a steady stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes and sizes coming in and out of the Void Dock. It appeared to be very lively. In reality, Hong would sense the vitality of Void territory as soon as they entered. Despite passing through many other great territories, there had not been any other one that was as lively as Void territory. Moreover, flight-type artifacts were a rare sight in the vast Void. It wasn't until she saw the prosperity of Void Star City that she understood why this place attracted so many cultivators. Is this Void Land? Honghu stared in amazement. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. This is Void Land. Staring at Void Land that was covered by the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Honghu seemed to detect something. I can sense the aura of the Dragon Clan. It's not very pure, but it's very strong. Yang Kai laughed and commented, I forgot to tell you, Senior. Void Land sits on the back of Bai Shi. Old man Bai Shi had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and the spirit province on his back gradually evolved into Void Land's predecessor. Bai Shi, Honghu raised her delicate brow. As part of the Phoenix clan, it was only natural that she knew about Bai Shi's existence. Although she knew about him, she had never met him before, so she sighed in amazement. I've always heard the saying Bai Shi bears a heavy load. Legend even had it that his back can carry the entire universe. Now that I see him today, he really lives up to his reputation. When they got closer, Yang Kai took out a jade, opened the 9 heavenly layers grand array, and slipped inside with Honghu. Old man Bai Shi's embodiment was sitting down cross-legged on one of the platforms located on a certain spirit peak. His long eyebrows drooped down to his knees, and a mysterious language flowed out of his lips, imparting precious wisdom with every word. Many divine spirits sat upright in front of him and listened attentively. These divine spirits included the Dragon Clan members who grew up on Dragon Island, Xiao, who had taken in Tai Yu's source, Lu Yin, who had the Phoenix True Fire, Wan Feng, Fan Wu, and the Stone Spirit clan from the Star Boundary's East Territory, Xianxia, who was flowing time Great Emperor's Mount, and several others with a wide variety of races. The divine spirits in the Star Boundary might all carry different sources and inheritances of their own, but they did not know how to cultivate or improve their respective bloodlines past a certain point. Needless to say, it was difficult for them to explore their own inheritance without any guidance. Old Man by she might only be a dragonkin, but he was old and wise, with an immense amount of knowledge and experience. Oftentimes, some divine spirits would gain valuable insight just by listening to a casual remark from him. The Dragon Clan had made great progress under his earnest teachings over the years. Among them, Zhu Qing's true form had grown to over 5,000 meters in length. While she was far from the standard of a grand dragon, she was now comparable to a fifth-order open heaven realm in strength. Likewise, the rest of the divine spirits also experienced growth to a certain extent, though none as pronounced as Zhu Qing's. It was for this reason that all the divine spirits liked to gather around Old Man by she to listen to his teachings. All of a sudden, Old Man Bo, she raised his head and looked up into the sky in shock. Slowly getting to his feet, he announced in a loud voice, "An honored guest has graced us. Welcome." The others looked up upon hearing those words, only to see two streams of light descending from the sky and landing in front of them. One of them was Xianxia, who had not shown up for several decades. The other was a woman dressed in snow-white robes whom nobody had seen before. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she gazed at Xianxia lovingly. Unfortunately, there were too many people here, so no matter how much she missed him, it was inappropriate for her to act overly intimate in public. On the other hand, Xiao and Lu Yin did not have such reservations. The two of them had accompanied Xianxia from the time he was young and weak. It could even be said that they were his longest companions. Xiao scrambled over and stood in front of Xianxia. Using both hands, he climbed along Xianxia's clothes until he reached his shoulders and sat down with a happy expression. Meanwhile, Lu Yin ran over in small steps and came to stand in front of Xianxia. Stretching her arms wide, she looked up and called out in a babyish voice, "Master up." Xianxia raised his hand and rapped his knuckles on her head. "Speak normally." Thanks to some lucky opportunities, Lu Yin had obtained a true body even though she was originally an artifact spirit. It was just that she had always maintained a childlike appearance. At this moment, she was acting adorable and childish on purpose. After being hit on the head, her eyes immediately became misty and she stubbornly held out her arms and said, "Hold me." Xianxia sighed and bent down to pick her up. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck in satisfaction and tilted her small head to rest against his neck. Even the corners of her eyes crinkled with pleasure. On the contrary, Zhu Qing's smiling gaze immediately flooded with wanton murderous intent. Xiao Hong and Xiao He, whom Xianxia had brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary, had grown considerably stronger thanks to the long-term consumption of the dragon blood pills. Moreover, they had been taught to assume human form by Old Man by she. When they saw this scene, the pair, who also looked like small children, rushed over. Standing side by side in front of Xianxia, they stretched out their arms, curious too. When Xiao He spoke, his saliva dribbled to the ground, which then began to sizzle and melt away, like it was being corroded by acid. It was a terrifying sight. Lu Yin flushed slightly and looked down at the other two with a scornful look. Then, she abruptly turned around to look at Hong Hu and whispered a question in Xianxia's ear. "Master, who is this auntie?" "Auntie?" Hong Hu choked. She had been studying Lu Yin with great interest. Both of them were part of the Phoenix clan, so she immediately detected the Phoenix true fire inside Lu Yin's body. That source strength was a little different from Luan Feng, who only had a weak Phoenix clan bloodline. It was undoubtedly an extremely pure Phoenix clan source. The corners of Hong Hu's face twitched involuntarily when she suddenly heard Lu Yan's remark. Still, she gave a fake smile and said, "What an adorable child. She is so cute and lovable." While she was speaking, she reached out a hand and grabbed Lu Yan's cheek giving it a rough knead and twist as she asked through gritted teeth, "Is this the person who inherited the Phoenix Empress source?" Caught between these two, Yang Kai was drenched in a cold sweat as he quickly shook his head and said, "It's not her, but one of my wives. She isn't here, so she is probably in retreat." Hong Hu nodded lightly. "That's good." Giving Lu Yin a sweet smile, she released her grip and patted Lu Yin on the head. "This Ani is called Hong Hu. We are of the same clan. This Ani will make sure to take good care of you in the future." Lu Yin turned her head away, showing the back of her head to Hong Hu. Her posture screamed, "Who the hell do you think you are, old hag?" Moreover, a bright red mark marred her fair little face. "So, it is junior sister Hong Hu. Please forgive my discourtesy." Seeing that the atmosphere was turning chilly, Old Man Bai Shi immediately stepped forward to intervene. Hong Hu bowed elegantly. "Greetings, senior brother Bai Shi." "Junior sister, are you for the ancestral land?" Old Man Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai looked at Old Man Bai Shi in surprise. "Senior, do you know about the ancestral land?" Old Man Bai Shi chuckled. "After living for so long, it's only natural to know a thing or two. Long ago, I visited the ancestral land. What's more, I stayed there for some time before I returned." Hong Hu was curious. "Why do I have no recollection of this?" Bai Shi simply replied lightly, "It was many years ago." She fell silent for a while. Then she nodded. "It looks like it has been quite a while indeed." Seeing as Bai Shi claimed to have visited the ancestral land in the past, then he must have gone there before. Nevertheless, she had no recollection of this. In other words, she had yet to even be born during his visit. That was something that could be traced back to several tens of thousands of years ago. How was the situation in the ancestral land? Is it the same as usual? Bai Shi queried. Hong Hu smiled lightly. The ancestral land has undergone great changes. It's not possible to explain everything in a short time. I will tell you the details when we have the opportunity. Good. He nodded. Yang Kai put Lu Yin down and spoke up from the side. "I don't know what it was like when you visited the ancestral land, senior, but the current ancestral land is not what it used to be. The reason Senior Hong Hu returned with me is to bring all the divine spirits in Void Land back to the ancestral land. After all, they will grow much faster there. They might even receive the opportunity to obtain the inheritance within their source strength." When Old Man Bai Shi heard those words, he said worriedly, "The Kuan clan is in the ancestral land. If the little dragons from Void Land head there..." Yang Kai smiled. "Don't worry. The Phoenix clan will take care of them. Not to mention, I've already talked to the Kuan clan and come to an agreement with them." Old Man Bai Shi nodded. "That's for the best. I've thought of telling you about the ancestral land all these years, but I was worried about the Kuan clan. That's why I never mentioned it. Seeing as you've already made the necessary arrangements, though, it's definitely a good thing to send them there." "Many thanks for your concern, senior." Yang Kai nodded. In truth, he had wondered about this issue. Logically speaking, an existence like Bai Shi was bound to know about the ancestral land. Even so, not a word about it had been spoken in all these years. Only now did the truth come to light. It was not that Bai Shi never bothered to tell Yang Kai, but that he was simply worried about the existence of the Kuan clan. The Dragon Clan members in Void Land were far too weak. Rashly sending them to the ancestral land was equivalent to sending a lamb into the tiger's den. Rather than sending them to their deaths, it was better to remain silent for now. Now that Yang Kai had made certain arrangements, and a Phoenix clan master like Hong who would be protecting them, there was nothing to worry about anymore. During their conversation, a stream of light suddenly sped in this direction. The light approached them in the blink of an eye, only to reveal a stunning figure. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiu-yin. She spent most of her time in retreat and rarely showed herself. Even Yang Kai had a difficult time trying to meet her. Only Shanqing Luo could meet Zhu Jiu-yin frequently. The reason for her arrival at this moment was clearly that she had noticed Hong Hu's divine spirit aura and came to check out the situation out of curiosity. After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this woman's aura had gotten deeper and more profound. She was a mature divine spirit, but had grown up in the grand ancient ruins boundary all her life until Yang Kai brought her out. As a result, she was unable to adapt to the world principles of the outside world immediately, which was why she could not exert her full strength all this while. Even so, the strength she displayed back then was enough to easily suppress a seventh-order open heaven realm master. At present, she was probably a match for any eighth-order open heaven realm master in strength. Phoenix Clan, Zhu Jiuyin exclaimed in surprise after a thorough examination of Honghu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4727, I am not their opponent. There was more than one person with a Phoenix Clan source in Voidland. Therefore, Zhu Jiuyin was not unfamiliar with the aura of the Phoenix Clan. That was how she figured out Honghu's origins at a glance. What surprised her was that the aura of this Phoenix Clan member in front of her was extremely powerful. This Phoenix was definitely not weak. Honghu nodded as she was also examining Zhu Jiuyin curiously. There were no heavenly moon demon spiders in the ancestral land, so it was her first time seeing this kind of divine spirit. For a time, she couldn't identify her. Xianxia stepped forward and introduced them to each other. Only then could they consider themselves acquainted. The ancestral land. Zhu Jiuyin revealed a suspicious look. What is that place? Honghu smiled. It is the origin of all divine spirits. To be honest, junior sister Zhu, with how strong your bloodline is, you should have been able to sense the existence of the ancestral land. That is the instinct that can be found deep within the bloodline of every divine spirit after they reach maturity, regardless of their origins or clan. A look of realization came over Zhu Jiuyin's face. So, it's that place. Just as Honghu mentioned, she had developed a vague sense that she was being summoned somewhere over the years. It was just that the sense was very weak and indistinct. Ever since leaving the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, she had been trying to adapt to the world principles of the outside world. Not to mention, she had yet to recover her strength completely. There was no saying whether there would be any dangers waiting for her either. That was why she did not bother to explore and investigate this feeling. Nevertheless, she originally planned to make a trip once she recovered her full strength. It was a surprise to learn the truth about that place from Honghu. The ancestral land is where all divine spirits originate from. It is a place filled with rich ancestral strength, which is highly beneficial to the cultivation of divine spirits. The reason Senior Hong, who came along with me this time, is to bring everyone with a divine spirit bloodline to the ancestral land. As for the specific situation in the ancestral land, Senior Hong, who will explain to everybody in detail, Xianxia said, while looking at everybody. Many of the divine spirits looked fascinated. Over the years, the strength of the human cultivators who came from the star boundary had increased steadily. Leaving aside the fact that the great emperors in Xianxia's wise had already advanced into the sixth order open heaven realm a long time ago, even most of the pseudo-great emperors from back then had advanced to the open heaven realm. On the other hand, the divine spirits who used to dominate the star boundary barely took a step forward. They felt very lost when it came to their futures as a result. Although listening to the teachings of Old Man by Shi over the past few years had helped them to a certain extent, the improvement of their bloodline was simply too slow. It was not until today that they learned about a place where all the divine spirits originated. Moreover, the ancestral land was filled with the mysterious ancestral strength that was highly beneficial to the cultivation of the divine spirits. How could the divine spirits not be fascinated by such a mysterious place? For a time, they couldn't help looking excited. On behalf of all present, I offer thanks, Senior. Xianxia cupped his fist at Honghu. Honghu nodded. Bring the one who inherited the Phoenix Empress source to me. Once you have arranged everything, I will bring them back to the ancestral land. Good. Xianxia nodded. Honghu would naturally receive hospitality from Old Man by Shi and Zhu Jiuyin, so there was no need for Xianxia to worry about her. Xianxia asked Zhu Qing for details and learned that Su Yin was currently cultivating in retreat. Thus, he left with a flash. As soon as Xianxia departed, a large group of divine spirits crowded around Hong, who as though they had found a rare treasure. They eagerly asked about the situation in the ancestral land. Honghu felt as though she was drowning in infinite enthusiasm, so she couldn't help smiling bitterly for a while. She never imagined that so many divine spirits had gathered in Voidland. Not to mention, they consisted of so many different clans. Even though she was surrounded by so many divine spirits, she patiently answered their questions one at a time. In their conversations with each other, the situation in the ancestral land gradually became clear to all. Just as Xianxia was rushing towards Su Yan's cultivation location, a transparent and almost imperceptible silk thread came flying through the air and wrapped around his body at the speed of lightning. Xianxia lowered his head to look, seeing a silk thread move like a living thing and swiftly wrap around him several hundred times, swaddling him so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. Immediately after that, a tugging force came from the silk thread. Bundled up like a ball and unable to move a muscle, he was involuntarily dragged through the air at breakneck speed. His figure turned into a stream of light. On one of the spirit peaks below, the graceful figure of second manager Bien Yuqing stood on the branch of the tree. She looked up into the sky with a suspicious look in her beautiful eyes. Why does that look like the sect master? When she looked again, there was nobody in sight anymore. In her confusion, she sent a message to the governor of Void Star City, Mo May. Did sect master return? Mo May replied a short while later, I don't know. Bien Yuqing frowned and murmured to herself, I can't believe I'm seeing things. Am I getting old? Inside a certain hall, Xianxia was thrown to the cold ground like a wet rag. A plump body straddled him from above, and a slender hand caressed his cheek. A slim finger pulled his chin upward. Smelly man, are you finally willing to come back? Xianxia could not move a single muscle. Looking around for a bit, though, he winked at Shanqing Luo. Senior Zhu Jiuyin is with old man by Shi. She won't be back for the time being. Shall we enjoy a quick one? Or would you prefer going for 100 rounds? Shanqing Luo blushed slightly and spat softly. Why are you thinking of such naughty things as soon as you return? Who will listen to you? His tongue was so sweet that it was as though his mouth was filled with honey. Luo, it has been so long. I miss you so much. Her body immediately softened at those words. Her face turned redder, but her large and watery eyes still glared at him. Humph. Missed me? If you missed me, then why didn't you come to me? If I had not dragged you here just now, you'd probably be making love to Big Sister by now. I knew it. Out of all the sisters, Big Sister has the largest place in your heart. Xianxia replied seriously, Every one of you is equally important to me. Nobody comes first or last. Liar, she pouted. Getting nowhere with this conversation, Xianxia flexed slightly, and the silk threads that bound him snapped apart. Grabbing Shanqing Luo's elegant waist, he flipped over and pressed her beneath his body. He looked at her affectionately. Words can be deceiving, but the body does not lie. Why don't you feel it with your body? Shanqing Luo turned her head away and closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. After the dust settled, Shanqing Luo lazily rested on top of Xianxia's body and muttered, The ancestral land? Xianxia nodded. Senior Hong Hu came here to bring all the divine spirits in Voidland back to the ancestral land. Senior Zhu Jiuyin seems to be quite interested in the idea as well. If things go as planned, she will bring you with her. I'm not worried since she will be taking care of you. But do be careful of the Kuan clan when you arrive there. Shanqing Luo nodded. I will. Xianxia reached out and slapped her full, smooth as silk moon before saying, I need to find Su Yan. Senior Hong, who is waiting for her. The enchantress lying above him simply winked at him mischievously though and remarked, No need. I've already sent a message to all my sisters and asked them to come over. While saying so, she gave a wave of her hand and released a barrier. Several familiar auras immediately entered Xianxia's perception. Under his dumbfounded gaze, Yuru Meng walked in the lead, followed closely by Su Yan, Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, Aji Yao. Yuru Meng stood with her back upright and her chest puffed out, staring down at the couple on the bed with a look of disdain. Su Yan stood there with her head slightly lowered. On the other hand, Xianing Chong, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao were blushing furiously. Their skin was flushed, and they seemed to be at a loss for what to do. Everyone's here. Yangkai gave a dry laugh. Yu Meng glared at Yangkai before she turned to look at Shanqing Luo. Was the meal you had alone tasty? Shanqing Luo rested on Yangkai's chest with a silly look in her beautiful eyes. Tasty or not, you'll know once you try for yourself, big sister Rumeng. Even though Yu Meng was a charm demon, she had to reluctantly admit that she was not as good as Shanqing Luo when it came to such shamelessness. Thus, she sighed to herself. This devilish woman is bold indeed. No wonder this smelly man is so obsessed with her and visited her as soon as he returned. Xianing Chang's head was hanging so low that she practically touched her chest as she murmured, Luo said you were back, so I came to have a look. I am going now. While speaking, she covered her face with her hands and turned to flee. Shanqing Luo, however, lifted a hand, and a snow-white spider thread wrapped around Xia Ningchang's waist. Ignoring Xia Ningchang's startled cry, she dragged the veiled beauty back to the bed and giggled happily. You're already here, so why are you leaving? No one can leave without taking good care of husband. Yu Meng turned to glance at Shui Yu and Ji Yao. Those two were absolutely terrified, and their eyes were filled with horror. She sneered coldly and strode towards the bed, stripping off her clothes while walking. You acted like pitiful widows when he was gone, always sighing and looking gloomy all day long. Why are you hesitating now that he is back? I don't care. If I don't drain this smelly man dry today, I won't call myself Yu Meng again. She went up and kicked Shanqing Luo aside. Looking at the situation on the bed, Su Yin suddenly stepped forward. Ji Yao and Shui Yu hugged each other, trembling uncontrollably as they called out in a shaking voice, Big sister, you. Su Yin turned a deaf ear to them. Her gaze was firm, as though 1,000 men would not stop her. Sect Master really came back? Bian Yuqing was dealing with some minor tasks in Voidland when she suddenly received the message. Following a check with her divine sense, she became filled with joy. She quickly set aside what she was doing and hurried towards the main conference hall. When she arrived in front of the grand hall, she saw a figure with one hand supporting his waist and one hand pressed against the wall for support. The figure was hobbling along, seeming as though each step required great effort. The figure was extremely familiar, and upon taking a closer look, she was shocked. Sect Master. Bian Yuqing hurried over and took Yangkai's arm. His complexion was as pale as paper, and his aura was weak. He looked like he had been severely injured, so her expression became stern. Sect Master, are you injured? Yangkai opened his swollen eyes and stared at Bian Yuqing for a long time before he seemed to recognize her. Is it you, second manager? Bian Yuqing was livid. Sect Master, who injured you? This subordinate will immediately organize the troops to seek justice. Yangkai coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. No need. I admit defeat. The enemy is too strong. I am not their opponent. Yu Meng, that charm demon, sure was cruel. She went so far as to use a secret technique to gather Yang to supplement Yin to suck him dry. Thankfully, his Dragon Clan bloodline was powerful. Not to mention, he recently became a Grand Dragon. If it had been to him from the past, he would have been a withered husk by now. Even so, he couldn't help feeling weak and lightheaded at this moment. It was no different from a life-or-death battle against a powerful foe. Bian Yuqing was absolutely shocked. It had to be said that Yangkai was a powerful master. Even when faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master like Zuoquan Hui, he had dared to fight head-on. In the end, he finally killed his mighty enemy, even though his cultivation was weaker. Just what kind of terrible monster did the sect master encounter for him to be at such a disadvantage? I can't even imagine it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4728, Arrangements. Sect Master, are we really not going to seek revenge? Bian Yuqing asked in confusion, as this attitude was very unlike his usual attitude. Yangkai waved aside her suggestion. It's just that I'm too weak now. I will work hard on my cultivation and get even with them with my own power one day. Only then did she nod. This subordinate understands. The two of them walked into the grand hall. After helping him into his seat, she heard him breathe a long sigh of relief. Xianxia then asked what happened in Voidland during the years that I was absent. Bian Yuqing quickly replied, "Everything is running smoothly. The disciples are working hard on their cultivation, and the Star City is prospering." He nodded. "Tell me about it." Hence, she immediately gave a brief summary of everything that happened in Voidland over the years. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. Back when Zhu Quanhui led Heavenly Sword Union against Voidland, Voidland had eventually managed to turn the dangers around under Xianxia's leadership. Afterwards, news of the Star Boundaries World Tree spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, and Voidland's name became famous as a result. That battle also allowed the entire universe to learn about Voidland's powerful heritage. Even Zhuo Quanhui, a high-rank open heaven realm master from Thousand Cranes Paradise, had died at the hands of Voidland's lord. Prior to this incident, it could be said that high-rank open heaven realm masters were essentially invincible existences in the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that aside from the cave heavens and paradises, Voidland was now the strongest in the 3,000 worlds. In this respect, even those with countless years of inheritances could only sigh at their inferiority. Consequently, numerous great forces had been trying to befriend Voidland so that they could visit the Star Boundary and enjoy a share of the pie. Unfortunately, the Star Boundary's attitude was very clear. Regardless of the great force, they were free to recruit talents from the Star Boundary, but the outcome would rely solely on their abilities. If they had the ability to appeal to the native Star Boundary cultivators and recruit these talents into their respective sects, then Voidland and High Heaven Palace would not interfere. However, they were not allowed to establish Dao temples in the Star Boundary. Each of the cave heavens and paradises had a Dao temple in the Star Boundary. Hence, there were over 100 Dao temples spread across the 4 territories. There was simply not enough space to accommodate more. This was the policy Xianxia decided upon before he left, and Hua Qingxi handled the issue perfectly. The Star Boundary had Hua Qingxi managing it, so there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Void Territory, the Star City was prosperous. It was now already a veritable first-class star city that was not inferior to the large-scale star cities under the command of the cave heavens and paradises. Furthermore, the monthly auctions where the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was featured drew even more people than before. It could be said that Voidland was making a fortune just by relying on this star city. Not to mention the large number of resources that Wan Baifeng had to send from the Black Prison every year. The current Voidland could be said to be extremely wealthy. As long as the disciples had enough contribution points, the resources they needed would definitely be supplied to them. That was why many Emperor Realm Masters had advanced into the Open Heaven realm over the past few decades. Many had even condensed their Dao seals and had begun condensing the Yin, Yang, and 5-element powers. There was no doubt that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland would experience an explosive wave of growth in the coming decades. So far, there are roughly 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. There are basically no changes in this regard. On the other hand, we have 162 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 493 4th Order Masters, and over 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters beneath the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. There were nearly 2,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in total. It was a terrifying number indeed. Ordinary second-class great forces would be considered pretty successful with 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks. However, Voidland had over 20 times that number. That was where heritage came into play. Xianxia nodded lightly. Has proprietress come out of retreat? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Bai Qi and the others have been standing guard over Madame Lan's place of retreat over the past few years, but there have been no movements so far. Xianxia frowned slightly. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years already, but there was still no news from her so far. There was no telling whether her attempt was successful or not. Be that as it may, it could be seen just how difficult it was for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to advance into the seventh order open heaven realm. It had to be said that the proprietress' aptitude was very high as she had advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm, which made her comparable to the core disciples from the cave heavens and paradises. Keep an eye on proprietress and inform me immediately if there's any news, Xianxia instructed. Yes. Also, I stopped by Grandmaster Ma Fan's place on my way back and received an unexpected windfall. Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment after hearing the name, before quickly realizing something. Are you referring to Grandmaster Ma Fan of Great Evolution Paradise? Have you heard of him before? Xianxia looked at her curiously. She smiled and answered the question. Senior Sister Hua sent a message from the Star Boundary. Information on the situations at High Heaven Palace and Voidland is shared among us, after all. I heard that Grandmaster Ma Fan brought a group of disciples to the Star Boundary several dozen years ago, and Senior Sister Hua allowed them to establish a Tao temple there. There was an uproar at the time because of this incident. What? Xianxia frowned. She explained, that was because you instructed Senior Sister Hua to prevent any great forces aside from the cave heavens and paradises from establishing a Tao temple in the Star Boundary before you departed back then. If things had played out equally for all parties, then nothing would have happened. The key point was that the Great Evolution Tao Temple had appeared out of nowhere. Those great forces with no qualifications to establish a Tao Temple were naturally dissatisfied with the situation, so they went to High Heaven Palace to argue with Senior Sister Hua. How was this matter settled in the end? In the end, the foreign affairs envoys from the cave heavens and paradises came forward to suppress the storm. Afterwards, the great forces no longer dared to question anything again. And Xianxia gently nodded. The name Great Evolution Paradise will be quite unfamiliar to most of the great forces in the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, in the eyes of the high-rank, open heaven realm masters of the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of the 72 paradises in the past. It was just that the sect had fallen into decline due to certain reasons. Now that the Star Boundary was prosperous, Great Evolution Paradise's presence in the Star Boundary undoubtedly meant that it was showing signs of revival. It was only natural that the rest of the cave heavens and paradises were happy to see such a situation. Sect Master, what windfall did you receive from Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. Xianxia excitedly said, Great Evolution Paradise has an innate precious treasure called the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. He then told her about everything he witnessed. After listening to his explanation, Bian Yuqing looked extremely shocked and murmured under her breath, How can there be such a mysterious object in this world? Xianxia sighed in amazement as well. If I had not witnessed it for myself, I would not have dared to believe it either. But the cave heavens and paradises are eyeing the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan entrusted this matter to me, so I made a proposal. It won't take long before they reach a consensus among themselves and come back to discuss it with me again. At that time, they will be taking turns using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Voidland has to make the first move before that happens. Second manager, quickly prepare some materials and deliver them to Great Evolution Paradise. We will use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to produce the materials that Voidland lacks. The cave heavens and paradises were preparing for the future of the disciples, so how could Voidland do any different? A large number of talents in the 5th, 6th, and even 7th Order Open Heaven realm were bound to emerge from the Star Boundary. It would be too late to figure out a solution when the time came that they needed the resources. It was better to prepare something like that as early as possible. Understood. Bian Yuqing nodded in affirmation. Don't worry, Sect Master. Voidland has accumulated quite a number of resources over the past few decades, so I'm sure they will be enough to create a sufficient supply of higher-order materials. Xianxia nodded. Leave enough for the disciples' cultivation needs and deliver the rest to Great Evolution Paradise. Furthermore, gather some disciples gifted in artifact refining and send them along too. Opportunities to openly learn the skills of a master like this are very rare. Bian Yuqing's eyes lit up as she asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan is accepting disciples. Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. That's not it. He is simply making plans for the future of his own disciples. As such, he intends to come out of retirement to earn some income by performing artifact refining. I have hired him as Voidland's chief artifact refiner. In the future, all the artifacts in Voidland can be left to him to refine. That's great news, Bian Yu Bing exclaimed in delight. Both the Heavenly Executioner's sword and the Heavenly Net umbrella that were placed in the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had been refined by Grandmaster Ma Fan. That's right. Have he and the others been staying at the Star Boundary all this time? Yang Kai asked. Although it had not been long since he returned, he did not detect any powerful auras with his divine sense perception. None of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were here. She answered, I was just about to tell you about this, Secmaster. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland spend most of their time in the Star Boundary. One of the reasons is that there are too many people gathered there. There is certainly a need for some masters to remain on guard to deter any unwanted incidents. The second reason is related to the development of the new Great Territory. The new Great Territory has an abundant stock of resources. Out of Voidland's current reserves, more than half come from the new Great Territory. In addition, Senior Sister Hua sent a message a few days ago saying that they made some sort of special discovery in the new Great Territory recently. She requested that I let you know you should head to the Star Boundary as soon as possible if I happen to encounter you, Secmaster. A special discovery? Yang Kai's brow lifted at those words. But Bian Yuqing just shook her head. Senior Sister Hua did not mention any specific details about this discovery, but it should be good news. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he nodded. Got it. It's true that I need to head to the Star Boundary, as the cave heavens and paradises are waiting for me to discuss matters regarding the good fortune divine furnace. Unfortunately, I cannot leave right now. I will head to the Star Boundary once I've seen Senior Hong Hu off. Hong Hu would most likely decline to stay in Voidland for a long time. The reason she came here was mainly to bring Su Yin, the one who inherited the Phoenix Emperor's source, back to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. The rest of the divine spirits were simply hitching a ride with her. Afterwards, Yang Kai handed Bian Yuqing a list with many precious resources recorded on it. 3 days later, Hong Hu came to bid her farewells, and Yang Kai did not try to stop her. For the divine spirits, going to the ancestral land one day earlier would mean that they could reap the benefits one day sooner. Moreover, the current ancestral land was different from back then. With the opening of the demon sealing land, the ancestral strength had become extremely rich. Not to mention, the sacred treasures of each clan had reappeared in the world. If nothing else, the Dragon Clan would enjoy immense benefits just by going to the ancestral land and cultivating in the Crystal Palace. The group of divine spirits led by Hong, who slowly left Voidland in an enormous ship. On the other hand, Yang Kai simply stood there and watched them off. As expected, Zhu Jioyin followed along. For her, she had regained her freedom after her contract with Yang Kai to be a protector had been annulled. If not because she wanted to teach Xianxia Luo, she would have left Voidland a long time ago. Su Yin and Xianxia Luo had also gone along with the others. Su Yin was Hong Hu's main reason for coming. The 4 Phoenix Pavilion attached great importance to her thanks to her identity as the inheritor of a past Phoenix Emperor's source. Xianxia Luo had been reluctant to leave, but she could not win against Zhu Jioyin. Therefore, she could only set off for the ancestral land. Zhu Qing, Yang Xiao, the Dragon Clan, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yin, Jiu Feng, Wan Feng, Fan Wu, Canggo, the many divine spirits from the Star Boundary, and even those with only a trace of a divine spirit bloodline also went along with Hong Hu. Their departure was a mighty sight to behold. Once they embarked on this journey, there was no saying when they would meet again. However, the divine spirits would surely have grown tremendously by the time they meet again. Martial Peak, Chapter 4729, Open Heaven Realm Masters Everywhere. Husband, you seem a little reluctant to part ways with them. Yu Ming pressed herself against Yang Kai's body and exhaled an orchid scent in his ear. Yang Kai's calves shuddered slightly, and he answered in a trembling voice, "It's nothing. It's not like we'll never meet again." She glanced sideways at him with a smile. "Husband, why are you so nervous? It's not like this mistress will eat you." While saying so, she licked her lips with her bright red tongue. The sight made a chill spread out from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Turning his head to the side, he saw a person passing by not far away and quickly called out, "Second manager." Bian Yuqing stopped in her tracks and turned to look in this direction. "Sect master." He asked seriously, "Second manager, did you come here because you have something to discuss with me?" She responded in confusion, "No. This subordinate was simply passing by. I am on my way to the Star City." "Second manager, you have something to discuss with me, right?" He repeated his question with a stern expression. She blinked and answered in an uncertain voice, "Yes. I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "I see. It must be something urgent. Let's walk and talk." His figure came to her side in a flash, and he gave her a look. She then followed him in confusion. Behind them, Yu Ming gave a cold sneer. "Men, second manager, you've worked hard all these years." While leading Bian Yuqing forward, Yang Kai spoke up suddenly. Bian Yuqing smiled. "Not that hard. If not for your kindness back then, sect master, I would have died a long time ago. I would not be standing here today. Besides, things in Voidland are wonderful now. It would have been better if the man from back then had survived until today. Even now, she could not forget the man named Ko Wu, who gave his life for her. If he was still alive today, she was certain that he would have great achievements to show for his efforts. Once you've finished dealing with the matters regarding Great Evolution Paradise, you should take some time to advance to the Open Heaven realm. Managing Voidland all this time has caused significant delays to your cultivation," Yang Kai said with some guilt. Voidland and the Star Boundary were two large territories. One was managed by head manager Xianxia, while the other was managed by second manager Bian Yuqing. They were both women who had to pick up the slack left behind by Yang Kai, who had always been an arm-flinging shopkeeper. A great force would have many affairs, both big and small, to take care of after all. As a result, their cultivation had never been particularly high. Thanks to the Star Boundary's World Tree, Xianxia had managed to condense her Dao Seal, but she had yet to advance into the Open Heaven realm before Yang Kai departed back then. There was no saying what condition she was in now. The same was true for Bian Yuqing. Upon hearing what Yang Kai said, Bian Yuqing felt a warmth flooding her heart, and she nodded obediently. "Good. I will go into retreat once I have settled the matter regarding Great Evolution Paradise. I will not disappoint you. But, Sect Master, who will manage Voidland if I go into retreat?" Yang Kai asked, "Do you have any good candidates to recommend?" To which she replied, "In Voidland, aside from Senior by she whose cultivation is the highest, there are only your wives and Voidstar City's Governor Mo Mei. Senior by she will never agree to manage these affairs, and your wives have no such experience either, so it might not be appropriate for them to rashly take over. Why don't you leave things to Governor Mo Mei? She has managed the Star City very well over the years." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I had that idea too. This is the perfect timing. Let's head to Star City to inform Mo Mei about this matter." The two of them thus went to Star City together. Mo Mei was naturally delighted to see that Yang Kai had returned. The truth was that she had already received news of his arrival. The Star City and Voidland were neighbors after all, so it was only natural that news traveled quickly between these two places. However, she was in charge of managing Voidstar City, so she could not leave without notice. Yang Kai informed Mo Mei that Bian Yuqing would soon enter retreat in order to advance to the Open Heaven realm. During that time, the management of Voidland would be temporarily handed over to her, to which she nodded in agreement. After that, he casually made a cursory check of the financial situation in Voidstar City before he finally took his leave. Yang Kai did not dare to remain in Voidland for long, so the day after sending Hong Hu off, he spoke to Bian Yuqing once more before he made his move and set off for the star boundary in a rush. In any case, Yang Kai had originally planned to visit the star boundary as soon as possible. There was still the discussion with the cave heavens and paradises regarding the good fortune divine furnace after all. Not to mention, Xianxia had sent a message saying that they made an interesting discovery in the new great territory. It was only natural that he went there as soon as possible. It was definitely not because he was frightened. Think about it. From the day he began cultivating until now, Yang Kai had experienced countless battles of varying intensity. When had there ever been a person whom he feared? On this trip to the star boundary, Yang Kai traveled alone. Under the urging of space principles, he shuttled through the void and would also transfer between the universe temples from time to time. In this way, it only took him half a month to arrive at High Heaven territory. The area around the territory gate was extremely lively. Ships of all shapes and sizes would frequently pass through the territory gate to enter High Heaven territory. News of the Star Boundaries World Tree had spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, as well as the fact that the cave heavens and paradises had taken up residence in this remote universe world and established their respective Tao temples. Naturally, various other great forces flocked to this place. Although they could not build their own Tao temple in the Star Boundary, High Heaven Palace did not restrict their activities in the Star Boundary or High Heaven territory. Needless to say, that was provided that they did not do anything harmful. As a result, many Open Heaven Realm Masters would bring their youngest disciples with them to the Star Boundary. They would then search for a random place and settle down there, which would allow their disciples to be exposed to the light of the World Tree so that they would have greater accomplishments in the future. There were even more great forces searching for disciples with excellent aptitudes in the Star Boundary, hoping to recruit them for themselves. It could be said that there were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere in the Star Boundary. Even an unremarkable old man that could be seen in any random small village might just be a 5th or 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. If these old men were looking around with glowing eyes, then they were surely searching for suitable disciples. Over the decades, the native cultivators in the Star Boundary had gradually gotten accustomed to such things. There had been some resistance when the great forces first tried to recruit people from the Star Boundary at the beginning. After all, the people in the Star Boundary only knew of High Heaven Palace, and nobody had knowledge about the cave heavens and paradises. The cave heavens and paradises later established their respective Tao temples in the Star Boundary, and, as their fame spread, the natives in the Star Boundary slowly relaxed their vigilance. Nowadays, it was not difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to recruit disciples. Their reputation had spread so much that the people in the Star Boundary were familiar with all of them. These cave heavens and paradises were known as the strongest great forces in the entire vast outer universe. The chance to join them was also a type of opportunity. However, these cave heavens and paradises had made an agreement with Yang Kai in advance. Each sect could only accept up to 5 disciples every 100 years. If the great forces below the cave heavens and paradises wanted to recruit disciples, they had to display a strong enough heritage. Even so, the young talents might be very picky about their choices. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who were responsible for recruiting disciples faced great difficulties as a result. In the past, these Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been the ones choosing their disciples, but after coming to the Star Boundary, the scenario was reversed instead. These little ones who had barely grown any of their body hair were not only unafraid of these powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they might also look down on the sects they came from for not being good enough. Be that as it may, the Open Heaven Realm Masters had no choice but to patiently explain that their sects were not weak. They were simply not as powerful as the cave heavens and paradises. Fan Liang Peng of Heavenly Martial Tower had a deep experience regarding such matters. Heavenly Martial Tower could be considered a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Martial territory. As such, this sect was not weak in the slightest. Moreover, Fan Liang Peng himself was in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Heavenly Marshal Tower immediately dispatched him to High Heaven territory to investigate the situation in the star boundary when news of the World Tree first spread. After he submitted his report on the situation in the star boundary, Heavenly Marshal Tower immediately placed great importance on this matter. Therefore, they gave him another task. He had to recruit 5 disciples with outstanding aptitude from the star boundary within 100 years. For that reason, he spent great effort and searched the star boundary for decades before he found 4 disciples. From his perspective, these 4 disciples had extraordinary aptitudes and had an opportunity to advance directly to the 6th order open heaven realm in the future. When the news came back, the entire Heavenly Marshal Tower practically jumped up and down in joy to celebrate. In the past, only the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises were eligible to advance directly into the 6th order open heaven realm. It was impossible for second-class great forces to nurture such talents. On the other hand, there was no lack of people with such aptitudes in the star boundary. Given enough time for the 4 disciples to finish developing, the strength of Heavenly Marshal Tower would definitely be elevated. Their status would also rise like a rising tide that lifted all boats. Unfortunately, it was impossible for these 4 disciples to be brought back to Heavenly Marshal Tower for cultivation. The feedback from the World Tree was the key to the growth of these disciples. If they wanted to stimulate the potential of these disciples, then they could only allow their disciples to cultivate in the star boundary. At the very least, the 4 disciples would have to cultivate until they condensed their respective Tao seal before they could be brought back to Heavenly Marshal Tower. It was a pity that Heavenly Marshal Tower did not have its own Tao temple. Fortunately, they had a fairly good relationship with one of the paradises. Heavenly Marshal Tower's Tower Lord personally came forward to discuss the matter. Only then could they send their 4 disciples into the paradise's Tao temple to be nurtured. Needless to say, Heavenly Marshal Tower paid quite a heavy price for this. This had become a normal situation in the star boundary. Even if the sects without a Tao temple managed to recruit some disciples, they could only figure out a method to foster their disciples with the other great forces. The Tao temples of the cave heavens and paradises were one of the options, and the native great forces in the star boundary were the other one. High Heaven Palace currently fostered no less than thousands of disciples belonging to many other great forces. These disciples lived and cultivated in High Heaven Palace, and their situations weren't really any different compared to actual High Heaven Palace disciples. Similarly, the original great forces in the star boundary, such as Azure Sun Temple, Serene Soul Palace, and Ahan Temple, were also fostering many foreign disciples. The native great forces in the star boundary had gained enormous wealth as a result. Now that Fan Liang Peng had taken in 4 disciples, there was only one last person before his task was considered complete. Naturally, he spared no effort in his search. While passing through a small village a few days ago, he happened to encounter a child around 10 years old. He observed the child for 2 days and determined that the child had great aptitude. It was perfectly in line with all the criteria set by Heavenly Marshal Tower to accept disciples. The child was bound to have great achievements in the future. Therefore, he immediately visited the child's family and revealed his intentions. The child's parents seemed to be honest people who were very easy to talk to. They smiled quietly no matter what he said to them. When Fan Liang Peng finished his speech, the child's father finally scratched his head and responded, "Old sir, we have no objections if you want to recruit Chai Shan into your sect. It's just that Chai Shan has his own ideas. If he agrees, then you can take him away." Fan Liang Peng broke into a wide smile upon hearing those words. The child is extremely lucky to have such enlightened parents. If the parents had no objections, then what kind of opinion could a 10-year-old child have? His effort to recruit disciples was a done deal. Turning his head to the side, he looked at the child, named Chai Shan, with a smile. "Child, would you like to join Heavenly Marshal Tower? With your aptitude, your future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Nevertheless, you will need to obtain a good teacher and join a powerful sect. Otherwise, your aptitude will be wasted without proper guidance." Marshal Peak, Chapter 4730, I have the authority to make the final call. Fan Liang Peng originally thought that the child would immediately bow down and gratefully beg him to join Heavenly Marshal Tower after listening to his question. But contrary to his expectations, the child waved his offer away dismissively. I know. People have told me the exact same words before. Fan Liang Peng's heart clenched upon hearing those words. Somebody said the exact same words before? Who? The child named Xianxia asked. Old man, let me ask you this. Who is the strongest in the heavenly or something tower? Old man. The corners of Fan Liang Peng's brow twitched. I'm a fifth-order open heaven realm master. It's bad enough that you didn't call me senior, but how dare you call me an old man? Nevertheless, children had no filters on their mouths, so as a responsible adult, he did not pick an argument with the child and simply answered with a smile, the strongest master is Heavenly Marshal Tower's Tower Lord. What order? Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. He announced proudly. How many Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are there in your sect? What about Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? If you're talking about Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, then our Tower Lord is the only one. As for Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, we have around 6 of them. Tis, Xianxia spat disdainfully. 1 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and just 6 Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Heavenly Marshal Tower, sure, is weak. Foul-mouthed child, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? Fan Liang Peng nearly lost control and cussed it out loud. In his mind, he was thinking that Heavenly Marshal Tower was a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Marshal territory. Even the Great Territory was named after the sect itself. While he did not dare to claim that Heavenly Marshal Tower was very strong, there was no doubt that Heavenly Marshal Tower was definitely considered mid-level among all the second-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Which great force in the nearby great territories would dare not show Heavenly Marshal Tower some respect? Therefore, he could hardly believe that Heavenly Marshal Tower was mercilessly scorned as weak by a 10-year-old child. For a time, he could barely keep his composure. Just as he was about to reason with the child, Xianxia leaped off the chair. It was clear that the boy could not be bothered to reason with him any longer. Xianxia put his hands on his waist and looked Fan Liang Peng in the eye. Old man, please go back. I'm a man who will join High Heaven Palace one day. I'm not interested in Heavenly Marshal Tower. Then he turned to look at his parents. Father, mother, don't just let any random person into the house next time. It's such a waste of time. I'm going off to play now. After saying that, he turned around and skipped out the door. His mother quickly shouted after him, Don't run so quickly. Be careful not to fall. Got it. His voice came from afar. Meanwhile, Fan Liang Peng remained seated in his chair with dumbstruck silence. I am a Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How did I become just any random person in the eyes of a child? Xianxia's father looked at Fan Liang Peng with a smile. Old sir, Xianxia does not seem to be willing. Fan Liang Peng came back to his senses and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. Yu Sun's intentions to join High Heaven Palace shows that he has lofty aspirations indeed. It would seem that he is not fated with Heavenly Marshal Tower. Ahem. Since we are not fated, then this old master will not disturb you any further. After leaving the small village, he looked back once more. Xianxia was playing with a group of children in a carefree manner. Thus, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Have the times changed? Or is the situation in the star boundary simply different? Inside the grand hall of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai sat upright and listened to Hua Qingxi reporting on the changes in the star boundary over the years. When he heard about how High Heaven Palace was fostering the disciples that many great forces had recruited from the star boundary, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. I can't believe they came up with that idea. Hua Qingxi said, There's no helping it. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise is the only other sect with a Tao temple in the star boundary. The other great forces don't have their own Tao temples, so they have nowhere to place the disciples that they recruit. That's why they can only choose fostering instead. In that regard, High Heaven Palace and the other native great forces in the star boundary have opened our doors for their convenience. Doing so does not increase our troubles after all. We also make sure that the cultivators under our foster care are all treated equally. Xianxia nodded in agreement. They are all cultivators from the star boundary after all. It's only right for us to do so. Still, Xianxia sighed. To be honest, many of those disciples have extraordinary aptitudes. I have to admit that the people sent by the great forces to recruit disciples have extremely sharp eyes. He smiled. Head manager, are you feeling sad about the loss of talent? A little, she nodded. There's no need for that. He waved away her concerns. Thanks to the feedback from the World Tree, the number of talents will only increase with time. Even if we accept them all into High Heaven Palace, we will not be able to care for them. On the contrary, it will only cause others to be jealous of us. This is the best solution to the problem. Although many great forces in the 3,000 worlds have recruited disciples from the star boundary, they have no choice but to leave these disciples in the care of the great forces in the star boundary. In other words, they're spending resources to help the star boundary cultivate our talents. Her eyes lit up at those words. As expected of you, Sect Master, you've seen through everything. He laughed. These disciples come from the star boundary in the first place. Their homes are here, so no matter how high their cultivation becomes in the future, they will never forget about the star boundary. That's true. She nodded. All of a sudden, Xianxia looked at Xianxia with slight regret. Head manager, did you eventually advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm? During this return trip, Xianxia discovered that Xianxia was already a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Xianxia lifted a hand to push a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. With my aptitude, I'm already very satisfied to be able to advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Didn't you try to use the divine Tao water I set aside for you? Xianxia asked, to which she replied, I didn't see a need to try. It's not because I'm being reserved either. We discovered quite a significant amount of divine Tao water in the new great territory over the years. It's just that I know that even if I had used the divine Tao water to fortify my Tao seal, I would still have had a long way to go before I could advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. There would have been a huge risk involved if I forced my way. He nodded lightly. If there was such a risk, then it was better to be safe. That's what I thought too. Besides, a starting point in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm isn't bad either. I will still have the chance to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm one day. She smiled. Second manager told me that you've found something special in the new great territory. Is that true? Xianxia asked. Nodding, Xianxia reported, I was just about to tell you about this, Sect Master. Just then, he raised his hand to stop her. He looked up and saw more than 10 people coming towards them from the outside. Each of them was shrouded in an extraordinary aura, which made it obvious they were extremely strong. They were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Both Xianxia and Xianxia stood up to greet them. Xianxia was familiar with most of the people who just arrived, with only a few of them being unfamiliar faces to him. One of them was a charming and beautiful woman who stared at him with great interest with a pair of elegant eyes. Yu Changdao was also among them, and he automatically introduced Xianxia to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters whom the latter was not acquainted with. The rest of the unfamiliar faces were nothing special, but there was one person who was worthy of attention. It turned out that the beautiful woman came from Inyang Cave Heaven, and her name was Yu Xiangdai. Xianxia bowed in greeting. Greetings, Martial Aunt Yu. Yu Xiangdai smiled sweetly. I've long wanted to meet you, young master. It's a pity you're never around. Now that I meet you today, I can see that you have an extraordinary temperament indeed. Xianxia humbly replied, You praise me too much, Martial Aunt. After a pause, he followed up with another question. Where is Su Linggong? Su Linggong was supposed to be in charge of all matters related to the star boundary, but he was nowhere to be seen, and Yu Xiangdai was here in his stead. Xianxia couldn't help thinking that it was rather strange. Yu Xiangdai smiled. Senior brother Su is busy with another matter. I'm afraid he left the star boundary some time ago. Xianxia nodded lightly in response and did not inquire further. After everyone took their seats, Xianxia instructed somebody to prepare some tea before she stood respectfully to the side. More than a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters had suddenly come here together. Moreover, these people included Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai. The former served as High Heaven Palace's supreme guest elder, while the latter came from Yingyang Cave Heaven, which had a close relationship with Xianxia. The reason for their arrival went without saying. It was obvious that they came for the good fortune divine furnace. After everybody sat down, they chatted for a little while longer before Yu Changdao said, "Sect Master, we came here today mainly to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with you." Xianxia had expected the response, so he was not surprised. He nodded and asked, "Have the cave heavens and paradises decided to agree to the request I made previously?" Before Yu Changdao could speak, another high-rank Open Heaven Master interjected instead. "Sect Master Yang, the opportunities to undergo training in the small source worlds are extremely precious. Don't you think that you're trying to take the lion's share by demanding the opportunity to undergo training in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace for 1 month?" Xianxia shook his head. "I don't think so. I've personally witnessed the amazing effects of the good fortune divine furnace. 1 month might seem short, but if you've made adequate preparations, you can obtain quite a lot of good things within that period. It will be more than enough to satisfy your disciples' advancement needs for some time." Another person spoke up. "That might be the case, but each sect will have to take certain risks when using the good fortune divine furnace. Besides, the number of materials consumed by the good fortune divine furnace can be very alarming. We cannot bear all the risks ourselves while you alone enjoy all the benefits. Isn't that right, Sect Master Yang?" Xianxia looked at the man with a smile. "As far as I know, each sect has more than one small source world. I'm only asking for one opportunity from each of you. Why are you so reluctant to make some sacrifices? It is true that the good fortune divine furnace will consume a lot of materials, but it is well within your ability to bear such losses. You would not have tried to target the good fortune divine furnace otherwise. What's more, if each sect gets 1 month and more than 100 sects take turns every month, then it will take more than 10 years for everyone to get their turn. It's not that I'm not willing to give each cave heavens and paradises more time. It's just that the people at the back of the line will have to wait a very long time if each sect gets an extended usage period." That man shook his head. "The price is too high." Xianxia calmly replied, "Since you've all decided to come together today, you've obviously discussed a solution in advance. Why don't we just get straight to the point instead?" Everybody looked at each other and nodded lightly in unison. Yu Changdao said, "Sect Master, the outcome of our discussion is that we forego the qualification to enter the small source world for training. Instead, we will provide a certain number of materials in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. Of course, each sect can make a certain degree of concession in terms of the materials. We will not let High Heaven Palace suffer any losses. What do you think, Sect Master?" Although he was High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder, Yu Changdao was here today to represent the cave heavens and paradises. Therefore, he could only negotiate with Xianxia from the standpoint of free and unfettered paradise. Xianxia burst into laughter and shook his head. High Heaven Palace does not lack materials. If mere compensation in terms of materials was enough to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, then Grandmaster Ma Fan would not have left this matter to Xianxia. It would have been more beneficial for him to do the negotiations himself. The high-rank Open Heaven Master who spoke up previously frowned. "Sect Master Yang, the good fortune divine furnace belongs to Great Evolution Paradise. If you are unable to make a decision, then don't you think you need to have a careful discussion with Grandmaster Ma Fan at Great Evolution Paradise?" Xianxia turned to look at that person. "I have full authority to make the final call when it comes to the good fortune divine furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan left this matter to me, and I will not disappoint him." He then stood up and continued, "It looks like you have not come to a consensus, which is fine. It's not too late to come back and discuss matters with me once you have reached an agreement amongst yourselves. But don't even bother to mention anything about providing materials in exchange for the use of the good fortune divine furnace again. Not unless you are providing yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above. Martial Peak, Chapter 4731. Master also has parents? The reason why the cave heavens and paradises wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace was to create more yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above. So how could they use those materials to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace? Yang Kai's statement had undoubtedly rendered everybody else speechless. I just came back to the star boundary, so I have many affairs to deal with. Please excuse me, Yang Kai said and departed with a flash, leaving behind many open heaven realm masters looking at each other perplexedly. Dong Suzhu looked up into the sky from the top of a certain spirit peak. Hua Qingxi had immediately sent a message to inform the 2 elders about Yang Kai's return as soon as he arrived in the star boundary. Overjoyed to learn that her son had returned, Dong Suzhu had specially come out here to wait for his arrival. Yang Yingfeng walked out of the bamboo building behind her, his arms clasped behind his back, and snorted, "He doesn't even come back to visit his parents as soon as he returns. We truly wasted our time raising this son." Although he said those words, his eyes would glance around from time to time with an earnest expression. Dong Suzhu turned around to glare at him. "You talk too much. Our son has a different status now. High Heaven Palace is so enormous, and he has not returned for so many years. I'm sure he has many things to discuss with Manager Hua. You can go back if you're upset. Nobody is forcing you to wait here." Yang Yingfeng sighed and muttered, defeated by a loving mother. During their conversation, space nearby rippled. Immediately after that, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Kai, whom these 2 elders had been yearning all day and all night to see. Dong Suzhu hurriedly went forward to greet him. "Son, you're back." "Mother." Yang Kai nodded in greeting before he turned to look at Yang Yingfeng nearby. "Father." Yang Yingfeng grunted sullenly in response. Then he turned around and entered the bamboo building. Dong Suzhu took Yang Kai's hand and examined him carefully. After a while, she finally said in satisfaction, "You didn't get thinner. In fact, you've gotten stronger. You must have suffered a lot outside all these years." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "I'm used to it." He carefully perceived her aura and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "Mother, have you already advanced into the open heaven realm?" She nodded. "That's right. I'm also in the open heaven realm now." It all felt like a dream whenever she recalled everything that she experienced over the years. Starting from a Yang family in the Great Han Dynasty up until now, it was difficult to imagine that she would advance into the open heaven realm one day. "Which order?" He looked concerned. She smiled. "5th order." Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. "That's great." Thanks to the feedback from the world tree in the star boundary back then, his parents had been lucky enough to condense their Dao seals. Yang Kai had personally examined them once, and with his parents' original aptitude, the 3rd order open heaven realm would have been their limit even if they managed to advance into the open heaven realm. It was only thanks to the star boundary's world tree that they had hopes of a better outcome. With a 2-pronged approach involving the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Dong Suzhu managed to advance into the open heaven realm in recent years. "What about father?" Yang Kai asked. "He is also in the 5th order open heaven realm." Dong Suzhu laughed. Speaking of which, there had been some risks involved when the 2 elders advanced into the open heaven realm. Their aptitude had barely been enough after all. Advancing into the 4th order open heaven realm would have been the safest choice. Be that as it may, they both knew that their future limit would be in the high-rank open heaven realm if they could advance into the 5th order open heaven realm. That was why they decided to take the risk. It was not purely for their own future achievements, of course. They had been living under Yang Kai's protection all these years. Hence, they wished that there would come a day when they could help their son instead of simply staying at home in retirement. A 7th order open heaven realm master was bound to have some qualifications, right? That was why the two elders had been working hard on their cultivation after their advancement. In any case, there was no shortage of resources in High Heaven Palace. Not to mention, Xianxia strongly supported their cultivation and freely gave them whatever resources they needed. Come. Let's go inside and talk. Dong Suzhu led Xianxia into the bamboo hut by the hand. The family of three spent a joyous and harmonious time together as they casually chatted with each other. Dong Suzhu suddenly said, "By the way, how are Xiaoer and Shuer doing?" Xianxia replied, "They're both doing well. Before I came here, Xiaoer followed a senior to the divine spirits' ancestral land. The environment in that place will be highly beneficial for his cultivation. Shuer couldn't follow him, so she stayed behind at Void Land to cultivate and retreat." Dong Suzhu complained, "That little girl, why doesn't she know to come back and visit us?" Yang Yingfeng stroked his neatly combed beard and quickly said, "Speaking of Xiaoer and Shuer, there's something we need to discuss." Xianxia asked in confusion, "Father, what do you wish to discuss?" Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu exchanged a glance with each other. In the end, Dong Suzhu was the one to speak. The two children can be said to have grown up together. Disregarding their hierarchy in the family, they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Moreover, they spent so many years living and cultivating together. I'm sure they've secretly developed feelings for each other by now. As their big brother and foster father, you've always been running around outside all the time, so I have no idea whether you noticed anything, but it is as plain as day to the two of us. But there's a generational gap between them in terms of seniority and hierarchy. Xiaoer is your adopted son. When it comes to honorifics, he has to call Shuer little aunt by right. Yang Yingfeng elaborated, "Kair, you've always been assertive. How do you think this matter should be handled?" Xianxia pondered in silence for a moment. The truth was that he had given some thought to Yang Xiao and Yang Shue's matters in the past. When a man and a woman lived and cultivated together for hundreds of years, starting from when they were just little children, it was only natural for feelings to grow between them. It was just that the two little ones had never expressed anything to him, so he did not wish to speak rashly. Nevertheless, it was time to make up his mind now that his parents had brought up this matter. A short while later, he answered, "In terms of seniority and hierarchy, there is no denying that Xiaoer is one generation younger than Shuer. But if we look at it from the perspective of them as disciples under the same master, they share a senior brother and junior sister relationship. What I'm trying to say is that we should let nature take its course. We can leave this matter to them. If something really does come of this, then they each have their own seniority over the other. It's not a big deal anyway. Cultivators don't really care about these minor details. Besides, there is no real blood relationship between them. Even if they were to marry each other, it would be an auspicious matter." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu exchanged a glance with each other, with Yang Yingfeng asking worriedly, "Even if that's the case, will outsiders say anything?" Xianxia laughed. "Just let them follow their hearts. Why should we care what other people might say? If they can't even withstand a few unsolicited remarks, then there is no need for them to be together." Dong Suzhu nodded. "That's true. To cultivators, age and seniority are not very important. Even among our daughters-in-law, many of them are much older than you. If we really had to follow honorifics, then we would have to call her senior." Needless to say, she was referring to Yu Rumeng. As one of the demon race demon saints, Yu Rumeng was countless times older than Xianxia. Even Shueyu, Shan Qingluo, and Ji Yao were also much older than Xianxia. There was no need to even mention Zhu Qing in this regard. Only Xia Ningchang and Su Yin were of similar age to Xianxia. Yang Yingfeng also nodded. "Putting it this way, then we have nothing to worry about. We only need to clarify the two children's intentions." "That's right." While speaking, Xianxia laughed again. "By the way, mother, father, I came back to ask you for a favor." Dong Suzhu smiled. "You are our son. Just speak up if there's something you need from us. Why would you need us to do you a favor?" With a wave of his hand, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One was a stunning beauty, and the other was a slightly foolish-looking man. These two had been in the middle of doing something when they were summoned from the small universe by Xianxia without any warning. so they were a little confused at first. After looking around their surroundings and seeing Xianxia, both of them quickly bowed in greeting. Honored Master. Honored Master? Dong Suzhu looked at Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai in surprise. Kair, did you take on disciples? Xianxia nodded and made the introductions. This boy with the silly look on his face is Zhao Yibai. This smart and quick-witted girl is Xiaoya. Then he turned to those two and added, These two are your master's parents. Zhao Yibai immediately became dumbstruck and asked in a panic, Master, you have parents too? Xianxia kicked Zhao Yibai. Nonsense. Why wouldn't I have parents? Did you think I popped out a rock? Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hand and responded in embarrassment. No, Master. That's not what I meant. Xiaoya tugged at Zhao Yibai and knelt on the ground with a thud. She bowed respectfully. Xiaoya greets grandmasters. Only then did Zhao Yibai return to his senses and hurriedly bow in greeting. Zhao Yibai greets grandmasters. Dong Suzhu smiled brightly, waving her hand to help the two up as she called out, What good children! Stand up, stand up. A gentle force wrapped around Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai, and they stood involuntarily. Oh my, this little girl is really quite pretty. Dong Suzhu examined Xiaoya and did not hesitate to praise the girl. Xiaoya smiled sweetly and shyly said, Thank you, Grandmaster. Dong Suzhu quipped, I wonder which smelly brat will be so lucky to have you in the future. Xiaoya blushed slightly and glanced at Zhao Yibai. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was standing with his hands clenched tightly in a fist, his head straight, and his chest raised slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. There was even a sheen of fine sweat covering his forehead. Numbskull. Xiaoya pouted to herself. Seeing this scene, Dong Suzhu immediately understood the situation. She then beckoned Xiaoya over. When Xiaoya approached, she took the young woman's small hand and took off one of the bracelets on her own arm before placing it in Xiaoya's hand. Since this is our first time meeting each other, you can consider this a gift from your grandmaster. Xiaoya looked down. Although she could not identify the grade of the bracelet, she knew that it was an extraordinary item. Thus, she quickly shook her head and said, Grandmaster, this is far too precious. I can't accept this. Just take it. It is the first time your master has ever taken a disciple. As your grandmaster, how can I fail to show some sincerity? Helpless, Xiaoya turned to look at Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. The gift from your elders cannot be refused. Upon hearing what her master said, she finally pursed her scarlet lips and said, Xiaoya thanks you for the gift, Grandmaster. Good girl. Dong Suzhu smiled and patted Xiaoya's head. Seeing this, Yang Yingfeng could only dig out a chainmail-like artifact armor from his space ring and hand it to Zhao Yibai. This isn't a particularly expensive item, but it suits your current cultivation. Consider this a meeting gift from your grandmaster. Having learned from Xiaoya's previous experience, Zhao Yibai did not refuse. Instead, he cupped his fist and shouted in a deep voice, Zhao Yibai thanks Grandmaster for the gift. He took 2 steps forward and reached out to take the artifact armor with both hands. It was almost as though he was carrying a supreme treasure as he respectfully stepped back. Although it was only the first meeting, the performance of the 2 children was enough for the 2 elders to obtain an idea of their personalities. Xiaoya was undoubtedly more likable thanks to her cheerful personality. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was relatively slow-witted in comparison. He also had a simple and honest temperament. What's more, these were the disciples that Xianxia took in. Regardless of their aptitude, there was nothing wrong with their characters. Martial Peak. Chapter 4732, The Compatibility Between the Star Boundary and its Great Emperors. Xiaoya and Zhao Yibai had been living in Xianxia's small universe ever since they were born. Although the environment in Xianxia's small universe was not bad, it was impossible to compare it with the current cultivation environment in the Star Boundary. Among the countless universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, the Star Boundary was the only place deserving of the nicknamed Open Heaven Realm Cradle throughout history. Why else would the cave heavens and paradises be so eager to send their disciples trillions upon trillions of kilometers away just to come here? The reason why Yang Kai had made Xiaoya suppress her cultivation previously was out of fear that her cultivation would improve too quickly. If her cultivation became too high, she would lose most of her malleability and fail to enjoy the full benefits brought by the feedback of the world tree as a result. Xiaoya. Yang Kai looked at Xiaoya. In the past, I asked you to suppress your cultivation because I had my concerns. Now that we have arrived at the star boundary, there's no need to deliberately suppress your cultivation anymore. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes lit up. Master, are you saying that I can advance as I please now? He nodded in confirmation, which caused her to cheer in exhilaration. Others could not understand her pain. There were times when she could clearly feel that the opportunity to break through was upon her, and she would only need to enter retreat or even engage in a single battle to advance to the next stage. Unfortunately, she could only forcefully suppress herself because of her master's orders. That feeling was similar to a starving person who could only stare at the mountain of delicacies in front of them and not take a single bite. Therefore, it was only natural that she would be ecstatic when she heard Yang Kai saying that she could advance as she pleased and that she no longer needed to suppress herself like before. Yang Kai then turned to look at Xiao Yi Bai. Xiao Bai, your aptitude is much poorer than Xiaoya. But as your master, I've always told you this. Diligence makes up for lack of natural talent. Work hard in the future. Don't let your junior sister leave you behind by too much. Xiao Yi Bai quickly said, Yes, master. This disciple will work hard in my cultivation and live up to your expectations. Mother, I will have to trouble you and father to take care of these two children in the future. Yang Kai looked at Dong Suzhu. Dong Suzhu smiled from ear to ear. No problem. Don't worry and leave them to me. We will definitely take good care of them for you. The old couple disliked the fact that Yang Kai could not accompany them often. That was why they had worked hard to give birth to Yang Shui, even though they had long passed the suitable age for childbearing. In the end, Yang Shui had left along with her big brother when she grew up. With no children to accompany them, the two elders had often felt lonely over the years. Hence, there was no reason for them not to be happy when Yang Kai suddenly placed Xiaoya and Xiao Yi Bai under their care. It would have been one thing if it were anybody else, but the key point was that these two children were Yang Kai's disciples. What was the difference with having their own grandchildren? Not to mention, Xiaoya was a naturally beautiful girl with a sweet tongue. On the other hand, Xiao Yi Bai had a gentle temperament, although he could be a little stiff. They were both good children. It could be said that Dong Suzhu was becoming increasingly satisfied the more she observed the two children. When Yang Kai noticed his mother's attitude, he quickly reminded her, Don't spoil them too much. You need to punish them if they make a mistake. They will not grow up well without proper rules in place. I know. She waved her hand impatiently. Yang Kai shook his head in frustration. Turning to look at Xiaoya and Xiao Yi Bai sternly, he warned them, From today onward, the two of you will cultivate hard under your two grandmasters. Be obedient. If I learn that you have committed any mistakes, I will not forgive you. This disciple would not dare. The two children replied in unison. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Father, Mother, I still have other matters to discuss with the head manager. I'll be taking my leave now. Dong Suzhu nodded in understanding. Go on then. After a quick bow, Yang Kai turned around to leave. He had just been about to discuss the matters regarding the new great territory with Hua Qingxi when they were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Yu Changdao and the others. Hence, he was still unclear about the situation over there. When Yang Kai met Hua Qingxi again, the first thing he did was ask, Just what is the situation in the new great territory? She replied, The new great territory is extremely rich in resources. It's a fertile land that has never been developed before. We have found many good things over the years. A few years ago, we even discovered a very interesting universe world. A universe world? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How is it interesting? She gave a little hint. You will have to find out the specifics for yourself when you see it. Believe me, you will be surprised, Sectmaster. While saying so, she took out a communication bead to send a message. It didn't take long before a person arrived. That person was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai and quickly bowed in greeting. Sir, Yang Kai nodded. Long time no see, hey. The person who arrived was the second person Yang Kai included in the loyalty list. Hey he. The first person to leave their name in the loyalty list was Chun Tianfei, who gave Yang Kai the loyalty list in the first place. When changes first occurred in the star boundary thanks to the world tree, it was he who brought Lan Sun to the 3,000 worlds and traveled to Voidland to report the news to Yang Kai. He had been in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm when he was first taken in by Yang Kai, and there was no change to his cultivation at present. He was still in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, his aura had obviously become much more profound. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly. It was just that the Open Heaven realm required time to accumulate and precipitate experience, so it was not that easy to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Hua Qingxi instructed, "Hey he, bring the sect master to the small stone world." He quickly said, "Yes." Yang Kai nodded at Hua Qingxi lightly before pushing his space principles to wrap around he. The two of them instantly vanished from the spot, and by the time they reappeared, they had already arrived at the new Great Territories Territory Gate. There were two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding the Territory Gate. It turned out to be Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor. These two were sitting cross-legged in the void with their eyes closed in meditation. Upon detecting movement nearby, Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang's eyes opened and immediately lit up. "You're back? You've both worked hard." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Mo Huang smiled. "It's not hard at all, just a little boring. At least I can still cultivate, which helps to pass some time." Yang Kai asked, "Has anybody tried to set their eyes on the new great territory over the years?" Mo Huang laughed. "Of course. How could they not? Look over there at that guy, sneakily looking around curiously. He is practically drooling to plunge in to check out the situation inside." Yang Kai looked in the direction that Mo Huang was pointing and saw several gazes staring in this direction from Star City. The new Great Territories Territory Gate was located about 1,000,000 kilometers from the star boundary. That distance could not be considered far, but it was located much closer to High Heaven Star City. It was possible to see most of what was happening inside Star City just by standing next to the Territory Gate. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wuhen said indifferently, "The two of us are great emperors of the star boundary, so as long as we are here, we can cope even if a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to rashly attack us." Combined with the agreements you made with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, they don't dare to do anything even if they are curious. Yang Kai nodded. "If anybody dares to act without regard for the agreement, please feel free to retaliate. I will bear full responsibility if anything happens." Mo Huang grinned. "That statement is enough for me. However, everything has been relatively stable over the years. Nobody has done anything to upset the balance yet." Yang Kai nodded. All of a sudden, he took a closer look at the two of them and exclaimed in astonishment, "Your cultivation." Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen exchanged a glance with each other and chuckled. They seemed to have expected Yang Kai's surprise. Mo Huang explained, "We didn't notice anything initially either. It wasn't until after you departed that the great emperors of the star boundary discovered something. Our cultivation improves rapidly if we cultivate in the star boundary. There's practically no need for us to refine any cultivation resources." Zhan Wuhen added, "Because we're the great emperors acknowledged by the star boundary's will, the star boundary's world force is extremely compatible with our small universes. That's why we can easily refine the power of the star boundary's world force for our own use." Mo Huang elaborated, "An average universe world would not be able to withstand having 7 or 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters refining its world force in this manner. It wouldn't take more than a few years before the world force was completely exhausted, but the star boundary is different. Thanks to the feedback from the world tree, the might of this world will only become stronger and stronger. Even if we cultivate and refine some of its world force, our actions will not affect the star boundary." Those words made Yang Kai's eyes gleam. "I can't believe there's something that great." Thinking about it again, though, it was not that surprising. In order to face Zhu Quan Hui back then, Yang Kai had borrowed the Star Boundaries World Force to temporarily advance from the 6th Order into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Although he fell back to his original state in the end, he gained great benefits from the experience. The heritage of his small universe had gotten much stronger, which saved him many years of hard cultivation. It was precisely because of the compatibility between the Star Boundaries World Force and his small universe that his heritage was enhanced significantly after he borrowed the Star Boundaries World Force. If that was the case for himself, it would naturally be the same for the other great emperors of the Star Boundary. The Open Heaven Realm cultivation was a long and arduous journey. One of the shortcuts was to refine the heritage of a universe world that was compatible with themselves for their own use. Unfortunately, finding a universe world in the vast 3,000 worlds that was perfectly compatible with oneself was not an easy task. However, the relationship between the Star Boundary and the Great Emperors was much simpler. The Great Emperors who were acknowledged by the Star Boundaries were extremely compatible with the Star Boundary in the first place. It was just as Mo Huang had mentioned earlier. An average universe world would not be able to withstand 7 or 8 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters refining its world force in such a manner. The universe world would surely decline once its world force was exhausted. The Star Boundary had no need to worry about this issue, though. Under the constant feedback from the World Tree, the world force would only get stronger and stronger. As long as the World Tree existed, it could be said that the Star Boundary's world force was practically inexhaustible. That was why even though Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen had only advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm several decades ago, Yang Kai's observation indicated that their heritage was no less than 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters who had already broken through for hundreds of years. Martial Peak, Chapter 4733, The Small Stone World. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming excited about this discovery. If that was the case, then the Star Boundary Great Emperors, himself included, would have a much easier time advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm compared to others. That was because cultivating in the Star Boundary was a shortcut for them. What's more, he initially planned to find an opportunity to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm upon his return from the Shattered Heaven. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years now, but even so, she was nowhere near breaking through to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It could be seen just how difficult it was to cross over from the mid-rank Open Heaven realm to the high-rank Open Heaven realm. It had not been long since Yang Kai advanced into the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, his heritage was extraordinary thanks to various opportunities he had come across. Ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven realm masters could not compare to him at all. He had just enough qualification to try advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It was precisely because of this plan that he came up with the brilliant idea of asking the cave heavens and paradises to provide the opportunity to train in the small source worlds in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. He only needed to enter one more small source world for training to accumulate his 6th Order Open Heaven realm heritage to the peak. Then he could enter retreat with peace of mind. But he would need to fulfill his 100-year contract with Yinyang Cave Heaven before that. Chu Huashang was put in isolation for 100 years, but based on a quick calculation of the time, there were only a couple dozen or so years left before she would be released. There was no saying how long it would take for Yang Kai to try advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, he could not keep Chu Huashang waiting. Yinyang Cave Heaven and Su Linggong would not approve either. That was why he needed to wait for Chu Huashang's 100-year isolation to end before he could proceed with his plan. Enter a small source world belonging to one of the cave heavens and paradises to train and accumulate his 6th Order Open Heaven realm heritage to the peak. Then head to Yinyang Cave Heaven to pick up Chu Huashang, and finally enter retreat with peace of mind to attempt advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. That was Yang Kai's original plan. Now that he learned about the situation in the Star Boundary, though, the opportunity to train in the small source world no longer mattered. Such opportunities were rare after all, and it was better to leave such opportunities to the other people in Voidland. It was enough for him and the other Star Boundary Great Emperors to cultivate with the help of the Star Boundary's world force alone. Just as Yang Kai was quietly making plans in his heart, he heard Mo Huang saying something with a small laugh. It's because of the current situation in the Star Boundary that the Star Boundary Great Emperors have not gone to the Small Stone World to cultivate. All of us have stayed behind in the Star Boundary. Although the situation in the Small Stone World is similar to the Star Boundary, there are more limitations in the Star Boundary. With the exceptions of the Great Emperors, the other Open Heaven Realm Masters do not benefit from cultivating in the Star Boundary. Yang Kai asked in astonishment. The situation in the Small Stone World is similar to the Star Boundary. This was only his second time hearing about the Small Stone World. Xianxia had also mentioned the name earlier. However, he did not ask any questions, and she did not explain in detail. It was unexpected to hear about the situation in the Small Stone World from Mo Huang at this moment. Don't you know? Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai shook his head. I just came back not long ago. Head manager Hua did not tell me anything in detail and simply asked me to check out the situation myself. Mo Huang nodded in understanding. In that case, you should go. The Small Stone World is the name that head manager gave that universe world. You will understand immediately once you arrive there. Yang Kai nodded. In that case, I'll be going now. The territory gate was protected by a special space array that Yang Kai had personally arranged together with Luan by phone. Therefore, a special token that he created was required for people to travel through it safely. Recklessly trying to trespass would only cause the trespasser to be exiled to the void. This was the final defense he left behind to prevent the cave heavens and paradises from putting their hands on the new great territory. Other people might require a special token to use the territory gate, but Yang Kai had no such difficulties. Yang Kai activated his power to wrap around he once more. Then the two of them passed through the territory gate and entered the new great territory. He took the lead, and Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, they occasionally encountered figures shuttling through the void or ships speeding past them. There were a total of about 2,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace combined. Out of these 2,000, approximately 1,500 of them have been dispatched by Xianxia to explore and develop the new great territory. It was all thanks to the hard work of these 1,500 Open Heaven Realm Masters over the past few decades that Voidland and High Heaven Palace had so many resources to splurge. The cultivation resources and materials of various orders produced by the new great territory accounted for half of Voidland and High Heaven Palace's total income. Meanwhile, the other half came from the combined output of the two-star cities and the Black Prison. It could be seen just how rich the new great territory was. The pair traveled for more than half a month before a universe world finally appeared in front of them. It was a green universe world, and Yang Kai could already sense the abundant aura coming from it before he even got close. This universe world was much bigger than the Star Boundary, almost 5 times the size in fact. Looking down from above, the entire universe world seemed to be covered in large swathes of green, indicating it was filled with dense forests. He briefly checked his bearings before he led Yang Kai halfway around the small stone world and plunged into the clouds on the opposite side. There was a spirit peak below them that soared into the clouds. Furthermore, there was a bamboo building atop the spirit peak where 2 familiar auras were residing. Yang Kai and he sped over in that direction. The 2 people cultivating inside the bamboo building clearly noticed the arrival of Yang Kai and he immediately came out of the building and looked up into the sky. A short while later, Yang Kai and he landed lightly. As he greeted them joyfully, young master. Behind her, Zhouya bowed elegantly. Greetings, sir. Yang Kai nodded and looked around his surroundings. Are you the only ones here? There were over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. The Great Emperors had stayed behind in the Star Boundary, while Mo Mei, Yang Shui, and Yang Kai's numerous wives had stayed behind in Voidland. On the other hand, the others such as Yuhi, Maozhe, Gongqing, Zhouya, Huigu, Huayong, Shumudan, Xiangying, and Fang had all gone to the New Great Territory. However, the others who were stationed in the New Great Territory were nowhere to be seen at this moment. Yuhi explained, the others are helping with the development of the New Great Territory. Although there are few dangers in this place, there are many tasks that require the presence of a master to prevent any unexpected accidents. After some discussion, we decided to work in groups of 2 and take turns to rest. It happened to be my turn to rest with senior sister Zhou, so we returned to this place. Yang Kai nodded, "You've worked hard." Yuhi smiled and shook her head. "It's not hard at all. Let's go inside and talk." Yang Kai gestured, to which the 2 women nodded in response. He cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this subordinate will return to his duties now." "Good, go on." Yang Kai nodded. He took a deep breath and looked around somewhat reluctantly before soaring into the sky. The 3 of them entered the bamboo building. While Zhouya was brewing tea, Yuhi and Yang Kai talked about the development of the New Great Territory. Hua Qingxi had explained some of it to Yang Kai, but her understanding of the situation was not as detailed as Yuhi's. After all, Yuhi and the others had been staying in the New Great Territory over the past few years. They were the first to know about any changes that occurred in this place, and it was only later that they would report the incident to High Heaven Palace. The resources in the New Great Territory were extremely rich, indeed. The countless universe worlds that had yet to be developed contained a seemingly inexhaustible supply of cultivation materials of various orders, as well as many rare and precious treasures. For example, the newly born universe world that they discovered at the very beginning harbored precious treasures, such as world source liquid, which was the main ingredient for refining heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills. This was part of the reason why Yang Kai had sealed the New Great Territory's territory gate and monopolized the resources in this place. The heavenly yuan seal stabilizing pills had brought a lot of income and fame to Voidland, which in turn gathered large numbers of people to Void Star City. If a large quantity of world source liquid was leaked out into the world, then the advantage Voidland enjoyed would be gone forever. In addition, many treasures such as the divine Tao water that could fortify a person's Tao seal and the Tai E soul cleansing water that could cleanse the powers from the Tao seal to give a cultivator a chance to start over had also been found in great abundance here. "Young master, have you heard of the 4 universe pillars?" Yuhi asked all of a sudden. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he nodded. "I've heard of them before." He had more than heard of them before. During his trip to the Shattered Heaven, he had been hunted relentlessly because of the World Spring. In the end, he finally escaped by fleeing into the Ancestral Land. Yang Kai thus asked suspiciously, "Did you discover one of the 4 universe pillars in the New Great Territory?" The 4 universe pillars were incredible treasures. He himself had refined the World Spring, so he had profound experience in this regard. Thanks to the World Spring, Yang Kai's small universe was incredibly firm and stable. His small universe would not be shaken when he engaged in brutal conflict with powerful enemies, allowing his world force to always flow smoothly. Without the risk of his small universe being shaken or destroyed, he could also raise living creatures inside his small universe to steadily enhance his heritage and reduce the time he needed for intense cultivation. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Sun Divine Monarch would go crazy with jealousy over the 4 universe pillars. It would be an amazing discovery if one of the 4 universe pillars was found in the New Great Territory. Yes and no. Yuhi smiled. Since you know about the 4 universe pillars, Sect Master, I'm sure you've also heard of the 4 great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars. Yang Kai nodded. What we discovered in the New Great Territory is not one of the 4 great pillars, but one of the 12 minor pillars, the profound In Bamboo. It's just that we don't have any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the moment, so we can only place it aside for now. We agreed to wait for you to return and decide what to do with the profound In Bamboo, Sect Master. The 12 minor pillars and the 4 great pillars were not the same, although their effects were similar in that they fortified a cultivator's small universe. There is no doubt, however, that the effects of the 4 great pillars were stronger. Refining any one of the four great pillars was enough to reinforce a cultivator's small universe and prevent any external force that was not beyond a certain critical threshold from affecting it. In comparison, the 12 minor pillars did not have such magnificent effects. The profound bamboo, for example, could only produce about 30% of the effect of one of the four great pillars. While the four great pillars could be refined by any open heaven realm master regardless of their order, the 12 minor pillars could only be refined by high-rank open heaven realm masters. The small universe in their bodies had to materialize before they could refine the 12 minor pillars. Hence, those below the 7th order open heaven realm could not refine the 12 minor pillars. That was why even though one of the 12 minor pillars had been discovered in the new great territory, Yuhi and the others could only leave the profound bamboo untouched and place a seal around the area for protection. Xianxia already had the world spring, so he had no interest in the profound bamboo. After a brief consideration, though, he came up with a plan: give the profound bamboo to whichever 6th order open heaven realm master among yourselves advances into the 7th order open heaven realm first. Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile. There's a large patch of profound bamboo growing here, more than enough for many people. Besides, it is said that the profound bamboo will continue to reproduce when placed in one small universe. Each person will only need to take a small piece of the root. You don't need to worry about not having enough resources for everyone, young master. Xianxia smiled after hearing her assurance. That's for the best. In this way, anybody from Voidland who advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm would receive a stalk of profound bamboo. Even so, it would take a long time to nurture the profound bamboo shoot so that it could produce satisfactory effects. The profound bamboo could never compare with the world spring in this regard. Young master, do you want to harvest some of the profound bamboo to sell? Many people will be interested in this item, Yuhi asked. Xianxia was silent for a moment before he said, "There's no rush. Let's revisit this topic when we've gotten stronger. Otherwise, we don't know how many people will become greedy once we reveal such treasures to the world." Martial Peak, Chapter 4734, Unique Cultivation Environment. High Heaven Palace was monopolizing the new great territory, so the cave heavens and paradises were bound to hold some resentment. Unfortunately, given the existence of the Star Boundaries World Tree, they could not voice their objections. They wanted to use the feedback from the Star Boundaries World Tree to nurture the disciples of their respective sects after all. Be that as it may, an uproar was bound to break out if news of the profound bamboo's existence were to leak out. What's so special about this small stone world? Xianxia asked again. Sir Marshal Beast mentioned that the situation here is similar to the Star Boundary. Why don't I detect anything? Yuhi and Zhouya glanced at each other. Then Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Young master, why don't you try refining the world force of the small stone world? Refine the world force. He looked surprised to hear those words, but soon a bold guess suddenly formed in his heart. Don't tell me. This place. Xianxia closed his eyes while saying so and focused his mind. He then activated his power to refine the world force belonging to this world. A short while later, his expression became filled with astonishment. That was because he discovered that the world force in this world could be refined and absorbed directly. What was even more surprising was that there was no backlash from doing so. It had to be said that every universe world had its own unique world force. That was because their heavenly way and world principles were different, so the world force would also contain some subtle discrepancies. These subtle discrepancies were the deciding factors as to whether the compatibility between a universe world and an open heaven realm master small universe was high or low. If an open heaven realm master wanted to refine the world force of a universe world to enhance their heritage, then they had to choose universe worlds that were highly compatible with themselves. Refining the world force of a universe world that was incompatible with them would not enhance their heritage. On the contrary, the world force they absorbed would become an impurity that would damage their foundation. For non-severe cases, they would need to spend some time to remove these impurities. Not only was doing so a waste of time and energy, but they would also have nothing to show for all their efforts. For severe cases, the impurities might even cause their small universe to become unstable and their order to regress. However, the small stone world was obviously different. Yang Kai had only refined a small amount of the world force, but he could clearly sense that the world force that he refined just now was extremely compatible with his own small universe. There was not the slightest hint of discomfort. How is this possible? Is it the same for you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Yu-He and Zhouyan nodded in unison. Yu-He then explained, "It's because the small stone world has such a unique cultivation environment that we come here to cultivate whenever we have the time. As for why this world is like this, we have been unable to figure out the reason yet." Yang Kai suddenly recalled He's reluctance to leave earlier. He now understood the reason for He's reaction. The small stone world was an excellent cultivation paradise. Refining the small stone world's world force for one's own use was much faster than refining various cultivation resources or consuming open heaven pills. It was no wonder that he wished to remain here to cultivate and increase his strength. Unfortunately, he had to return to the star boundary for his duties and could not stay here for long. It was just as Mo Huang had mentioned before, the situation in the small stone world was similar to the star boundary. Nevertheless, the limitations in the star boundary were certainly greater when comparing the two. That was because only the great emperors who were born in the star boundary and received the acknowledgement of the star boundaries could absorb the star boundary's world force without any reservations to enhance their small universe's heritage. Other people did not get to enjoy this privilege. In comparison, the small stone world was open to all. Anybody could cultivate here without any worries. Although the small stone world had its advantages, it also had its disadvantages. When Yang Kai compared these two universe worlds, he could clearly sense that the world force in the small stone world was not nearly as abundant as the star boundary. That was only to be expected, though, as the star boundary had the world tree providing nourishment to it at all times. It was only natural that the small stone world could not compare in this regard. Be that as it may, both universe worlds had their respective advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai was overjoyed, but also a little worried. How long have you been cultivating here? Has the world force in this world changed in any way? Logically speaking, the world force of a universe world was not inexhaustible. The star boundary was an exception to this rule thanks to its unique circumstances, but while the small stone world's world force might be amazing, there is a high possibility that the heritage of this world would be lost, and it would be exhausted if the open heaven realm masters were to cultivate here over a long period. If that were to happen, this place would become a dead world. The foolish act of killing a chicken for its eggs was naturally something Yang Kai wanted to prevent. This place was discovered 40 years ago. Yu-He replied, "We soon realized that this place was a little different from other universe worlds. As an experiment, we had 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters cultivating here together. If I really have to say, the small stone world's world force has indeed gotten a little weaker compared to 40 years ago, which was why we decided 20 years ago that only 2 sixth-order masters can cultivate here at the same time. There have been no changes to the situation in the small stone world over the past 20 years since we implemented such a system." Yang Kai nodded at her response. In other words, the world force created by the small stone world itself is enough to support the continuous cultivation of at least 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters without decreasing. What about 3 people? Have you experimented before? Yu-He nodded. We experimented with 3 and 4 people. We did not detect anything with 3 people, but we noticed a slight reduction in the small stone world's heritage with 4 people. To be on the safe side, we decided that we would only have 2 people per group, taking turns to rest and cultivate here. Yang Kai rubbed his chin with a pensive look. The production of a universe world's world force is mainly driven by the proliferation of the living beings within. The more prosperous these lives are, the more intense the world force. The reason why the small stone world is so unique must be related to the living beings of this world. Abruptly looking up, he asked, "Are there any special living beings in this world?" Yuhi nodded, and, "Please follow me, young master." She turned to lead the way while saying so, and Yongkai followed behind her. They headed towards the foot of the Spirit Peak, and when they reached the base of the mountain, Yuhi pointed in a certain direction. "Look there, young master." Yongkai looked in that direction only to see a cave entrance that was as tall as a person at the bottom of the mountain. There were obvious signs of excavation around the cave. Nevertheless, what surprised him was not the cave, but the situation at the cave entrance. There was a bunch of strange-looking creatures going in and out of the cave like ants. These living creatures looked like the Stone Spirit clan that Xianxia belonged to at a glance. Their entire bodies seemed to be made from rocks, but they were smaller and more delicate than Xianxia. Every one of them was only around 15 centimeters tall. Not only had Yongkai never seen this race before, but he had never even heard about such a race. It could be certain that there was no such living creature in the 3,000 worlds, but they were right there in front of him. Under his divine sense's perception, Yongkai could be certain that these little ones were living creatures indeed. Each of them had their own distinctive aura. We call these little ones the small stone race. That's where the small stone world's name came from. Yuhi explained from the side. "What are they doing?" Yongkai asked curiously. In his field of vision, these 15-centimeter tall, small stone race clansmen stood with their arms raised, holding rocks of varying sizes above their heads. Seeming to come from various directions, they lined up neatly in a long queue to carry the stones into the cave. There were also some small stone race clansmen walking out of the cave in a line. They were walking in the opposite direction, heading outward. It was obvious they were going to transport rocks again. Strangely enough, those rocks were the most ordinary ores with no cultivation value. They were not cultivation resources either. The rocks came in varying shapes and sizes, with the largest ones almost as big as a woven basket. Even so, the small stone race clansmen carried them with ease. They seemed to feed on these ores. Yuhi beckoned to Yongkai and strode towards the cave. "Won't we disturb them?" he asked worriedly, to which Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile. "We won't. Don't be fooled by their small size. They are very brave." During their conversation, they had already arrived at the cave entrance. It might be that the two of them were blocking the path of these small stone race clansmen. So the small stone race clansman nearest to Yongkai held up a rock and glared at him. A strange, shouting noise came from his mouth. Yonkai's expression was strange. "Is this guy angry?" Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. "I'm afraid he is more than just angry." Before she could finish her sentence, the small stone race clansman let out a shout and smashed the rock down hard. The rock hit Yongkai on the toe. Yongkai quickly shifted sideways to let the small stone race clansman pass. Only then did the small stone race clansman pick up his rock again and march into the cave triumphantly as though he was a general who had won a war. "They are quite hot-tempered indeed." Yongkai nodded. All of a sudden, he noticed a commotion at his ankle. He looked down to see a small stone race clansman that wanted to exit the cave pushing hard against him. He quickly stepped to the other side, trying to stick to the wall so as not to block their path again. These little ones didn't seem to pay much attention to the two tall and large humans in front of them. It was not a problem as long as these two did not block their way. "Young master, have you ever seen an ant's nest?" Yuhi asked from where she stood pressed against the other side of the wall. "I've never seen one, but I've heard of them." She nodded and continued. "The nest of the small stone race is very similar to an ant's nest. An ant's nest consists of the queen, the soldier ants, and the worker ants. Similarly, there is a clear hierarchical structure in the nest of the small stone race." "Let's go inside and have a look," Yongkai said. Before the two of them could continue further inside, Yongkai detected another series of movements. The ground was trembling slightly, as though many things were rushing in this direction from somewhere. The small stone race clansmen who were transporting the rocks also seemed to have noticed something. At this moment, they retreated into the interior of the cave in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for all of them to vanish out of sight. A short while later, in the direction where the strange noises had been coming from, a large swarm of menacing small stone race clansmen suddenly appeared in Yonkai's field of vision. What surprised him was that the small stone race clansmen who just appeared were distinctly different from the small stone race clansmen earlier. The small stone race clansmen from earlier were only 15 centimeters tall, and the color of their body surface was relatively dull. On the other hand, the small stone race clansmen who just appeared were approximately 30 centimeters tall. The rocky surface of their body was noticeably brighter and shinier. Even the edges and corners were more distinct. More importantly, they had a mouthful of sharp teeth that resembled the serrated fangs of a shark. Their fangs gleamed with a cold light. Young master, what we saw earlier were the equivalent of worker ants. The ones that just appeared can be considered soldier ants. Yuhi explained, "Are they having a war?" Xianxia tooted in amazement. While he was speaking, a strange sound also reverberated from within the cave. The small stone race clansmen inside the cave had also dispatched their soldiers who were in charge of the battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 4735, Small Stone Race Nest. The small stone race clansmen that marched out of the cave were also around 30 centimeters tall. The surface of their bodies was not only covered in sharp and well-defined edges, but also shone with a glistening luster. They were clearly different from the clansmen earlier who had been responsible for transporting rocks. Looking at both sides, they seemed to be fairly equal in numbers. The invading small stone race had around 1,000 clansmen among their ranks, and the same was true for the small stone race clansmen who came marching out of the cave. Both sides took up battle positions at the entrance of the cave, separated by a distance of several hundred meters between them. The small stone race clansmen were lined up neatly in ranks and files that resembled a phalanx. Furthermore, there were several clansmen holding stone hammers and stone clubs in both camps. Wielding these weapons made them look taller and fiercer. When they bared their fangs at each other, the cold light reflecting off their fangs looked even more sinister. On the side of the small stone race who came marching out of the cave, the largest small stone race clansman among them came to stand at the front of the camp. He was holding a pair of stone hammers that were almost the same size as him. Walking along the front of the phalanx, he shouted out a series of battle cries in a rhythmic fashion. Following his movements, all the clansmen began shouting in unison. Their shouts reverberated through the air incessantly. Ha! 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 Xianxia watched the scene with a strange expression and whispered question to Yuhi, "Is this to boost morale before the battle?" Yuhi nodded, something like that. The small stone race clansmen who came marching out of the cave were not the only ones performing this ritual. The invading small stone race clansmen were doing the same. The actions on both sides were so similar that they looked like they were carved from the same mold. It didn't take long for them to complete the ritual to boost morale. Afterwards, both sides began to advance towards each other in an orderly manner. The distance of several hundred meters was closed in the blink of an eye as the two armies belonging to different small stone race clans charged towards each other. They soon became indistinguishable from one another. Xianxia and Yuhi watched quietly. The small stone race clansmen might be small in size, but they were fierce and fearless in battle. Those with weapons would charge towards their enemies, raise their clubs and hammers high above their heads, and bring them down viciously. Oftentimes, it would only take one hit from a stone hammer to smash their enemy to pieces. Meanwhile, those without weapons would lunge themselves at the enemy and engage each other in a melee. They would open their mouths to reveal their fangs and bite down hard on the bodies of their enemies. There was no doubt that their teeth were exceptionally sharp. Every bite was capable of tearing off pieces of rock from the bodies of their enemies. During the fight, the sound of cries coming out of their mouths undulated throughout the battlefield. For a time, the scene became extremely tragic. The small stone race clansmen were dismembered one after another, turning into piles of rubble that scattered across the ground. There were nearly 2,000 clansmen on both sides at the beginning, but it only took an incense for almost 300 to be killed in battle. After another quarter hour, only half of their numbers remained. All of a sudden, the battle ceased. The two sides that had been fighting to the death earlier abruptly stopped and made peace without any warning. Immediately after, the surviving small stone race clansmen began picking up the bodies of the dead small stone race clansmen and returned the way they originally came. Even many small stone race clansmen who had lost various limbs in battle struggled to move their bodies and return to where they came from. Xianxia was very puzzled by what he saw. "What are they doing?" Yuhi replied, "You will understand if you continue watching, young master. This race is very strange. These battles seem to be a means of survival for them and happen quite often. How high is their sentience? Have you tried communicating with them?" Yui shook her head. "Of course we tried. Unfortunately, their sentience is not high enough for us to actually communicate with them." Xianxia nodded and said nothing more. The battlefield was cleaned up quickly, with both sides having lost some of their troops in the battle. The invading party slowly retreated. Likewise, the party defending the cave earlier carried the corpses of their clansmen or enemies back into the cave in an orderly manner. Yui beckoned to Xianxia and followed behind the small stone race clansmen into the cave. The cave was generally as tall as a person, but some places were lower than average. Hence, the two of them needed to bend down from time to time. Nevertheless, it was certainly as Yuhi had mentioned earlier. The nest of the small stone race was very similar to an ant's nest. There were countless twists and turns inside, not to mention tunnels and passageways everywhere that stretched out in all directions to form a huge network of underground caves. There were many small stone race clansmen who had dug out little enclaves along the walls and were resting within them. Disturbed by the presence of Xianxia and Yuhi, they poked out their heads out of their little enclaves to stare at the two humans with their black eyes. As they headed deeper into the tunnels, Xianxia carefully perceived his surroundings and was secretly shocked to discover that the ground had almost been hollowed out by the small stone race. After reaching a depth of almost a dozen kilometers, they suddenly arrived at a huge cavern. Inside the cavern were several bridge-like passages that connected to a large platform in the center. A figure on the central platform that was much larger than the rest of the small stone race clansmen appeared in Xianxia's field of vision. "That's the Stone King of this small stone race clan," Yuhi said softly. Xianxia nodded lightly and looked up at the Stone King. The Stone King had an extremely bloated body. Lying horizontally across the platform, his body, which was approximately 10 meters long, made him look like an enormous fatty. Moreover, his entire body was as white as jade. There was a group beside the Stone King that consisted of small stone race clansmen who were almost as tall as a normal person. They were patrolling back and forth around the Stone King. Their numbers were few, only several dozen in total. In contrast, they were unusually large compared to the rest of the small stone race clansmen, and the rocky surface of their bodies resembled a full set of armor. They were truly an impressive sight to behold. "Are those the Stone King's elite guard?" Xianxia raised a brow and asked. Yui nodded, "Most likely." At this moment, those small stone race clansmen who withdrew from the battle earlier were carrying their loot along the passages leading to the central platform. The loot they were carrying was none other than the stone left behind by their clansmen or enemies after their death. When they arrived in front of the Stone King, the small stone race clansman in the lead raised the stone in his hands high above his head. The Stone King's extremely fat body wriggled slightly as he lowered his head to sniff at the stone. Then he opened his mouth that was larger than a wash basin and chomped down on the stone to swallow the entire thing whole. Kacha, kacha. Crisp, crunching sounds echoed throughout the cavern. The Stone King's teeth were extremely sharp, so chewing on the stone was almost like he was biting down on brittle bone instead. It only took several bites before he swallowed the entire stone. The next small stone race clansman, holding a piece of rock, had already approached the Stone King. When he delivered the rock to the Stone King's face, the Stone King opened his mouth again. One after the other, the small stone race clansmen offered up their loot from the battle earlier, and the Stone King did not refuse anything that was presented. A short while later, the Stone King's fat body suddenly shook violently. Xianxia could sense that the Stone King seemed to be straining with great force. It was immediately followed by a plopping sound, and something came out of the Stone King's posterior. The Stone King was lying horizontally in the middle of the platform, but his posterior was suspended in the air. That was why the object fell straight down to the ground after popping out. Xianxia took a closer look. The object that fell out of the Stone King's posterior was an oval stone egg. It resembled a small pebble, and only after rolling around on the soft ground for a moment did the stone egg come to a stop. A small stone race clansman who had been waiting nearby quickly rushed forward to pick up the stone egg before running into one of the tunnels nearby with small steps. Xianxia was amazed. The small stone race is oviparous. Yuhi nodded. This is another reason we say the small stone race are very similar to ants, both in terms of their colony structure and their life cycle. Xianxia released a small thread of his divine sense to follow after the small stone race clansman carrying the stone egg. The small stone race clansman soon arrived at another cavern. Inside the cavern were hundreds of stone eggs that were already neatly arranged together. Each stone egg contained a pulse of vitality. Furthermore, there were specialized members of the small stone race inside the nest who were responsible for taking care of these stone eggs. They monitored these stone eggs like nannies, examining them or touching one from time to time. There were also several other caverns in the vicinity that were similar to this one. They were all used to store the stone eggs. Xianxia even witnessed the scene of small stone race clansmen hatching from the stone eggs. The small stone race clansmen brought back some loot from the battle, but the harvest was not that great. The Stone King finished eating all the offerings in just a little over 2 hours. During this period, he laid as many as several dozen stone eggs. After all the loot was offered up, the small stone race clansmen who lost various limbs in battle also lined up and headed towards the Stone King. However, they had no loot to offer. Just as Xianxia was wondering what they were doing, the Stone King opened his mouth and chomped down on an armless small stone race clansman. He finished eating that clansman in 2 of 3 bites. The clansmen standing next in line did not show any reaction at the sight. They simply continued to wait in line and offered up their broken bodies to the Stone King. None of them showed any complaints, regrets, or fear. They even eat their own clansmen. Xianxia was shocked. It seems that this small stone race really doesn't have much sentience after all. Yuhi sighed slightly. It's also for the sake of the clan's continuity. The Stone King will only lay stone eggs after eating. He does not lay eggs under normal circumstances. Xianxia frowned. If it's for the sake of the clan's continuity, then what was the reason for the battle just now? They lost several hundred clansmen in the battle, but less than 100 stone eggs were laid, even after feeding all their winnings to the Stone King. We believe that their actions are a means to control their population. Reproducing to ensure the continuity of their race is their entire mission in life. But the resources in the small stone world are extremely scarce. They may perish with time if their population is not controlled. With their level of sentience, they might not understand the extinction of their entire race, but they are still living creatures. It makes sense that they can instinctively sense the issue and take the corresponding measures to solve the problem. Population control. Xianxia rubbed his chin as he pondered in silence. Everything that he witnessed earlier indicated that Yuhi's explanation made sense. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been cultivating and observing the environment in this place for more than 40 years, so it was only natural that they had a deeper understanding of this place compared to Xianxia. The truth is that, aside from the extremely unique cultivation environment here, we did not discover any valuable resources anywhere on the small stone world. We were initially confused by the situation, but we finally figured out the reason after realizing that the small stone race is scattered across the entire small stone world. Yuhi explained quietly, it might be that the small stone world used to have various resources, including cultivation materials. Unfortunately, these resources must have been devoured clean by the small stone race. Although they can only feed on common ores nowadays, their reproductive ability is still too strong. It is necessary for them to control their population, and carrying out battles between different clans is the best method to control their numbers. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia nodded and said, "That makes sense. No wonder they fought so viciously just now only to stop and make peace abruptly. They even brought the corpses of their respective clansmen back to their nests. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4736, Wonders of the Small Stone Race. There are no other living creatures in the small stone world apart from the small stone race. If there is anything that can be said to be related to the unique cultivation environment in this world, then it can only be the small stone race. It's just that we have yet to figure out the relationship between the two, Yuhi said. The world force of a universe world was closely related to its heavenly way and its world principles. It was also closely related to the living creatures thriving within. Seeing as the only living creatures in the small stone world were the small stone race, then the peculiarity of the world force must be related to the small stone race in some way. Nevertheless, certain experiments would need to be carried out to verify this fact. As soon as that thought crossed Xianxia's mind, his figure flickered. He came directly to the platform and stood in front of the Stone King. The elite guard patrolling the surroundings quickly noticed the abnormality and came charging towards him with a roar. Even though he remained motionless, though, Xianxia's sixth-order open heaven realm aura permeated the air. Space seemed to congeal, and the small stone race elite guards immediately froze in place. They were unable to budge in the slightest. Then, Xianxia wrapped his power around the Stone King, transferred him into his small universe, and placed him in a remote corner somewhere. There were several million humans living in his small universe at this moment. Many cities and villages had also been established over the past 100 years or so, but many undeveloped areas still remained. Accommodating the Stone King was not an issue. When the aura of the Stone King vanished, the entire small stone race clan panicked. Leaving aside the elite guard whom Xianxia had immobilized, the rest of the small stone race clansmen immediately began running around like headless flies. Horrified cries escaped from their mouths as they searched for the whereabouts of the Stone King. Upon seeing this situation, Xianxia decided to manifest the portal of his small universe. Traces of an oval gate immediately appeared in front of him, and the Stone King's aura leaked out from within. The small stone race clansmen that had been running around immediately snapped out of their panic like lost travelers who found their way and swiftly rushed towards the portal. For a time, the entire nest was in chaos as the small stone race clansmen plunged into Xianxia's small universe and vanished out of sight. Under his watch, Xianxia could clearly see that the initial group of small stone race clansmen to rush into his small universe had gathered around the Stone King. They were working together as though attempting to carry the Stone King back to their original nest. But although it had been easy for them to enter, it was not the same when it came to leaving. How could they leave without Xianxia's approval? The portal he created through a secret technique was an entrance that only worked one way. Xianxia's intentions were very simple. Since he and the others had observed the situation for so many years but could not figure out the relationship between the small stone race and the world force of the small stone world, then he might as well transfer them into his small universe to investigate the situation. After all, even the slightest changes would not escape his perception in his small universe. More and more of the small stone race clansmen charged into the portal. This particular small stone race clan had quite a large population, about 3,000 members in total. Although they had experienced hundreds of casualties in the previous battle, those losses did not have much impact on the whole. In less than an hour, all the small stone race clansmen in the nest had poured into the portal and gathered around the Stone King. Panic spread out among the clansmen. Having been thrown into a whole new environment without any warning, it was only natural for them to have some difficulty adjusting. Xianxia carefully perceived the small stone race, but could not detect what was different about them compared to other living beings. Nevertheless, now that the small stone race had been migrated into his small universe, he would be able to discover something sooner or later as long as he waited patiently. After that, Xianxia brought all the unhatched stone eggs into his small universe and placed them beside the small stone race clansmen. Only then did he beckon to Yuhi. Let's go back. The two of them returned to the bamboo building where Zhou Yu was still waiting for them. In the following days, there was nothing else to do. Yuhi and Zhou Yu focused on their own cultivation, so there was no need to bother them for the moment. Meanwhile, Xianxia monitored the small stone race that he migrated into his small universe, while scribbling something in the void in front of himself with his finger. The new great territory was extremely large, and it had taken him half a month to travel from the territory gate to the small stone world with he previously. Even so, this could only be considered the outer periphery of the new great territory. The inner region of the new great territory was even more expansive. As a result, it would take a lot of time to travel across the new great territory. This was a problem that all great territories would face. Not everybody was proficient in the Tao of space like Xianxia, allowing them to rapidly move from one place to another. Throughout the various great territories, the best way for cultivators who wanted to travel quickly was to make use of universe temples. Xianxia was planning to build several universe temples in the new great territory to connect the entire new great territory together. In this way, his people would only need to transfer between the universe temples to travel quickly. There would be no need to waste so much time on the road again. If it were in the past, he might have been at a loss for what to do. But after he was asked by the cave heavens and paradises to fix the universe temples that had been in disrepair for many years, Xianxia had gotten very knowledgeable about the mysteries of the universe array. If he really had to say, there was not much difference between a universe array and a space array. It was just that the universe array could function over a larger range than an ordinary space array. For a great territory, the distance of several hundreds of billions of kilometers could not be covered by a space array. However, the universe array was different. As long as there were no obstructions, any 2 points could be connected together regardless of the distance. Needless to say, the larger the distance, the greater the pressure faced when using the universe transference law. If anybody were to try to travel across a distance too great for their physical body to bear, it was not uncommon for them to become heavily injured or even die before reaching the universe temple. That had been a common occurrence in early times, but nowadays, such occurrences were quite rare. That was because everybody would choose a suitable destination point and activate the universe transference law according to their respective limits. Xianxia had already been planning on building these universe temples when he was back in Voidland, so he had instructed Bian Yuqing to prepare enough supplies for him in advance. All he needed to do now was arrange a complete universe array and then build a universe temple around it. Xianxia had been wondering as to where he should build the universe temple, but it would seem that the small stone world was no doubt a good choice. The cultivation environment in this place was unique, so when the universe temple was completed in the future, the open heaven realm masters could return to this place to cultivate after accumulating fatigue from working hard outside. As for the locations of the other universe temples, Xianxia would need to carefully survey the great territory before he came to a decision. It took half a month for him to figure out the array pattern of the universe array and for everything to finally be ready. During this half month, the small stone race clan that had been migrated into his small universe gradually adapted to their new environment. Xianxia had deliberately chosen to place them in a mountain range when he migrated them into his small universe. At present, the small stone race clan had dug out a nest underneath a certain spirit peak, and all the clansmen were living inside. The new nest was not that different from the previous one. It was deep underground with a network of countless twists and turns. Thanks to the structured division of labor, the small stone race clansmen were all performing their own tasks in an orderly manner. After the past half-month of careful observation, Xianxia finally figured out the wonders of the small stone race. It was well known that the survival and continuity of the living creatures in one small universe could be used to produce world force and enhance the heritage of that cultivator. That was part of the reason why Xianxia had placed the 10 million people from Pearflower Cave Heaven into his own small universe. Pearflower Cave Heaven had been destroyed, and those living there lost their home. Taking into account that his small universe was very stable because he had refined the world spring, there was not much risk to place those people in his small universe. What's more, their presence would continuously strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Normal open heaven realm masters were generally unable to raise living beings in their small universe. It was not that they were disqualified to do so. It was just not worth the effort. their small universe might become turbulent due to a battle with a powerful enemy. And there was a high possibility that all those living inside would suffer heavy casualties as a result. The losses would be impossible to recoup. That was why only Open Heaven Realm masters in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm or above would even try to raise living beings in their small universe. As such, masters would rarely have any enemies to fight. On the other hand, Xianxia dared to do such a thing because he had refined the world spring. If those from Pear Flower Cave Heaven, thriving in his small universe, could continuously enhance the heritage of his small universe, then so could the small stone race. Be that as it may, the benefits they both brought to his small universe were simply incomparable. Xianxia had carefully observed the benefits brought by similar numbers of humans and the small stone race clansmen, and during this past half-month, there was practically a tenfold difference between them. In simple terms, having 3,000 small stone race clansmen living in his small universe gave the same benefits as 30,000 humans. That was an extremely terrifying comparison. The situation would not have been so remarkable if that was the only difference. The key point was that the world force produced from the survival and reproduction of the small stone race was extremely pure. It could be said that they themselves were constantly producing extremely pure world force. Xianxia was starting to understand why the small stone world was so special. It was all thanks to the small stone race living there. The entire small stone world had no other living creatures except the peculiar small stone race. As the small stone race thrived and reproduced in the small stone world, the world force that they produced was similar to the powers of a world fruit in that there were no impurities whatsoever. That was why the world force was compatible with any Open Heaven Realm master, as well as why it could easily be refined and absorbed. After realizing this point, Xianxia suddenly had a very bold idea in his heart. This was just the result of bringing in one small stone race clan. So what would happen if he were to raise even more small stone race clans in his small universe? As long as there were enough of them, the heritage of his small universe would continue to grow stronger, even if he did not cultivate. The truth was that he had already begun to benefit from migrating those living in Pear Flower Cave Heaven into his small universe. It was just that not much time had lapsed, so the benefits were not that obvious. On the contrary, the small stone race could bring about 10 times the benefits per individual. Xianxia could almost imagine the scene where his cultivation soared steadily in the future. How wonderful would that be? At present, he was not far from advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, there was still the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm after the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. That was an extremely distant goal at the moment. While others might take tens of thousands of years, or even longer to advance from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, Xianxia would only need to take several thousand years or shorter if his current plan worked out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4737, Perfect Match. The small stone race was undoubtedly an extremely precious treasure to Xianxia. Looking at the fearless small stone race again, while incredibly innocent and naive, they also had a certain glow of wealth about them now. In order to achieve his goal, Xianxia would need to migrate enough of the small stone race into his small universe. Hence, he did not hesitate and acted immediately. The small stone race had a massive population in the small stone world, with many clans of varying sizes scattered across the universe world. The larger clans might number from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In contrast, the smaller clans might number only a few hundred. The small stone race clan that he'd previously brought into his small universe could be considered a relatively small clan. In the following month, Xianxia traveled around the small stone world and collected numerous small stone race clans into his small universe. The population of the small stone race in his small universe had reached nearly 10 million by the time the month was over. Once he reached this number, Xianxia finally stopped. It was not that he did not wish to take in even more. If possible, he wanted to collect all of the small stone race in the small stone world into his small universe. However, if he did that, then the treasure cultivation land that was the small stone world would lose its foundation. Such benefits could not be enjoyed by him alone. What Xianxia needed to figure out now was how to expand the small stone race's population. The growth of the various small stone race clans mainly depended on the reproductive abilities of the Stone King. In this aspect, they were similar to ants. Yonkai previously observed a Stone King devouring all kinds of ores and even the broken bodies of their own clansmen in order to gain the energy to reproduce. Thus, it could be seen that the Stone Kings were not picky about their food. Even common or could be eaten. So what else could they eat? What if they were fed with cultivation materials of varying orders? Would that give the Stone King even greater reproductive abilities? The small stone world probably contained cultivation resources in the past. It was just that all those cultivation resources had been eaten by the small stone race. That was why he and the others could not find anything of value in the small stone world. All they found was this strange existence they named the small stone race. Yonkai split off a soul clone inside his small universe and stood inside the nest of the initial small stone race clan. With a flash of his thoughts, a piece of pale gold appeared in his hand. This was a third-order metal element material that was not that high in value. He initially wanted to test if the small stone race would be interested in such a material, but how could he have known that all the small stone race clansmen in the nest would react as soon as he took out this item? Countless small stone race clansmen seemed to smell something in the air, and all of them turned their gazes in his direction. Even the elite guards patrolling around the Stone King stopped and looked his way. Meanwhile, the fat and bloated Stone King, who basically had no strength to move on his own, gave a strange cry that sounded extremely urgent. Yonkai couldn't help raising his brow at the sight. Nevertheless, this situation proved that his conjecture was correct. In the next moment, a dense wave of small stone race clansmen poured towards him from all directions like the waves of the tide and surrounded him firmly in the blink of an eye. Yonkai hurriedly dropped the material in his hand. Unexpectedly, there was not much of a scramble over the material, as one of the small stone race clansmen happened to raise a hand and caught the fist-sized material, which he then quickly rushed over to the Stone King. A short while later, he arrived in front of the Stone King, holding out the material in his hand high above his head as though he was offering a treasure. He delivered the material to the Stone King's mouth. The Stone King took a bite, then following some crunching sounds, he swallowed. Meanwhile, Yonkai paid close attention to the changes in the Stone King. The effects were almost instantaneous. The Stone King quickly began trembling after consuming the third-order metal element material. Just like what Yonkai had observed previously, he seemed to clench hard with great force, and a moment later, a stone egg fell from his posterior that was suspended in midair with a light pop. The small stone race clansmen who had been waiting below picked up the stone egg and placed it in the specialized cave. However, the Stone King's movements had not stopped. His fat body continued trembling, expanding and contracting in intervals. After a half cup of tea's time, another stone egg popped out. This cycle continued nonstop for the next 2 hours. It wasn't until he produced nearly 40 stone eggs that he finally stopped. Yonkai watched in delight, feeling extremely excited inside. As I guessed, the cultivation materials of various orders turned out to be very useful for the reproduction of the small stone race. If a mere third-order material was enough to stimulate the Stone King to produce some 40 stone eggs, then a fourth-order or fifth-order material would surely produce even more stone eggs. Therefore, Yonkai took out a fourth-order material followed by a fifth-order material to feed to the Stone King. The results of his experiments showed his conjecture was correct. After eating the fourth-order material, the Stone King produced more than 130 stone eggs. On the other hand, he reproduced non-stop for several days to produce more than 500 stone eggs after consuming a fifth-order material. Hence, the reproduction issue of the small stone race could be considered to be resolved. There is no need to worry about expanding the population of the small stone race, as long as the Stone King was given enough cultivation resources. Moreover, the increase in the small stone race population would be highly beneficial to both the heritage of Yonkai's small universe and the small stone world. Be that as it may, Yonkai discovered something from his experiment. Feeding the Stone King fourth-order and fifth-order materials was not cost-effective. When it came to materials of various orders, The value of materials that were one order higher was generally 10 times the value of materials that were one order lower. In comparison, the number of stone eggs produced by the Stone King after eating third order, fourth order, and fifth order materials was far less than 10 times the difference. When the Stone King consumed a third order material, he had produced some 40 stone eggs. Conversely, with a fourth order material, he had produced slightly over 130 stone eggs, whereas with a fifth order material, he had produced slightly over 500 stone eggs. There is only a 3 to 4 times difference between these results, which was vastly inconsistent with the difference between the value of the materials themselves. By comparison, feeding the Stone King with third-order materials was the most cost-effective by far. That was because cost performance was higher and third-order materials were generally more abundant. Voidland itself had a huge demand for fourth-order and fifth-order materials. Whether it was for the disciples' cultivation or advancement, these materials would all come into play. Xianxia did not have any first-order or second-order materials in his possession, so he could not experiment with them. Nonetheless, judging by the Stone King's appetite that never turned down anything, first-order and second-order materials would definitely be useful too. He collected almost 1,000 small stone race clans into his small universe 1 month ago, and seeing as each clan had its own Stone King, there were over 1,000 Stone Kings in his small universe. If he wanted to nurture the clans and expand their population through reproduction, then he would surely need large amounts of cultivation resources. Not to mention, the small stone race in the small stone world also had to be nurtured. Fortunately, High Heaven Palace and Voidland had large businesses and abundant resources, so what was this price compared to the benefits that could be gained in the future? Besides, the Stone Kings were not picky towards cultivation resources. First order, second order, and third order materials could all be used. More importantly, materials below the third order were of little significance to Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xianxia had originally thought of sending these materials to Great Evolution Paradise and tossing them all into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to see if he could get materials of higher order, but in contrast, it would now seem that using them to feed the Stone Kings was a much better choice. Tossing these materials into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace might not yield any profit in return, but feeding the Stone Kings would surely result in even more of the small stone race. Thankfully, Xianxia had many materials already in his possession, so with a flash of his thoughts, he divided all the third-order materials among the 1,000 Stone Kings and placed these resources in their respective nests. Only then did he withdraw his soul clone. Inside the bamboo building, Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Yuhi and Zhou were meditating and cultivating beside him. He woke them both and said, "I've figured out the situation in the small stone world." The two women immediately looked at him in curiosity, so he explained his experiments and speculations to them. After listening to Xianxia's explanation, they revealed looks of understanding. They had guessed that the unique cultivation environment of the small stone world was closely related to the small stone race, but since there were no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland, they had no means of collecting the small stone race into their small universe for observation and could not confirm their hypothesis. Xianxia's words undoubtedly confirmed their previous speculations, and it was only at this moment that they finally understood the reason why the small stone world was so special. It was all because of the existence of the small stone race. We need to expand the population of the small stone race. In order to control their population, they even go so far as to wage war with each other to reduce their numbers. That indicates that they instinctively realize that the materials in this world would not support them for much longer. They have no means of leaving the small stone world to search for resources, but it would be different if we helped, Xianxia said a little excitedly. I've already done some experiments. A Stone King births dozens of stone eggs after consuming a third-order material and over 100 stone eggs after consuming a fourth-order material. As long as the resources are in sufficient supply, it will not be a problem to help them expand their population. Once the small stone race population in this world increases to a certain level, the world force will also become more abundant. When that happens, this world will be able to support more than 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, cultivating at the same time. It might even be possible for 10 or more masters to cultivate here at the same time. This place will become a veritable cultivation paradise where any open heaven realm master can quickly improve their cultivation. Also, the benefits brought about by the small stone race become even greater if we collect them and raise them in our small universe. Compared to raising the same number of other living creatures, they bring about 10 times more benefit to the small universe. Both Yu-He and Zhouye knew that Yang Kai's small universe had fully materialized, so their beautiful eyes immediately brightened upon hearing those words. Zhouye said, "We previously discovered one of the 12 minor pillars, the profound bamboo, in a new great territory, and now we have the small stone race. They are simply a perfect match." Similarly, Yu-He nodded. With the profound bamboo supporting our small universes, they will become more stable. If we were to raise some small stone race in our small universes on top of that, our heritage would increase steadily even without spending time to cultivate. The two women exchanged a glance with each other and could almost imagine the scene in the not-too-distant future where all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace placed these two treasures in their small universes. More importantly, both the profound bamboo and the small stone race could be cultivated, so as long as these resources were managed carefully, they could be said to be inexhaustible. With the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace enjoying such advantages, how could there be any worries for the future? That's why you need to work harder and advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible. Yang Kai laughed, but the top priority at the moment is to obtain some supplies from High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai thus turned to look at Yu-He. "Yu-He, go and pay a visit to the head manager. Gather all the materials in the Third Order and below that are not being used by High Heaven Palace at the moment and bring them here." Martial Peak, Chapter 4738, Managing the Small Stone Race. Yu-He nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. She knew that this matter should be handled as soon as possible. The sooner they invested in this venture, the sooner they could all benefit from the small stone world. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhouye. "You need to take a trip too. Find all the people who are exploring the area nearby and ask them to send over all the harvested materials in the Third Order and below. In addition, relay the message to everyone else. From now onward, all the materials in the Third Order and below that are harvested will be delivered here. There's no need to send them back to High Heaven Palace." Nurturing the small stone race was a long-term project. This process would definitely consume many resources in the future, but the new great territory should be able to satisfy these requirements. In any case, the value of materials in the Third Order and below was not that substantial. Using them on the small stone world would be perfect. Zhouye nodded. "Big brother and the others are not far from here. I'll go there now." The big brother she was referring to was none other than Mao Zhe. Yang Kai waited in place for close to 3 days. Then, a huge ship broke through the clouds and hovered in midair. Several figures flew out from that ship and came in this direction. When those figures approached, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhouye bowed in unison. "Sir." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm sure you're already aware of the situation." Mao Zhe said excitedly, "We've heard about the news. Sir, what do we do now?" He couldn't help but be enthusiastic. If the matter related to the small stone world was handled properly, it would benefit all the Open Heaven Realm Masters under Yang Kai's command. Mao Zhe was only one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, so if he could cultivate in the small stone world, he would surely be able to advance faster. "How many materials in the Third Order and below do you have here?" Yang Kai asked. Mao Zhe causally reported a number. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard the number and commented, "That's quite a lot. It will probably last for quite some time." Yu was already on her way back to High Heaven Palace, so it would not take too long before she returned with even more materials. A short while later, dozens of Open Heaven realms of varying orders flew out from the ship. They each carried different amounts of materials in the Third Order and below and began scattering them across the small stone world to feed the Stone Kings. Maozha and the others did not stay for long either. When all the members returned, they set off again and headed deeper into the new great territory to continue developing this frontier land. After waiting for another month or so, Yui finally returned together with Xianxia. The matter regarding the small stone world was extremely important. It was not that Xianxia had not paid attention to this matter in the past, but rather that she had not understood the specific situation here. Now that Xianxia had discovered the truth, it was only natural that she wanted to investigate the situation in person. They brought even more materials with them on this trip. All the materials in the Third Order and below that had been stored in High Heaven Palace all these years had been brought over. Thus, the number was simply astounding. Furthermore, Xianxia had ordered her subordinates to make large-scale purchases of the materials in the Third Order and below from High Heaven Star City. At the same time, she sent a message to Voidland so that they could also deliver the materials in the Third Order and below over to the Small Stone World. Third Order and below materials were extremely abundant in the 3,000 worlds, but aside from the Third Order materials, the First Order and Second Order materials were basically worthless. If a cultivator had the aptitude to advance into the open heaven realm at all, then it would generally not be difficult for them to ascend directly to the Third Order open heaven realm under normal circumstances. Only those whose aptitudes were too poor or could not obtain cultivation materials would choose to advance to the First or Second Order open heaven realm. For that reason, there would always be a large surplus of First Order and Second Order materials regardless of the sect or great territory. Naturally, it was not difficult for High Heaven Palace to acquire these materials. There would definitely be many people who were willing to sell the low-order materials in their possession. Xianxia personally went to investigate several small stone race nests and witnessed how the Stone Kings reproduced after eating the materials with her own eyes. Hence, she couldn't help feeling amazed. The heavens have blessed High Heaven Palace and Voidland. She could not believe that the new great territory would have such a peculiar living creature like the small stone race. In the future, it was practically impossible for the cultivation of the open heaven realm masters from High Heaven Palace and Voidland to progress slowly. Xianxia went up to Xianxia, who was busy working, and declared, "Sect Master, I'm afraid we need a designated person to manage the small stone world." Xianxia put his work down and nodded in agreement. "That's what I was thinking too. I was just about to discuss this matter with you." The small stone race's population was incredibly large, and if they wanted the small stone race to multiply rapidly and expand their population further, they would need to have somebody here to constantly feed them on a regular schedule. To that end, they would need a designated person to manage this matter. "What do you think?" Xianxia asked. Xianxia quickly replied, "I've traveled around the small stone world over the past few days. This universe world is so vast that the land is several times larger than the star boundary. If you wish to manage this place, you will need at least 20 masters present at all times. My suggestion is to divide the small stone world into 20 regions and then select 23rd or 4th Order open heaven realm masters from the sect and assign them to a specific area. In this way, they will not be overworked and would have time to cultivate. I chose 3rd Order or 4th Order open heaven realm masters for this task because the heritage of the small stone world is not that strong at the moment. If the order is too high, the consumption when cultivating in this world will be too great. It may affect the increase of the small stone world's heritage." Xianxia nodded and said, "You have given great consideration to the matter, head manager. Good. We'll use a complement of 10 Third Order and 10 Fourth Order open heaven realm masters. We'll consider it a benefit to them." Xianxia pursed her lips into a smile. "I'm certain many people will be jumping at the opportunity to come here. The small stone world was such an excellent cultivation environment, so who would not want to come? It was just that High Heaven Palace was putting great effort into exploring and developing the new great territory, so almost all the open heaven realm masters were dispatched as a result, leaving most no chance to come and cultivate in the small stone world even if they wanted to. But now, 20 people were needed to manage the small stone world. How could they not compete for these 20 spots? Unfortunately, the troublesome task of choosing 20 people to come here belonged to her. Perhaps we should let them take turns. We can set a fixed duration. When that duration expires, someone else will take over. Xianxia muttered in a pensive tone. You can come up with a plan for this matter on your own. This situation is temporary anyway. When the small stone race's population increases to a certain extent, the conditions in this world will definitely be able to satisfy even more people cultivating here at the same time. The quota will not be such a competition by then. Xianxia nodded. When that time comes, the disciples can use their sect contribution points to exchange for the qualification to enter Small Stone World. After a brief conversation with Xianxia, Xianxia formed a rough idea of the plans for the Small Stone World's future. She suddenly looked at him and asked curiously, Sect Master, what are you doing? Should I summon people over to help you? Xianxia just shook his head. Others won't be of help. I'm planning to set up a universe array here. A universe array? Xianxia's eyes lit up at his words. She had always remained in the star boundary and had basically never taken a step outside, let alone traveled the vast 3,000 worlds. However, it did not mean that she lacked common knowledge about the outer universe. It was only natural that she had heard of the universe array, which was the central grand array of the universe temples. Almost every single great territory in the 3,000 worlds had their own universe temple, where cultivators could transfer to, thereby reducing their travel time by a significant margin. It was a pity to hear that those universe temples were ancient creations and that the universe array itself was shrouded in mystery. As such, some universe temples in the 3,000 worlds had lost their function as transit points due to long years of disrepair, because the cave heavens and paradises had no way to repair them. I can't believe Sect Master has the ability to arrange a universe array here. Does that not mean that he has figured out the mysteries of the universe temple? If that's the case, it's a huge boon for High Heaven Palace. With the universe temple acting as a transit point, the development of the new great territory would surely progress much faster. It would also be more convenient for High Heaven Palace disciples to travel back and forth. Arranging a universe array should cost a lot, right? Sect Master, do you need any material support? Xianxia asked. Before coming here, I already took adequate supplies from Second Manager. There should be enough supplies to set up 3 arrays, so I don't need anything for the time being. I will come to you if I need something. She nodded. Right. Xianxia suddenly recalled something. How have the cave heavens and paradises reacted to the matters involving the good fortune divine furnace? Xianxia quickly reported, Elder, you came to discuss this matter with me once, but there seems to be no consensus among the cave heavens and paradises yet. Xianxia laughed when he heard those words. They sure are in no hurry. Xianxia nodded. There is still quite a lot of time until the disciples they recruited from the star boundary fully mature, so they are in no hurry. Good, just leave them hanging, Xianxia replied nonchalantly. In any case, Voidland was currently using the good fortune divine furnace, so the longer it took for the cave heavens and paradises to come to a consensus, the more high-order materials Voidland would obtain. Otherwise, Voidland would not have a turn when the cave heavens and paradises began using the good fortune divine furnace. Sect Master, if they reach a consensus and come to discuss the matter with me again, how should I respond? Xianxia asked. As things stood, Xianxia would not be returning for some time. Arranging the universe arrays was by no means an overnight effort after all. It would take a long time to complete. Xianxia pondered for a while before he responded. The rights to enter their small source worlds for training must be obtained. Voidland has so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters, and it will take a long time for them to advance into the next order without opportunities. Besides, there will only be more sixth-order open heaven realm masters emerging in the future. Their growth period will be shortened significantly with the use of those small source worlds. For that reason, there's no need to discuss anything if they refuse to agree on this point. She nodded. He continued, There's no reason for them to disagree since the cave heavens and paradises each have more than one small source world. It's just the right to enter their small source worlds once per turn after all. There's no reason for them to stubbornly refuse. Well, We can make some concessions on the duration they can use the furnace. The previous condition I offered was 1 month's right of use in exchange for 1 right of entry into the small source world. If they try and discuss this matter with you again, 3 months is the bottom line. Any longer, and they will have to wait for my return. Understand, Xianxia said in acknowledgement. Yang Kai thus waved his hand lightly. Good. You should get back to your work. This mistress will take her leave now. After saying so, she soared into the sky and returned the way she came. As head manager, there were many things that Xianxia had to deal with. Leaving aside matters of the distant future, just looking at the near term, she had to choose 20 open heaven realm masters to manage the small stone world, arrange for High Heaven Star City to purchase materials in the third order and below, and negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises. Most of High Heaven Palace's burden rested on her slender shoulders. Martial Peak, Chapter 4739, The Profound In Bamboo. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, it would not take more than half a day for him to set up a normal-scale space array with enough resources. However, it took him 3 whole months to arrange the new universe array. Although the universe arrays and the space arrays basically came from the same source and had many similarities, the universe array was undoubtedly more complex and sophisticated. In addition, Yang Kai was arranging a universe array for the first time. As he was unfamiliar with the method, he would occasionally make mistakes, and his efforts for the past few days would be in vain whenever that happened. Nevertheless, he finished setting up the first universe array after 3 months of hard work. The universe array was located directly on the small stone world, close to the bamboo building where Xianxia and the others were cultivating. Using a secret technique to leave his imprint in the grand array, he immediately soared into the sky. Now that the universe array was completed, the next step was to verify its effects. Matters like these could not be done by others because the consequences would be extremely serious if something were to go wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he activated the universe transference law and discovered a problem, he would at least be able to protect himself. He traveled swiftly, and under the urging of space principles, his figure flickered as he left behind a trail of space beacons in his wake. Exactly half a day later, a grand hall suddenly appeared in the void. The grand hall was huge, and the entire building was built on an abandoned spirit province. Even though it was obvious that the grand hall was built recently, there was nobody here. Standing in front of the grand hall, Yang Kai looked around briefly. Only then did he raise his hands and form a set of seals to activate the universe transference law. He could vaguely sense a connection with something in a far-off place, which was the exact direction where the small stone world's universe array was located. When this feeling emerged, Yang Kai knew that there were no issues with the universe array he set up earlier. He had spent more than 20 years repairing the universe temples that had long lost their function after years of disrepair. The ability to repair the universe temples indicated that he had already figured out the mysteries within them, so it was not a problem for him to set one up now. There was no resistance, and his figure vanished from the spot 3 breaths later. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai was already standing on the universe array in the small stone world. Yuki had been waiting by the side all this time, and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of him as she looked at him in anticipation. Young master, is it done? Yang Kai nodded, it's done. But using the universe transference law is as time-consuming as ever. Even for a person like him who was proficient in the Tao of space, using the universe transference law took 3 full breaths before he was transferred back here. If it were anybody else, the duration would have been even longer. This little bit of time would not matter under normal circumstances, but in a dangerous situation, such as being pursued by a powerful enemy, even a single breath could be the difference between life and death, much less 3. That was why very few people in the Great Territories would use the universe transference law to escape when being pursued. There was no chance for them to use the universe temples at all, unless they could find a way to escape from their enemies and create the space and time needed to activate the universe transference law. There's no helping it. The distance is too large when transferring to a universe temple. It's only natural that it will take some time. Yongkai pensively muttered. The universe transference law was passed down from ancient times. It is a secret technique specially used to communicate with the universe arrays. If we can figure out a method to modify the universe transference law, we might be able to shorten the time taken. Yuhi just laughed. In that case, you will need to work hard on your own, young master. When it comes to the Tao of space, there are not many people in the 3,000 worlds who can help. Yongkai nodded. Arrange for somebody to build a universe temple around the Grand Array. Also, instruct the people who are still in this area to find an opportunity to leave their soul imprint here. That way, it will be much more convenient for them to travel back and forth in the future. Don't worry, young master. I will handle it properly. She nodded. Now that the central universe array had been completed, building a universe temple around it to protect it did not require any special skills. Anybody could do something like that. Meanwhile, Yongkai teleported with the help of the trail of space beacons that he left behind earlier and quickly returned to the Grand Hall from earlier. During the 3 months that he spent setting up the first universe array, he had already asked his subordinates to construct 2 other universe temples in a new great territory beforehand. This Grand Hall was one of them, while the other one was located close to the territory gate. This arrangement was mainly to facilitate travel across the new great territory. When all 3 universe temples were finished, the speed at which the cultivators developed the new great territory would definitely increase by several times. After entering the universe temple, Yongkai took a rest for a few days before he started arranging the next universe array. The first universe array had taken him 3 months to complete, but practice made perfect in everything. Therefore, the second universe array only took him 2 months to complete. He tested the grand array in person again, and once he confirmed that there were no issues with the universe array, he headed to the small stone world to look for you, and asked her to arrange for somebody to guard the universe temple. After that, he rushed to the universe temple by the territory gate without stopping. After another 2 months, the universe array at the territory gate was also successfully completed. The 3 universe temples formed a triangle across the new great territory, covering more than half of its area. The open heaven realm masters of Voidland could freely choose any of the 3 universe temples as their destinations when they used the universe transference law, as long as they were in a new great territory. Based on these different locations, Yongkai divided the 3 universe temples into A, B, and C to distinguish between them. The one near the new great territory's gate was Universe Temple A, the one in the small stone world was Universe Temple B, and the last one in the further depths of the new great territory was Universe Temple C. There had never been a great territory with so many universe temples before, so nobody could be certain as to what the outcome would be if the universe transference law was activated in such a situation. Fortunately, Yonkai's personal experimentation showed that he could subtly sense all 3 universe temples if he activated the universe transference law in the new great territory. By focusing on one particular universe temple, he could successfully transfer himself to it. It was no trouble at all. After half a year, the population of the small stone race in the small stone world had expanded to a certain extent, and the small stone world's heritage was also enhanced accordingly. Large batches of materials in the 3rd order and below were steadily delivered to the small stone world. The open heaven realm masters in charge of managing the small stone race were in charge of feeding these materials to the small stone race. The stone kings in their respective nests practically laid 100 to 200 stone eggs a day now. If that was the case for one clan, then there would be even more with thousands or tens of thousands of clans. The small stone race that Yongkai migrated away from the small stone world had more than been made up for. Previously, the small stone world could only support 2 6th-order open heaven realm masters cultivating at the same time, but the current small stone world could support 3 with no trouble, and that was already after taking the 3rd and 4th-order open heaven realm masters managing the small stone race and the small stone world into account. The growth of the small stone world's heritage could easily be seen. The same held true for Yonkai's small universe. When High Heaven Palace previously delivered massive amounts of materials in the 3rd order and below to the small stone world, Xianxia had directly taken half of them and tossed them into his small universe. The materials were divided equally and scattered around the nests of the small stone race. Xianxia no longer needed to feed them in person. In any case, the small stone race clansmen would automatically search for resources, so as long as he tossed the materials nearby, there was no need to worry too much about them. In the past half-year, the number of the small stone race clansmen in his small universe had increased from 10 million to 12 million. The unique small stone race seemed capable of growing infinitely in number as long as they had enough resources. With every passing moment, the heritage of Xianxia's small universe was steadily growing stronger. Hence, he also benefited from this growth. The same numbers of small stone race could bring 10 times more benefits to him compared to any other living creatures. In the past, Xianxia had been planning to search for an opportunity to raise even more humans in his small universe. However, there was no such need anymore. Why would he need any other living creatures when he already had the small stone race? What other living creatures could possibly bring more benefits than the small stone race? Xianxia also took the time to look at the profound bamboo, one of the 12 minor pillars. It was a dark and gloomy universe world with no signs of living creatures whatsoever, and the profound bamboo was located at the spot where all the world energy in the universe world seemed to converge. It was as though all the energy in the world was being used to support the existence of this particular minor universe pillar. There were not many stalks of profound bamboo, only around a dozen or so, but each of them was as tall as a man. Xianxia tentatively relocated one of the profound bamboo into his small universe. Seeing as he already had the world spring in his small universe, which was one of the 4 great universe pillars, his small universe was already extremely stable, so there was no need for him to use the profound bamboo. The only reason for his action was to personally verify the effects and special characteristics of the profound bamboo, lest the open heaven realm masters suffered from any mistakes when they collected and refined the profound bamboo after advancing into the high-rank open heaven realm. Moreover, Xianxia deliberately placed the profound bamboo next to one of the largest small stone race clans. This clan had nearly 100,000 clansmen, so it was second to none compared to the other small stone race clans. The world force produced by this particular clan was naturally very rich. As soon as he planted the profound bamboo, Xianxia immediately frowned. It was not that the profound bamboo was incompatible with the environment in his small universe. As one of the 12 minor universe pillars, the profound bamboo was compatible with anybody's small universe. What made him frown was that the profound bamboo seemed to be devouring the heritage of his small universe and turning that into its own growth nutrients. That was very different from the world spring. Refining the world spring had not produced any such problems whatsoever. When he realized that the world spring and the profound bamboo were completely different in the first place, Xianxia relaxed slightly and began to wait quietly. The profound bamboo broke through the ground after a month. The world force that was being devoured also increased with its growth, becoming more and more with time. Although the overall amount was not great, it was still a constant drain. Who could withstand such consumption? When an open heaven realm master wanted to advance to the next order, they needed to spend long years accumulating the heritage of their small universe. But if they planted the profound bamboo in their small universe, it would be equivalent to feeding a ferocious beast that was benefiting from the heritage of their small universe. That would inevitably slow down the speed of their cultivation progress. Xianxia's brow furrowed tightly together. If this was all the profound bamboo did, it would never have been listed as part of the 12 minor universe pillars. This was nothing more than a slow-acting poison to any open heaven realm master. Nevertheless, he patiently continued his observations. Martial Peak, Chapter 4740, The Emotional Chun Tian Fei. The growth of the profound bamboo was closely related to the world force it consumed. Xianxia tentatively tried to inject the power of his small universe into the profound bamboo and discovered that he could increase the speed of its growth. Another month passed, and the profound in bamboo finally grew to the height of a person. At this point, it finally showed some changes. The speed at which it was devouring the world force became extremely slow. In fact, it was reduced to a point where it was practically negligible. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If it was at this kind of rate, then the consumption was bearable. It would only take refining some open heaven pills regularly to replenish the lost energy. Following a series of experiments, Yang Kai discovered the differences between the profound in bamboo and the world spring. The effects of the world spring, which was one of the 4 universe pillars, was undoubtedly much stronger. He only needed to refine and integrate the world spring with his small universe for the world spring to strengthen and enhance it. There was no other price to pay. On the other hand, the profound in bamboo was different. During its growth period, there was a need for the profound in bamboo to devour the small universe's world force and convert it into nutrients for its growth. The situation would only get better when it reached maturity. Looking at the situation, it would seem that a cultivator would only need to pay the price to nurture the profound in bamboo for it to benefit their small universe. Nevertheless, it was just as he had mentioned. The profound in bamboo needed to exist on a large scale to be useful. 1 or 2 stalks did not prove to be very effective. Fortunately, it was not difficult to make the profound in bamboo reproduce. Just like how a normal bamboo grew, it only needed enough nutrients for a single stalk of bamboo to grow into a whole bamboo forest. With these special characteristics of the profound in bamboo, it was in line with being listed among the 12 minor universe pillars. When the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, they would only need to consume some of their small universe's heritage to nurture a profound in bamboo forest. Nobody would refuse this level of sacrifice compared to the benefits that they would gain. When it came down to it, the effects of the profound in bamboo would never be as strong as the world spring, no matter how much it reproduced. The 2 of them were not of the same grade in the first place. Yang Kai did not remove the profound in bamboo from his small universe. On the contrary, he continuously poured his strength into it so that it reproduced even faster, even though the profound in bamboo did not help him in any way. Looking ahead into the future, Voidland and High Heaven Palace would surely generate countless 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everybody would eventually need some, so it would be better to nurture as many of the profound in bamboo as possible now. It would be bad if there was not enough to go around when the time came. Another month passed, and Yang Kai was investigating the growth of the small stone race population in the small stone world when a figure sped over from afar. When the figure landed nearby, his fat body jiggled like a giant meatball. He ran over to Yang Kai in surprising agile steps and cupped his fist. "Subordinate Chun Tianfei greets, sir." Looking up, Yang Kai swept a gaze over Chun Tianfei and joked, "It's been a few years since we last met, fatty. You've gotten even rounder." The blubber on Chun Tianfei's face bunched up into a smile, and his small eyes were squeezed together so much that they were nowhere to be seen. He then spoke flatteringly, "It's all thanks to you, sir. This subordinate is living a good and carefree life with delicious food and beautiful clothes. That's why I put on a little weight." His obesity was related to the secret art he cultivated. The larger his body, the stronger the power he could exert. Although he had been forced to submit himself to the loyalty list and lost his freedom as a result, Yang Kai had never made things difficult for him over the years. Conversely, the development of Voidland and High Heaven Palace had allowed his cultivation to progress smoothly. Over the years, he had become increasingly grateful for the choice he made back then. Even though he was listed as a slave in the loyalty list, his future was undoubtedly more promising than the time when he served as second manager in Scarlet Star. "I see." Yang Kai nodded. "Is there something you need from me?" Chun Tianfei's expression became solemn. "The head manager sent this subordinate to invite you back." He lowered his voice as though afraid that others might hear him and whispered sneakily. The head manager mentioned that the negotiations with the cave heavens and paradises have reached a conclusion. She asked that you return and decide as soon as possible. Yang Kai nodded in understanding. I got it. Yang Kai had spent a long time at the small stone world without returning, so the cave heavens and paradises were bound to become anxious. After all, the last time he left, he vanished for 30 years. If he vanished for another few decades, or even hundreds of years, who would they discuss the matter relating to the good fortune divine furnace with? They originally planned to leave Yang Kai hanging so that he would lower his price. But who could have known that he was in no hurry at all? Seeing as Yang Kai was not anxious, the cave heavens and paradises became anxious instead. Moreover, they could not enter the new great territory. They had no idea what Yang Kai was doing inside or how long they would need to wait for him to return. Sir, is there anything this subordinate can do? Chun Tian Fei asked solemnly. This subordinate is willing to climb a mountain of swords and cross a sea of fire for you. Even if I have to sacrifice this fat body, I am willing to complete your orders. Yang Kai smiled and lightly patted Chun Tian Fei's stomach. A ripple of meaty waves immediately spread out. What I want you to do is simple. Just keep on cultivating hard. We were too weak and small in the past, so the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm was acceptable. Unfortunately, Voidland and High Heaven Palace are on a different scale now. The Fourth Order Open Heaven realm is not enough. You should hurry up and advance to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Chun Tian Fei's expression immediately became bitter. Sir, as you know, the cultivation of an Open Heaven realm master is all about accumulation. It's not that this subordinate does not wish to hurry up. It's just that my accumulation is simply not enough. This subordinate is devastated too. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, forget it. You don't need to return to High Heaven Palace for now. Just find a place to cultivate in the small stone world. You're not allowed to leave until you reach the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Upon hearing this, Chun Tian Fei's eyes filled with tears and he sobbed gratefully. Sir, you took such good care of this subordinate. This subordinate vows to devote his entire life to you in return. He was truly moved. Back then, both Chun Tian Fei and Lu Shui had submitted to Yang Kai, but the difference was that Chun Tian Fei left his name on the loyalty list as a slave while Lu Shui took the initiative to join Yang Kai. Both of them had been in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm at the time, while Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm. However, Lu Shui left on a trip with Yang Kai and returned in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Conversely, Chun Tian Fei remained stuck in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai later took in Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, and Luan Baifeng. They were all powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters. Thus, Chun Tian Fei couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. His cultivation was simply too low in comparison. The rest were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. Even he was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. He knew that there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. In other words, Yang Kai could only accept 9 slaves. Now that all 9 pages have been filled, would he be disdained and abandoned by Yang Kai because his strength was too low? If he was truly abandoned, then he would not be able to continue living. Once a person left their name on the loyalty list, their name could not be removed unless they advanced into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The loyalty list's owner took the initiative to remove it, or they simply died. For that reason, Fatty Chun had been living on the edge for all these years. He was scared that he would simply drop dead one day. That was why he always presented himself in a flattering manner every time he met Yang Kai. He was afraid that Yang Kai would consider him useless and decide to abandon him. Now, though, Yang Kai had allowed him to remain in the small stone world to cultivate, so it could be seen that Yang Kai had no thoughts of abandoning him at all. How could he not be emotional? The fear that he had been carrying in his heart all these years was finally resolved. What's more, this was a small stone world. Who among the Open Heaven realm masters in High Heaven Palace did not know about the wonders of the small stone world? All of them had worked hard to accumulate contribution points just to compete for the 20 slots to manage the small stone race. It was a pity that only 20 people were chosen out of the 2,000 or so Open Heaven Realm Masters. Only a few people were destined to be the lucky ones. Now that Yang Kai had spoken, Chun Tianfei was also one of them. Not to mention, he did not even need to take care of the small stone race. He only needed to find a quiet spot and focus on cultivating and retreat. Chun Tianfei was tempted to put his hands on his hips, throw his head back, and howl with laughter to show his happiness. Scram, scram. Yang Kai kicked Chun Tianfei in the butt. Sure enough, Chun Tianfei rolled over several times like a ball. Only then did he scramble to his feet and fled out of sight. Watching Chun Tianfei's departure, Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should I bring Yin Hua over too? Among the 9 people listed in his loyalty list, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, and Luan Baifeng were in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. He He and Xian Peng were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Only Chun Tianfei and Yunxing Hua belonged in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. He had not felt anything about it in the past, but as his strength steadily improved and the number of Masters Yang Kai came into contact with increased, a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master became indeed a little undesirable. Upon further consideration, though, he decided against the idea. Yunxing Hua had been assisting Mo Mei in Void Star City all this time after all. He dropped by to greet Yuhi. Then he activated the Universe Transference Law and arrived directly at Universe Temple A that was located near the Territory Gate. Yuhi had already arranged for several Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard this place. So when they noticed Yang Kai's appearance, they bowed respectfully. Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and casually made some encouraging remarks to them before he headed straight towards the Territory Gate. A short while later, he arrived at High Heaven Palace. The first thing he did was visit his parents and check on the cultivation situation of his 2 disciples. Xiaoya was as dazzlingly talented as ever. Even though it had only been half a year since she arrived at the Star Boundary, she had already advanced by 3 minor realms. It could be seen just how terrifying her aptitude was. Naturally, it was also related to the extremely favorable cultivation environment in the Star Boundary. While inside Yang Kai's small universe, she would not have been able to advance so quickly even if she did not deliberately try to suppress her cultivation. In comparison, Zhao Yibai seemed a little pitiful. His cultivation was lower than Zhao Ye's by several great realms, so it stood to reason that the speed of his cultivation should be much faster than hers. Even so, he only managed to advance by 2 minor realms. After asking some questions and resolving certain issues that the 2 little ones faced during their cultivation, Yang Kai left. He had not informed anybody about his return, but the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises had clearly sensed his aura. It didn't take long before Hua Qingxi came to report. Sect Master, Elder Yu has sent a message. In 3 days, the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be visiting High Heaven Palace to discuss the matter related to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace with you. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Be sure to make some preparations in advance. The last time the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises had gathered at High Heaven Palace, it was to discuss the construction of the Tao Temples in the Star Boundary and the recruitment of disciples. Hence, High Heaven Palace had some experience in providing hospitality to them. Yes, she answered. By the way, how did they communicate with you all this time? He asked. Hua Qingxi briefly replied. It's basically Elder Yu acting as the middleman to pass the messages to me. I have stubbornly kept to the 3-month period and refused to budge, and they seemed unwilling to make things difficult for me. Since they are planning to gather at High Heaven Palace, I'm sure they have come to a consensus. They are coming to negotiate an outcome with you, Sect Master. Yang Kai laughed softly. They can't keep procrastinating. The earlier they start using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, the earlier they will start harvesting benefits. It will be too late if they wait until their disciples are all grown up. It's such a pity that there is so little time. If we could delay things a little longer, Voidland would surely receive even more benefits. Martial Peak, Chapter 4741, Shi Zheng. A quick estimation indicated that the materials from Voidland should have arrived at Great Evolution Paradise by now, so Voidland should already be using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to create higher-order materials. That was why Xianxia was happy to procrastinate. The longer they delayed things, the more chances Voidland would have to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Nevertheless, it did not matter too much. Even if they reached an agreement today, it would take some time for the Cave Heavens and Paradises to gather their materials and send them to Great Evolution Paradise. Voidland could go ahead and use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace until the materials from the Cave Heavens and Paradises arrived. There's something else. Hua Qingxi leaned closer and lowered her voice. Shi Zheng of Langya Paradise wishes to have a private meeting with you, Sect Master. Shi Zheng. Xianxia frowned. Needless to say, he was acquainted with all the foreign affairs envoys from the Cave Heavens and Paradises stationed in the Star Boundary. Shi Zheng was the foreign affairs envoy of Langya Paradise and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Did he say what it was about? Xianxia asked. If it were any other Cave Heaven or Paradise, he would not have been so concerned. The key point was that Shi Zheng was from Langya Paradise, and Langya Paradise was the master sect of Zhang Ruo Shi's ancestor. Moreover, Zhang Ruo Shi was currently a Langya Paradise disciple. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, he didn't say anything, but I think it has something to do with the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. The representatives of the Cave Heavens and Paradises were going to gather at High Heaven Palace in 3 days' time to discuss the matter related to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace together. Hence, Shi Zheng's intentions for asking for a private meeting with Xianxia was obvious. Is he planning to use his private connections to get a better deal? Xianxia felt a little disgusted by the idea, but could not refuse due to his relationship with Zhang Ruo Shi. If he rejected Shi Zheng's request, there was no saying whether Shi Zheng would harass Zhang Ruo Shi in the future. Be that as it may, the situation was such that he could not agree to over-the-top demands even if he met with Shi Zheng in private. That was something Shi Zheng had to understand. Invite him over then, he ordered, to which Hua Qingxi said, Elder Shi claimed that there are too many eyes in the Star Boundary, so it is inconvenient for him to visit you recklessly. He asked that you take a small trip instead. His sneaky and furtive actions are really giving off the vibe that he wants to discuss some sort of underhanded and dishonorable secret with me. She then continued, Sect Master, if you do not wish to meet him, I will arrange for somebody to send a message to him. Xianxia pondered in silence for a long time before he said, I will still need to meet him anyway. Where are we meeting? Hua Qingxi hurriedly handed over a jade slip. He took the jade slip from her and used his divine sense to probe the contents. Understanding flooded his heart, and he asked, What about the time? She replied, Elder Shi told me that he will be waiting for you there, Sect Master. How rushed? Thinking about it again, though, it made sense. Many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be gathering in High Heaven Palace in 3 days. There would not be any other chances for them to meet if they did not rush the meeting now. I'll go and take a look. Sect Master, Hua Qingxi hurriedly shouted after Xianxia, Be careful. Xianxia nodded and vanished out of sight. The place where Shi Zheng had chosen was still within High Heaven territory, but it was quite a distance away from the Star Boundary. Moving quickly, Xianxia arrived in less than 4 hours. The void was tranquil, and a ship drifted quietly with 2 figures standing silently on the deck. Upon detecting Xianxia's aura, both of them turned to look in his direction. One of them looked surprised for a moment before shouting in excitement, Sir! Xianxia landed on the deck and looked forward with an equally pleasantly surprised look. Ruo Shi. Shi Zheng was not the only person waiting for Xianxia in this place. Zhang Ruo Shi was here too. Speaking of which, Xianxia had looked forward to seeing Zhang Ruo Shi when news about the World Tree spread and the Cave Heavens and Paradises began moving into the Star Boundary. Unfortunately, she never appeared, even though the people from Langya Paradise had arrived. When Xianxia asked Shi Zheng about the situation, he learned that Zhang Ruo Shi was cultivating in retreat. It was obvious at their reunion today that Zhang Ruo Shi was already an Open Heaven Realm Master. Sir, why are you here? Elder Shi told me that an honored guest would be coming, and here I was wondering who it would be. Zhang Ruo, she smiled as brightly as a flower in bloom. Yang Kai laughed. I never thought I would meet you here either. Did you rush here from Langya Paradise? She nodded. I want to come back to visit, but I was in retreat previously. It was simply not convenient for me to come. Now that my cultivation has stabilized, the master sect finally allowed me to come. What order are you in? He looked concerned. Fifth order, open heaven realm. She replied happily. Good, very good. He reached out to pat her head, though there was no denying that he felt a little regretful. If she had condensed her Dao seal a little later, she might have had the chance to advance into the sixth order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, regret was useless at this point. Once a cultivator had condensed their Dao seal, the foundation was laid for which order open heaven realm they could achieve. How was the master sect? Zhang Ruo, she smilingly replied, It's wonderful. Senior Sister Gu has always taken good care of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance into the open heaven realm so quickly. The Senior Sister Gu, that Zhang Ruo she mentioned, was none other than Gu Pan. As a Langya Paradise core disciple, Gu Pan was one of its future pillars. Therefore, her attitude toward Zhang Ruo she would hugely affect the treatment that the latter received in the sect. In that case, I will have to thank her properly when I meet her again. Yang Kai smiled. Speaking of which, he had not met Gu Pan since they last encountered one another during the Tao Theory Assembly. Setting aside such thoughts, Yang Kai looked up and cupped his fist in a manner that was neither rude nor polite. Greetings, Elder Shi. During the conversation between Yang Kai and Zhang Ruo, Shi Zheng simply stood to the side and watched with a smile on his face. He had not shown any intention of interrupting them. At this moment, he finally spoke up in a generous manner. You are too polite, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai said, Why did you ask me to come here, Elder Shi? He was already unhappy with the fact that Shi Zheng had requested a private meeting with him before the cave heavens and paradises met up to discuss the matters regarding the good fortune divine furnace. In addition, he arrived only to see that Zhang Ruo she was also here. These points only solidified his impression that Shi Zheng was a cunning and sly man. Although Yang Kai could understand Shi Zheng's wish to utilize personal connections, for him to go so far as to bring Zhang Ruo, she here showed clear intentions of taking advantage of the relationship between Yang Kai and her. Shi Zheng responded, You already have the answer in your heart, Sect Master Yang. Why bother asking? Let's sit down and talk. A feast had been prepared in advance on the deck, and a tantalizing smell filled the air. Since Yang Kai was already here, he figured he might as well stay. There was nothing he needed to worry about since Shi Zheng was the one who had a request for him. After thanking Shi Zheng, Yang Kai took a seat. Shi Zheng sat opposite Yang Kai, while Zhang Ruo she knelt by the side and served them. The entire ship only had the aura of 3 people, and there was nobody else in the vicinity. Sect Master Yang, you are young and promising indeed. This king admires you very much. Please allow this king to drink this toast to you. Shi Zheng raised his glass. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Many thanks, Elder Shi. He raised his glass and gulped down the contents. Warmth filled his belly from the alcohol. Zhang Ruo, she refilled their wine glasses quietly. Sect Master Yang, the world tree root that you brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary and planted in the star boundary could be said to have benefited this entire vast universe. This king will drink to that too. Shi Zheng raised his glass for the second time. The results were unexpected. I did not anticipate this situation either when I planted the world tree. Shi Zheng smiled, but there is no denying that the 3,000 worlds has benefited. If not for your actions back then, the star boundary would not be producing so many peerless talents. After 2 glasses of wine, he continued, I heard that Gu Pan received a lot of help from you in the grand ancient ruins boundary, Sect Master Yang. This king will drink this toast as thanks on behalf of Gu Pan. Yang Kai nodded lightly and drank again. He secretly thought to himself, is this guy trying to get me drunk so that he can ask me for more benefits? If that's the case, then I'll drink you under the table. It was a good wine, but how could something brought to the table by a 7th order open heaven realm master be of poor quality. Nevertheless, Xianxia was a sixth-order open heaven realm master with the body of a 10,000-meter-long grand dragon. How can mere wine make him drunk? After 3 glasses of wine, Xianxia finally got to the point. I'm sure you have some guesses as to why this king invited you here, Sect Master Yang. You are not wrong. This king is indeed here for the good fortune divine furnace. Xianxia was slightly surprised by his bluntness and said, the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be gathering at the High Heaven Palace in 3 days' time to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace's right of use together. As long as the condition I named is satisfied, all the sects will be able to use the good fortune divine furnace. Xianxia Paradise is no exception. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me, Elder Shi? Xianxia laughed. The 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises make up more than 100 top forces in the 3,000 worlds. I'm sure that meeting your requirements will not be a problem, Sect Master Yang. Even so, both parties are free to negotiate with each other. The time that each sect can use the good fortune divine furnace is limited, not to mention that they will be taking turns to wait in line. Therefore, Xianxia Paradise would like to use the good fortune divine furnace for a longer time. Xianxia raised his eyebrows slightly. How long? 3 to 5 years. If possible, 8 to 10 years. Xianxia smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. You must be joking, Elder Shi. Even if each sect was allowed to use the good fortune divine furnace for 3 months, it would take more than 300 months for the 100-plus sects to each use it once. That meant that some 20 to 30 years would pass before each sect could have another opportunity to use the good fortune divine furnace. Therefore, it was simply impossible for Xianxia to allow Xianxia Paradise to use the good fortune divine furnace for 3 to 5 years, much less 8 to 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to open heaven realm masters under normal circumstances. For instance, repairing the universe temples had taken Xianxia a whole 20 years to complete. It was just that nobody was willing to wait so long. Moreover, the elite disciple from various sects in the star boundary would not take long to grow up, and once they condensed their Dao seal, they would need a large supply of high-order materials. Xianxia said sternly, this matter might be difficult for others, but it shouldn't be much trouble for you, Sect Master Yang. You only need to put forward conditions that cannot be met by any of the sects during the meeting IJ 3 days so that negotiations will break down. Before the results of the discussion come out, Xianxia Paradise can use the good fortune divine furnace for a while. As for how long we can use the good fortune divine furnace, that will depend on your means, Sect Master Yang. Xianxia couldn't help rolling his eyes. Voidland is currently using the good fortune divine furnace. If I could create such an opportunity, why would I give up these benefits to outsiders? At that thought, he shook his head. I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Elder Shi. I'm just the palace master of High Heaven Palace. The cave heavens and paradises are existences that my generation looks up to. Although I have the qualifications to negotiate with them, I'm nothing more than the representative for Great Evolution Paradise. I cannot reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Besides, I'm sure that the discussion to be held in 3 days will reach a conclusion. Xianxia showed no signs of annoyance and simply chuckled before saying, there's no hurry to reject my request, Sect Master Yang. Since Xianxia Paradise has a request for you, it's only natural that we won't let your efforts go in vain. Please look at this before we continue our discussion. After saying so, he gestured to Zhang Ruo Shi. Bring out that item and give it to Sect Master Yang. Martial Peak, Chapter 4742, That Hurt. Is he planning to give me a gift? Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was a time when high-rank, open heaven realm masters were a distant and unattainable existence to him. There were people whom he could only admire and respect. Yet now he was not only standing on equal footing with the high-rank, open heaven realm masters, but also in the position for others to try and give him gifts to win his favor. However, he was rather curious as to what Xianxia planned to give him. Ordinary treasures were not enough to interest him, but Xianxia seemed so confident. That could only mean that the gift was truly magnificent. Zhang Ruo, she entered the cabin and returned a short while later with an exquisite wooden box in her hands. The box was about the length of her arm and made from an unknown material. More importantly, it was radiating with the aura of a sixth-order material. Yang Kai raised his brow at the sight. Just the box was a sixth-order wood element material that was worth at least 15 million open heaven pills. Just what was the value of the item placed inside such a box? Under Shi Zheng's orders, Zhang Ruo, she carefully placed the box in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the box suspiciously. Shi Zheng gestured with a smile. "Please have a look, Sect Master Yang." However, Yang Kai remained motionless and shook his head instead. "Elder Shi, there are countless eyes targeting the good fortune divine furnace. Even if I wish to help you, I am powerless to do anything. Nonetheless, Ruo, she is a native of the star boundary. Just because of that relationship alone, I will do my best to arrange for Xianxia Paradise to be at the front of the line when the cave heavens and paradises take turns using the good fortune divine furnace. As for the rest, I'm afraid I'm powerless to help you. So, there's no need for me to see what's inside the box. Please take it back, Elder Shi." If not for his relationship with Zhang Ruo, Yang Kai would not have come here at all. It was only for her sake that he was willing to accommodate Xianxia Paradise to some extent, where possible. Unfortunately, over-the-top demands were beyond his ability. The good fortune divine furnace did not belong to him after all. He was only entrusted this matter by Grandmaster Ma Fan to discuss the good fortune divine furnace's right of use with the cave heavens and paradises on behalf of Great Evolution Paradise. Shi Zheng chuckled. "There's no need to worry, Sect Master Yang. This is something Xianxia Paradise prepared especially for you. Let's leave the rest aside for the time being. Please have a look, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai grinned. "I'm afraid that I might be tempted if I look." Shi Zheng's confidence indicated that the object inside the box was extremely extraordinary. Yang Kai was worried it might actually impress him. "If this gift can tempt you, Sect Master Yang, then that's exactly what this king wants." Shi Zheng smiled and commanded, "Ruo, she, open the box for Sect Master Yang." Zhang Ruo, she was silent. Giving Yang Kai an apologetic look, she leaned over and placed her hand on the wooden box. She had been absolutely ecstatic when she saw Yang Kai earlier, but after sitting here and listening to the conversation between Shi Zheng and Yang Kai, she vaguely realized that something was wrong. It was just that Shi Zheng was a Xianxia Paradise elder. As a disciple, she could not disobey his commands. The wooden box slowly opened. When Yang Kai looked into the box, a black thread suddenly shot towards his body at the speed of lightning. It was so fast that he failed to react in time. If he had been on guard, the black thread might not have struck him. Unfortunately, the key point was that he had been unprepared. He had even widened his eyes to look into the wooden box, ready to see what treasure was contained inside. Who could have known a strange object would jump out instead? As soon as the black thread emerged, an aura that made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable permeated the air. The black thread immediately buried itself into his body and vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the smile on Shi Zheng's face grew deeper. However, his smile soon stiffened on his face. That was because the black thread that had plunged into Yang Kai's body came back out and seemed to be trying to flee towards him instead. A large hand suddenly reached out as swiftly as lightning and captured the black thread. Shi Zheng was dumbfounded. Similarly, Zhang Ruo, Shi, and Yang Kai were dumbstruck. The black thread struggled and wriggled violently in Yang Kai's hands like a living creature. When he looked down at it, he discovered that the black thread had no head or tail. It resembled a large black earthworm. Moreover, its body was releasing an extremely distressing black aura that leaked out from within its body like steam. What the hell is this? I can tell at a glance that this isn't anything good. Yang Kai looked up and met Shi Zheng's eyes. The latter had a look of confusion on his face. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly. Smiling at Shi Zheng politely, Yang Kai slowly placed the black earthworm in his hand back into the wooden box and gently closed the cover before he stuffed the entire box into his space ring. "I like the gift very much, Elder Shi," he nodded lightly. Shi Zheng stared at Yang Kai solemnly, and traces of his aura slowly began spreading out into the air. Yang Kai stood up. "Elder Shi, I still have things to do at High Heaven Palace. I will be taking my leave. Please excuse me." Then he turned to look at Zhang Ruo Shi and continued, "Ruo Shi, follow me back to the star boundary." Zhang Ruo, she could tell that something was strange about the situation, so she nodded immediately. Yang Kai wrapped his power around her, and with a flash of his thoughts, space principles began fluctuating in preparation for his return to the star boundary. With his current capabilities, he could use the star boundary's world force to return in an instant as long as he was still inside High Heaven territory, regardless of the distance. Shi Zheng stood up, and the aura of a seventh-order open heaven realm master exploded. When the world force surged violently, he threw a punch in Yang Kai's direction. The power behind this punch was absolutely horrifying, causing the local space to warp, severing the connection between Yang Kai and the star boundary almost instantaneously. In that moment of desperation, Yang Kai gently pressed his palm against Zhang Ruo Shi's body to push her aside. He himself was struck squarely in the back by Shi Zheng's fist, and his figure was thrown forward like a rag doll as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everything occurred so suddenly that Yang Kai had already been injured by Shi Zheng before Zhang Ruo Shi had the time to react. She did not know whether Yang Kai was even still alive. On the other hand, Shi Zheng showed no intention of paying attention to her at all. He pursued Yang Kai and sent several divine abilities at his crumpled body. Following that, he stood in the void and watched with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai was only in the sixth-order open heaven realm, but he had a history of killing a seventh-order open heaven realm master like Zuoquan Hui. Therefore, everybody in the cave heavens and paradises had some understanding of his strength. That was also why Shi Zheng attacked without holding back in the slightest. His original plan had failed, so he could only go for the kill. He believed that Yang Kai could not survive his vicious barrage of attacks. However, when the energy fluctuations of those divine abilities gradually vanished, he saw a blood-drenched Yang Kai standing there and staring at him coldly. "He's not dead." Shi Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. Not only was Yang Kai not dead, but he didn't even look to be heavily injured. For a moment, Shi Zheng wondered whether his eyesight was compromised. Everything that happened today had left him reeling from disbelief. First, the trap he prepared had been ineffective towards Yang Kai. Then his attacks had failed to settle the matter in a single blow. Just what kind of monster is this brat? That hurt. Yang Kai swung his arms and cracked his neck. If it had been before Yang Kai most recently entered the Shattered Heaven, the sneak attack of a veteran seventh-order open heaven realm master might have killed him on the spot. The other party had struck without holding back in the slightest. So no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it would have been impossible for him to defend himself so suddenly. Fortunately, he obtained the world spring in the Shattered Heaven. So even if Shi Zheng was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, those divine abilities and the punch to his body were unable to affect his small universe in the slightest. All the power in those attacks were borne only by his body, so he did not experience any turbulence in his small universe like before. Furthermore, he currently had the body of 10,000 meters long Grand Dragon. The clothes on his body were also transformed from his dragon scales. Hence, his defensive abilities were outstanding. Shi Zheng had attacked with everything he had, and Yang Kai was injured pretty badly as a result. Nevertheless, these injuries were nothing to an open heaven realm master as long as their small universe remained unharmed. In the distance, Zhang Ruo Shi finally managed to come to a stop after being shoved aside by Yang Kai earlier. When she looked up and saw that Yang Kai was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A brief moment of hesitation appeared on her face, and then she turned around and sped towards the star boundary. She had no intention of staying behind to fight beside Yang Kai, because she knew that she would not be able to help with her fifth-order open heaven realm cultivation. On the contrary, she would only become a distraction for Yangkai. All she could do was escape as far as possible so as not to become his burden. That was undoubtedly the correct decision to make. She did not know the reason why Elder Shizheng had plotted against then attacked Yangkai. Everything that happened just now was extremely difficult to believe. Not to mention, she had clearly felt an intense disgust when the black earthworm-like object emerged from the gift that Elder Shizheng had wanted to give Yangkai. Upon seeing Zhang Ruoshi escaping out of the corner of his eyes, Yangkai secretly praised the girl for her intelligence. Only then did he turn to look at Shizheng in a leisurely manner and ask, "Why?" Shizheng studied Yangkai in disbelief, unable to understand why his divine abilities were ineffective against him. What puzzled him even more was why Yangkai had not succumbed to his trap earlier. That was his biggest miscalculation. If his initial plan had worked, all the troublesome matters afterwards would not have happened in the first place. All of a sudden, Shizheng seemed to realize something and asked, "Did you refine one of the 4 universe pillars? Is this incident your will alone, Elder Shi? Or is this the stance Langya Paradise is taking?" Yangkai looked at Shizheng calmly. It would not matter too much if this incident was merely the personal actions of Shizheng, but it would become intriguing indeed if it turned out that he actually represented Langya Paradise. "Which of the 4 universe pillars did you refine?" Shizheng stared at Yangkai intently. What was that black earthworm-like thing? Both of them questioned the other, but neither side answered the other's questions. Shizheng was the first to lose his patience. He had been completely exposed when his attack failed. If he wanted to make up for his mistakes, then he could only silence both Yangkai and Zhang Ruoshi. What's more, those who refined the 4 universe pillars had to die. His murderous intent surged without warning, and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force burst out violently. His figure charged towards Yangkai at the speed of lightning. A voice rang out in the universe. "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." In that moment, Yangkai instantaneously understood one thing. Shizheng had decided on a meeting place located so far away from the star boundary, because he was afraid Yangkai would borrow the might of the star boundary to obtain the temporary powers of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, the truth was that Yangkai could borrow the strength of the star boundary from anywhere as long as he was still within High Heaven territory. Following that shout, a look of panic appeared on Shizheng's face. If he allowed Yangkai to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, then he would have no confidence in his ability to kill Yangkai within a short time. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4743, Are You Surprised? What surprised Shizheng slightly was that nothing happened after Yangkai's confident shout. Yangkai's aura did not show any signs of being enhanced, and the aura coming from him was still that of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yangkai's face twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, "This is awkward." He could borrow the Star Boundaries World Force to obtain the temporary powers of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from anywhere as long as he was in High Heaven territory. But right now, since he was half a day's journey from the Star Boundary, even though he could clearly sense the Star Boundaries World Force churning and rushing towards him, it would take a while to arrive from such a large distance. How could Yangkai afford to wait when there was a formidable enemy in front of him? By the time the Star Boundaries World Force arrived, the outcome of the battle between them would have already been decided. Shizheng did not know what was happening, but he had a vague guess. His body immediately tensed, and a powerful surge of world force spread out to form the heaven-sealing earth-locking net, which severed Yangkai's connection with the Star Boundary. The immense Star Boundaries world force that was rushing towards Yangkai suddenly lost its target. Hence, it turned around and returned to the Star Boundary. "Break!" Yangkai shouted, manipulating space principles as he thrust out ferociously with the Azure Dragon Spear. That blow immediately blasted a small hole in the sealed space. "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." He held his spear horizontally in front of him and shouted. The world force of the Star Boundary that had just calmed down began churning once more, then it rushed towards him like the rising tide. In the next moment, Shizheng charged forward. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques rained down from above, causing Yang Kai to flee desperately. That was not all. The hole that had been blasted open was repaired by Shi Zheng, effectively cutting off the connection between Yang Kai and the star boundary once more. As a result, the star boundary returned to peace for the second time. Yang Kai felt as though his veins were about to pop from frustration. Urging his space principles to their limits, he used all his strength to break the barrier once more and shouted, "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." How could Shi Zheng possibly give Yang Kai the chance to succeed, though? World force surged, and the enormous void turned into a cage again. Inside the various Tao temples on the star boundary, many high-rank, open heaven realm masters frowned deeply. Some of them even came out and observed the changes in the star boundary. The movements of the star boundary's world force were so obvious that it was impossible for them not to notice anything, especially since these tumultuous changes occurred repeatedly. These changes were simply far too conspicuous. The high-rank open heaven realm masters initially suspected that something had happened to the star boundary, but upon careful consideration, the realization quickly struck them. A great emperor was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force. Although they had not personally witnessed Yang Kai borrowing the world force back then, they knew about the incident. After understanding this point, they couldn't help wondering just which star boundary great emperor was doing this. Were they simply experimenting? Or was there a deeper meaning behind these actions? Unlike the many high-rank open heaven realm masters, the great emperors quickly came out of retreat and gathered together. Aside from Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor, who were guarding the new Great Territories Territory Gate, and Bustling World Great Emperor, who was overseeing High Heaven Star City, the remaining 5 had been alerted to these changes. They included Serene Soul Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor, Ice Feather Great Emperor, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, and Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor. As they looked around at each other, Serene Soul Great Emperor frowned and asked, "Where is Yang Kai?" All of them were here, so the abnormalities in the star boundary had nothing to do with them. In that case, only one possibility remained. Yang Kai was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force, but his attempts were interrupted for some reason. That was the only explanation for the repeated attempts. They all shook their heads. Ever since learning that they could directly refine and absorb the star boundary's world force to enhance the heritage of their respective small universes, they had been cultivating in retreat without regard for affairs in the outside world. If not for the major commotion today, they would not have gathered together today. Who among them would know where Yang Kai was? At that moment, Hua Qingxi rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that the 5 of them had come out of retreat, she quickly shouted, "Sect Master might be in danger." "What happened?" Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun asked solemnly. Hua Qingxi immediately informed them about how Shi Zheng had invited Yang Kai for a private meeting. The 5 of them scowled after listening to the explanation. Yao Jun said, "Looks like Yang Kai is really in danger after all. He would not have tried to borrow the star boundary's world force otherwise. This matter cannot be delayed. We need to assist him immediately." The rest nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to rush into the sky, though, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'll go." They turned to look in that direction, only to see Yu Chang Dao heading towards them. It was obvious that he had heard their conversation just now. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who stayed at High Heaven Palace all the time after all, so it was extremely easy for him to investigate the situation if he wanted to. Yu Chang Dao noticed the wary look that the great emperors were giving him and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the cave heavens and paradises. The specific reasons will have to be carefully investigated. I will definitely give you an explanation when I return." This incident had occurred after Yang Kai went to meet with Shi Zheng, so the great emperors were naturally suspicious as to whether the cave heavens and paradises had done anything underhanded in secret. That was why they were so vigilant when Yu Chang Dao appeared. This matter could not be delayed, though, and Yu Chang Dao knew that he could not explain himself quickly, so he decided not to waste his time. Nodding at the great emperors, he immediately soared into the sky. There was no telling whether he had said anything to the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Star Boundary, but numerous powerful auras quickly followed behind him. In the blink of an eye, some 40 or 50 people turned into streams of light and set off in a mighty procession. Xianxia's whereabouts were obvious, as they only needed to head in the direction that the Star Boundary's world force had surged towards earlier. Moments after the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters departed, the 5 great emperors quickly took to the skies after them. It would be for the best if this matter was unrelated to the cave heavens and paradises. However, if the cave heavens and paradises were involved, Xianxia would have a hard time facing so many enemies alone. Even if their presence would not change the fact that they were powerless to resist, they could not allow Xianxia to fight alone. In the void, the sealed space formed by the power of Shi Zheng's world force would be broken by Xianxia from time to time. Be that as it may, Shi Zheng would quickly fortify the cage again every time Xianxia tried to borrow the strength of the Star Boundary. After repeated attempts, Xianxia roared furiously, "Show proper respect. Don't go too far with your antics." Shi Zheng naturally ignored Xianxia, while every attack he unleashed was ruthless and lethal. If it were any other ordinary 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even those at the peak of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, it would have been impossible for them to survive under the fierce attacks of a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master for so long. Nevertheless, Xianxia grimly persisted. Despite being covered in blood and looking quite miserable, he managed to narrowly escape death every time. Xianxia finally understood the wonders of the World Spring. Without the World Spring, his small universe would have fallen into chaos or even possibly collapsed from the impact by now. In contrast, his small universe remained as firm and resilient as ever thanks to the protection of the World Spring. It didn't matter how powerful the attacks that Shi Zheng threw at him, none of them could shake his foundation. All the injuries he sustained were physical wounds. Thankfully, the dragon scale clothes he wore on his body that gave him powerful defensive abilities and the immense restorative abilities of a grand dragon, combined with his potent wood element power, allowed him to persevere. A quarter hour later, Shi Zheng vaguely noticed something wrong. Xianxia's wretched appearance repeatedly gave him the illusion that he could kill him if only he tried a little harder. Even so, every time he used his full power to deliver a fatal blow, Xianxia somehow managed to survive. This brat just won't die. How could he fail to realize that Xianxia was simply trying to buy time? Xianxia knew that Shi Zheng could form a heaven-sealing, earth-locking cage, but he continued to try and borrow the Star Boundary's world force. Such obvious movements were clearly a means to inform the Star Boundary that something had happened to him. If Shi Zheng's guess was correct, then the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters stationed at the Star Boundary were already on their way here. His identity had been exposed to Xianxia, so if he could kill him quickly, he might be able to continue hiding his identity. On the other hand, if he failed to kill Xianxia, then all the years of forbearance would be in vain. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Shi Zheng's expression became solemn all of a sudden. Forming a set of seals with his hands, and a giant sword sparkling with starlight suddenly emerged from behind his back. The giant sword that resembled a star was a dazzling sight to behold. At the same time, sword chi exploded out, threatening to shatter the local space. Divine manifestation. Xianxia was shocked. There was a huge gap in power even among individual high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the biggest difference came from whether or not they had their own divine manifestation. Those who had their own divine manifestation were rare, even among the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Xianxia had a deep understanding of the immense strength of divine manifestations, and it turned out that Shi Zheng was one of the few who had one. Luck had played a vital role when Xianxia killed Zuoquan Hui back then. Although Zuoquan Hui had been in the 7th Order for many years, he had not comprehended his own divine manifestation. If he had a divine manifestation, the outcome of their conflict would have been very different. Cold, murderous intent shrouded Xianxia, and his exposed skin immediately got goosebumps. When the aura of death came down on him, He knew that he would not live to see the sun tomorrow if he continued to conceal his true strength. Hence, he immediately put the azure dragon spear away and took a deep breath. With a great roar that rang out across the void, he shouted, "Dragon transformation!" A dragon roar rang out, and golden light burst forth as Yang Kai's body swelled abruptly. Following a series of cracking sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body. His hands turned into dragon claws. Dragon horns emerged from his head. A dragon beard fluttered beneath his jaw. A dragon tail swept side to side, and his dragon eyes glowed majestically. A 10,000-meter-long grand dragon suddenly manifested, and a powerful dragon pressure permeated the void. Golden dragon scales shone like great suns, illuminating the darkness. A grand dragon? Shi Zheng was so shocked that even the movement of his hands paused for a moment. Shi Zheng had known that Yang Kai carried a dragon clan bloodline, as that had been revealed outside of the shadowless cave heaven to ward off his enemies at the time. Nonetheless, Shi Zheng never imagined that Yang Kai was not just a random dragonkin, but a genuine mature grand dragon. It had to be said that a grand dragon was the equivalent of a high-rank open heaven realm master in terms of strength. How can he be a grand dragon? This brat is far too treacherous. If Shi Zheng had known that Yang Kai had the strength of a grand dragon, he would never have bothered to fight with him here. He might be a veteran 7th Order open heaven realm master, but he did not have the confidence to kill a grand dragon. If he could not kill the other party, then why waste time trying? Thinking back to how Yang Kai had repeatedly and desperately acted as though his life had been hanging by a thread, Shi Zheng nearly grounded his teeth to bits. This boy has been hiding his strength just to keep me hanging and buying time by making me think that I have the ability to kill him. In the end, just when Shi Zheng decided to pull out his trump card and end things swiftly, Yang Kai finally revealed the truth. How can he be so despicable and shameless? Bastard. Yang Kai, who had transformed into a grand dragon, shook his head side to side and spoke in a thunderous voice. Are you surprised? Marshall Peak, Chapter 4744. I'll be waiting for you up ahead. Fuck your surprise. For the first time in his life, Shi Zheng discovered that a person could be this shameless. He had the sudden urge to leave right now. Unfortunately, his divine manifestation had already been summoned, so there was no choice but to release the arrow on the string. The shocking sword transformed into a dazzling stream of light that stabbed straight at Yang Kai's enormous body. A razor-sharp aura that contained heaven-destroying and earth-shattering force immediately appeared in front of Yang Kai's dragon head. Yang Kai opened his mouth and let out a roar. A brilliant golden ray of light shot out from his mouth. Dragon breath. The fluctuation from that burst of horrifying energy caused a huge wave of ripples to spread outward. Nevertheless, the giant sword that had transformed into a stream of light slowly, but steadily pushed forward despite being enveloped by the golden dragon breath. I can't block it. Yang Kai's dragon eyes widened in horror. The power of the dragon source in his body had already been urged to its limits, but it was still not enough. It was not his first time fighting a 7th Order open heaven realm master, but it was his first time facing the divine manifestation unleashed by one. Besides, Zuoquan Hui was obviously significantly weaker compared to Shi Zheng. Even if Zuoquan Hui were to face such a blow, he would have to flee in the face of danger. Although Yang Kai had advanced to become a grand dragon and obtained the capital to hold his own against a 7th Order open heaven realm master, it had not been long since his breakthrough. Not to mention, this was his first time fighting as a grand dragon, so he was sorely lacking in experience as a result. The main reason was that he had always assumed a half-dragon form during his dragon transformation. Unlike back then, he was now an actual dragon and was unfamiliar with his new dragon form, so it was difficult for him to bring out the true strength of a grand dragon. A short while later, the giant sword suddenly trembled violently and broke through the blockade of the dragon breath to stab straight at his head. In that moment of life or death, Yang Kai abruptly tilted his head. It was a pity that his enormous form, while extremely imposing, was not as agile or flexible as a human body, and he failed to avoid the attack as a result. A stream of blood mist erupted from his chest, accompanied by a low groan. At the same time, his 10,000 meters long dragon form was sent flying backwards as though he was struck by a mountain. By the time Yang Kai finally managed to stabilize his figure, he looked down to see an additional wound the size of a house on his chest. Golden blood gushed out from the wound, and the surrounding dragon scales had been shattered to pieces. Yang Kai was secretly horrified. It had to be said that the defensive abilities of a Grand Dragon were extremely powerful. Not to mention, he had concentrated all his strength on his chest at the last moment. Nevertheless, he was still injured by Shi Zheng's shocking sword. The horrors of that sword could clearly be seen. Fortunately, by some stroke of luck, he had managed to avoid being hit in a vital spot during the exchange, so although his current wound looked very terrible, it was not critical. The only difficulty was that he could sense a strange force lingering around his wound. That force was producing traces of sword qi that hindered his regenerative abilities. This is a big loss. Yang Kai forcefully swallowed a mouthful of blood and looked up. Shi Zheng had already transformed into a stream of light on the horizon and escaped into the distance. There was no hesitation in his actions. After unleashing his sword attack, he immediately turned around and fled without caring whether Yang Kai survived or not. That was because he knew that the masters in the star boundary were already rushing over. If he did not leave now, he would not have another chance to leave again. Yang Kai's enormous dragon eyes stared at Shi Zheng's back calmly. He was in no rush to give chase. Instead, he sneered and sent a transmission out. "I'll let you escape for a while. I'll have to hand it to you if you manage to escape." Shi Zheng, who was fleeing in front, paused for a moment. He was tempted to turn around and kill Yang Kai on the spot. After being taunted, he recalled that Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space, so running away would not allow him to escape. However, things had already reached this point, so he had no other choice but to keep his head down and proceed onward in hopes of fleeing from high heaven territory. Yang Kai's enormous body lay horizontally in the void as he urged his power to cover the wound on his chest. The force behind Shi Zheng's attack was very heavy. Furthermore, that attack had a strong lingering effect. Even if a normal person did not die from those after effects, they would lose their mobility and be forced to recuperate on the spot. Thanks to Yang Kai's incredible recuperative abilities, it only took a short while for him to suppress and seal the strange force in his wounds to prevent it from affecting his movements later. Only then did he push his space principles and chase after Shi Zheng. In the void, Shi Zheng transformed into a stream of light and frantically raced towards the territory gate. If he wanted to escape from high heaven territory, then his only option was to head towards the territory gate. As luck would have it, the situation in high heaven territory was different from the other bountiful great territories due to its remote location. There was only one territory gate leading in and out of high heaven territory. Therefore, he had no other choice. A short while later, Shi Zheng's figure, which had been rushing forward, suddenly came to a halt. He stared at the enormous figure in front of him with a helpless gaze. Having transformed into a grand dragon, Yang Kai's body literally shone with a golden light. He was so dazzling that it was difficult not to notice him even from afar. Besides, Yang Kai had no intention of concealing himself and simply stood there openly to wait for Shi Zheng. Upon seeing that Shi Zheng had finally appeared, Yang Kai snapped in annoyance. "You sure ran really slowly." He had already been waiting here for some time prior to Shi Zheng's arrival. Grand dragons are not immortal. Shi Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. Yang Kai snorted, steam coming out of his large nostrils as he declared, "You won the first round. Let's begin the second round. I won't lose this time." Shi Zheng gritted his teeth and said nothing. A giant sword that sparkled as brightly as a star slowly emerged from his back and rose into the sky. Yang Kai felt his teeth hurting at the sight. Without even thinking, he turned around and fled, his voice wafting over from far away. "Fine, you've got guts indeed. The second round is your win. I'll be waiting for you up ahead for the third round." Shi Zheng was so furious that he nearly coughed up blood. not daring to waste time fighting Yang Kai. He simply wanted to end things as quickly as possible. His first attack might not have killed Yang Kai, but Yang Kai had been heavily injured nonetheless. If he followed up with a second attack, he might just be able to obliterate Yang Kai. That was why he summoned his divine manifestation without any hesitation. Who could have known that Yang Kai would escape? He ran. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, he turned tail and ran. Like punching cotton, Shi Zheng's ferocious blow came to naught. Hence, there were no words to describe his agony. Didn't that brat claim that he would not lose again with such confidence? Why did he turn and run as soon as the words left his mouth? Shi Zheng was tempted to ask Yang Kai if he even knew what the meaning of integrity was. It would not have mattered so much if it was just a normal attack, but the key point was that the energy consumption from activating one's divine manifestation was extremely high. It was true even for a mighty 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like him. Shi Zheng had already activated his divine manifestation twice. Although the effect had previously been somewhat useful, the divine manifestation he unleashed this time was completely pointless. Divine manifestations were trump cards to high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and as such could not be used casually. Once brought out, they should be able to play a decisive role in battle, because the consumption was simply too great. Even Shi Zheng only had enough strength to use his divine manifestation 4 or 5 times before he was completely exhausted. Moreover, this was the second time he cast his divine manifestation. If he does that again later, the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Just who did I meet? Why didn't I realize that he is such a despicable person when I interacted with him in the past? In any case, this attack was useless, and he had no other place to go, so he could only continue towards the territory gate. In less than half a cup of tea's time, he came across Yang Kai waiting for him again. Yang Kai's enormous body lay horizontally across the void, his dragon claws waved about wildly, and his dragon tail swept from side to side. He looked like he was doing warm-ups before a big battle. As soon as they met again, Yang Kai immediately asked, "Are you going to cast that sword again? If you are, then hurry up. I'll consider the 3rd round your win again." Shi Zheng gritted his teeth to hold back the roiling blood in his chest and shouted, "Die." It was meaningless for him to win numerous rounds. After all, it only took losing 1 round for everything to end for him. This was an unfair fight through and through. As soon as his shout rang out, he charged towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai sneered, "Without the divine manifestation, why should a Grand Dragon like me fear you?" This was his first battle since becoming a Grand Dragon, so having a powerful enemy to train his senses was exactly what he wanted. Hence, Yang Kai immediately became entangled with Shi Zheng. After transforming into a Grand Dragon, his body became unimaginably enormous. In particular, his field of vision was very different from before. In the past, even after using his dragon transformation, his body retained some human characteristics, so his fighting style didn't have to change much. On the contrary, many of the battle skills he accumulated through past fights could no longer be used after transforming into a Grand Dragon. Yang Kai had to learn everything from scratch once more. However, he could not win without transforming into his Grand Dragon form, because he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Only by transforming into the Grand Dragon would he have the qualification to openly compete with a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. For a time, the scene was as tragic as could be. The majestic Grand Dragon was practically a punching bag for Shi Zheng, and Yang Kai suffered endless beatings. Shi Zheng threw numerous divine abilities and secret techniques in quick succession, and when those attacks landed on Yang Kai's dragon scales, many of them were blasted off. The attacks of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master were extraordinary indeed. Yang Kai felt pain coming from all over his body. It was doubtful if there was a single spot on his body that did not hurt. Fortunately, a Grand Dragon had innately powerful defenses. Yang Kai also activated his wood element power, which contained the condensed essence of the immortal tree. Relying on these abilities to heal these injuries during battle, he barely managed to persevere. In any case, his aim was not to kill Shi Zheng, but rather to buy time by delaying him here. That was enough. As long as Shi Zheng did not cast his divine manifestation, he could not do anything to Yang Kai. During the battle, Yang Kai gradually familiarized himself with the body of a grand dragon. At the beginning, he focused only on defending himself, as he was powerless to fight back. However, he slowly became capable of counterattacking as the fight went on. Although the number of times that Yang Kai managed to counterattack were few and far between, every one of those attacks frightened Shi Zheng greatly. There was no helping it, though, as even the local space would be shredded when the huge dragon claws swiped towards him. If he was caught in those dragon claws, even a 7th-order open heaven realm master like him would die. Hence, he summoned his divine manifestation once more while Yang Kai was unprepared. At the same time, he desperately drew upon his strength to create a heaven-sealing, earth-locking cage around them. This attack had to kill Yang Kai, for if he missed this opportunity, then he was bound to suffer a tragic ending. That was why he waited for a perfect moment to activate his divine manifestation and use the heaven-sealing, earth-locking technique. Yang Kai had no way to escape. Even if he had the ability to break the void to flee, doing so would undoubtedly take a few breaths in this situation. When masters fought each other, a single breath was more than enough to determine the difference between life and death. Shi Zheng originally believed that Yang Kai would try to escape again when he summoned his divine manifestation, but who could have anticipated that Yang Kai wouldn't turn to flee this time around? Moreover, his dragon eyes seemed to indicate that he was taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. Shi Zheng suddenly had an ominous feeling, as though something extremely bad was about to happen. Before he could unleash his divine manifestation, Yang Kai suddenly clenched his enormous dragon claws into a fist and punched forward fiercely. A dragon roar reverberated through the air. Cow punch. Cow punch? What kind of cow is he attacking? Shi Zheng was a little dumbstruck. However, in the next moment, he felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The color in his face drained abruptly as his small universe shook violently and his world force became exceedingly chaotic. Martial Peak, Chapter 4745, Black Ink Eternal. Yang Kai's fist had clearly struck empty space, but Shi Zheng felt as though all that energy was erupting inside his small universe. I can't believe he has the means to attack my small universe directly. Shi Zheng was absolutely horrified by the attack. 4 open heaven realm masters, the small universe in their bodies was their foundation. It was their everything. Therefore, the slightest turbulence in their small universe was enough to affect the combat ability of any open heaven realm master. Consequently, throughout countless years of inheritance, many brilliant and talented ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had overcome various difficulties and paved the way forward by comprehending numerous divine abilities and secret techniques that could impact the small universe directly. These attacks were the closely kept secrets of each sect. Nevertheless, these divine abilities and secret techniques were bound to have traces that could be detected and guarded against. Shi Zheng himself had learned such a secret technique, and even used it during the battle. It was just that it was completely ineffective against Yang Kai. Having refined one of the 4 universe pillars, Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It could be said to be the greatest nemesis of these divine abilities and secret techniques. On the contrary, Yang Kai's attack had shown no signs at all. Even if Shi Zheng wanted to defend himself, he did not know how to take precautions against the attack. Only then did he understand one thing. Damn it, I'm the cow he's punching. Yang Kai sneered. Why did you think I was spending so much time fighting with you? You fell for it, didn't you? You fool. The cow punch secret technique was very strong indeed. Moreover, it was elusive and all but impossible to defend against. The only drawback to this secret technique was that it required quite a long preparation period beforehand. The preparation period varied according to the strength of the opponent. Yang Kai had to follow the fluctuations of the enemy's aura back to their small universe in order to successfully perform his cow punch secret technique. Inside the shattered heaven, Blood Crow Divine Monarch had suffered from the cow punch secret technique greatly. Zheng was simply following in his footsteps now. This secret technique was a bizarre method for the weak to overcome the strong against all odds. Zheng sprayed out a stream of blood mist that spread into the distance, and his aura abruptly weakened. His small universe had been bombarded by Yang Kai's secret technique, causing it to shake and his world force to become disordered. If the injuries were only to this extent, then he would not be in such a miserable condition. He was a seventh-order open heaven realm master after all. With his extraordinary cultivation, such a level of injury was nothing to him. The instability in his small universe would also calm down quickly. The key point was that he had been activating his divine manifestation at that exact moment. Hence, he was completely focused on the task at hand, and the power in his body could not withstand the slightest bit of slack. It was at this juncture that Yang Kai punched out at Zheng. When the giant sword rising into the sky behind his back shattered and collapsed, Zheng instantly suffered an immense backlash. This situation was equivalent to being struck by his own attack, and it was only by luck that he did not die on the spot. Yang Kai's eyes lit up at the sight. "Elder Shi, you really do have extraordinary skills. You even hit yourself when you lose your temper. I'm impressed." Zheng gritted his teeth, fresh blood trickling out the sides of his mouth. The rage and despair in his heart could not be described with mere words. Powerful energy fluctuations suddenly appeared from afar. Both Yang Kai and Zheng turned to look in that direction at the same time. Numerous light streams were rushing in this direction. They were none other than the high-rank open heaven realm masters who had rushed over from the star boundary. Yang Kai immediately became elated by the sight and turned to look at Zheng. "Elder Shi, I'm afraid you're doomed." At present, Zheng's aura was faint and chaotic. It was obvious that he was severely injured. Even Yang Kai had the confidence to take Zheng down by himself, let alone with the arrival of so many high-rank open heaven realm masters. It could be said that Zheng had been completely backed into a corner at this point. Zheng took a deep breath and looked at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. The rage that had filled him earlier vanished all of a sudden, and his entire being became extremely calm. Yang Kai frowned. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on what it was. Meanwhile, Zheng just sat down cross-legged in the void. His eyes that were quietly staring at Yang Kai abruptly became pitch black, and a thick black fog poured out of his entire body. Yang Kai became vigilant. This aura is familiar. He suddenly recalled the gift that Zheng had given to him recently and frowned deeply. Didn't that worm that sprang out from the wooden box have the same aura? Just what is it? Black ink. Eternal. Zheng called out faintly. As soon as the words left his mouth, his entire body was shrouded in the churning black fog and disappeared out of sight. In the distance, the high-rank open heaven realm masters who rushed over from the star boundary looked suspicious when they first caught sight of the situation. In the next moment, they seemed to recall something and their expressions changed drastically. Yu Changdao and the foreign affairs envoy from Yinyang Cave Heaven called Yu Xiangdai urgently cried out to Yang Kai, "Yang Kai, run!" But it was too late. The black fog wrapping around Zheng exploded without warning. A large patch of inky blackness swiftly covered the surrounding void like a drop of ink that was dripped into a pool of clear water. The darkness covered a large region in an instant, and Yang Kai, who was standing nearby, was enveloped within. The high-rank open heaven realm masters halted in their tracks. Every single person looked at the darkness fearfully. On the other hand, Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai looked extremely worried. Unfortunately, there was no time for them to hesitate. The high-rank open heaven realm masters did not communicate with each other at all, but they still moved as though their hearts and minds were connected. They quickly split up and surrounded the large patch of void that was shrouded in the black fog from a distance. Following that, they immediately threw out various divine abilities and secret techniques with heaven-sealing, earth-locking effects. The joint force of several dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters working together was so powerful that it only took a single breath before this region containing the black fog was turned into a solid cage. When they finished sealing the void, they finally breathed a sigh of relief as they looked around nervously. However, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Yu Changdao was silent for a long while before he said, Sect Master Yang seemed to be a grand dragon. With the strength of a grand dragon, it should not be too difficult for him to resist that evil thing. Yu Xiangdai muttered, Let's hope so. The strength of a grand dragon could indeed resist the erosion of that evil. It could even be said that the strength of all divine spirits had a natural advantage against it. Be that as it may, Yang Kai was currently stuck in the middle of that wicked fog. Nobody could say much about the current situation with any certainty, and Yang Kai himself had yet to appear either, so there was no way to know his condition. During their conversation, though, the thick fog suddenly swirled around, and Yang Kai's enormous body rushed out from within. What is this? Yang Kai scowled deeply. That black fog gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. It was exceptionally sinister. Clearly, it was not something good. Moreover, he had tried to search for Shi Zhang's whereabouts inside the black fog, only to discover that he could not detect Shi Zhang's life aura anywhere. It was as if Shi Zhang's last act was self-destruction. Why did he act so decisively? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. Shi Zhang was a 7th-order open heaven realm master, so even if he failed to kill Yang Kai and could not escape the many high-rank open heaven realm masters who came over to support Yang Kai, there was no need to kill himself on the spot. However, that was exactly what Shi Zhang did. Speaking of which, all of Shi Zhang's actions today puzzled Yang Kai greatly, especially the last words that Shi Zhang said earlier. Turning around, Yang Kai saw many high-rank open heaven realm masters standing far away and looking at him in astonishment. Thus, he swung around and headed straight towards them. He could not understand what had happened today, but these high-rank open heaven realm masters might know something. Contrary to his expectations, as soon as he moved, they reacted warily, as though they were about to face a great enemy. Their world forces surged, and they all took up defensive postures. One of them shouted, Stay where you are and don't move. If you take another step forward, we will attack without mercy. Locked onto by the divine senses and auras of several dozen high-rank open heaven realm masters, Yang Kai felt mountain-like pressure bearing down on him, even though he was in his grand dragon form. His enormous figure was immediately frozen in place. His dragon head turned to look at them, and he asked in a thunderous voice, What's going on? For a moment, Yang Kai suspected that they were in league with Shi Zhang. However, he realized that the situation was different upon a closer look. Rather than plotting to harm him, it was almost like they were scared of him. Didn't you come here to rescue me? Yang Kai was a little speechless. What's more, it was not until this moment that he realized something else. The space where he was standing had been sealed by an extremely powerful force. The high-rank masters exchanged glances with each other, their divine senses fluctuating as they communicated silently. It was obvious that they were discussing something, but they couldn't seem to reach a consensus despite their long discussion. Yang Kai eventually lost patience and glared angrily at them. What is the meaning of this? Yu Xiangdai stepped forward to comfort him. Yang Kai, please don't be impatient. We are not targeting you specifically, but what happened today is a little complicated. Before we figure out whether you are safe or not, please don't make any rash movements lest you cause any misunderstandings. She was the foreign affairs envoy from Inyang Cave Heaven, and he was a son-in-law of Inyang Cave Heaven. Therefore, he could only listen to her when she spoke up. Yang Kai frowned slightly and said, Shi Zhang seems to be dead, and I'm safe now. Yu Xiangdai shook her head, however, and said, It's impossible to tell whether you're safe from your outer appearance. Let me ask you this. How are you feeling right now? Yang Kai shook his body a bit and replied, It hurts a bit. Having just fought with Shi Zhang, his entire body was covered in wounds. Hence, he was in terrible pain and desperately needed to find a place to recuperate. Yu Xiangdai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. I'm not asking you about that. I was asking you whether there's anything strange about your small universe. Yang Kai responded confidently. There are no anomalies. What could be wrong with the world spring protecting his small universe? Zheng had repeatedly attempted to shake his small universe during their brief fight, but it was all to no avail. Xianxia frowned slightly. Although he said as much, she did not dare to believe him completely. The 3,000 worlds was vast, and there were many things that the general public, and even most disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, did not know about. Be that as it may, how could Seventh Order open heaven realm masters like themselves not be aware? Even if something had happened to Yang Kai, it was impossible to tell from his outer appearance. Otherwise, they would not have been fooled by Zheng for so many years. Yu Chang Dao explained, Sect Master Yang, you've seen all of Zheng's anomalies for yourself. The blacking smoke that he released before his death is also extremely corrosive. If the small universe of an ordinary open heaven realm master becomes corroded by the black ink smoke, they will turn into the same existence as Zheng. They will seem no different from the outside, but their nature will be changed drastically. Sect Master Yang, we are unable to determine whether you have been corrupted by the black ink smoke. Only then did Yang Kai understand why they were being so vigilant towards him. He exclaimed in astonishment, is the black ink smoke really that amazing? Thinking back, he had indeed felt as though the black mist had been trying to corrode his small universe when it entered his body. It was just that his small universe was flawless under the World Spring's protection. It was impossible for the black ink smoke to corrode him unless he opened a portal to accept the black ink smoke into his small universe himself. In this way, it was obvious that the object contained within the wooden box had been trying to invade his small universe. However, it was suppressed by the World Spring in his small universe. His small universe was perfectly protected, so that worm had been unable to invade him and was forced to flee as a result. If that's the case, you don't need to worry. I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke. They only watched him quietly. Martial Peak, Chapter 4746, here it is. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Don't you believe me? Xianxia sighed. It's easy enough to confirm this fact. I'll go and check out your small universe myself. Why do those words sound so familiar? Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. Back when he was asked to repair the universe temples, the ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises had also made the same request. No! Before Yang Kai could say anything, one of the high-rank open realm masters interjected. If he has been corroded by the black ink smoke, then you will also be in danger if you enter his small universe to investigate the situation, Elder Yu. Xianxia smiled. No matter how you put it, Yang Kai is Yin Yang, Cave Heaven's son-in-law. It's only natural for me to take this risk as his elder. Besides, he can transform into a grand dragon. He has a certain level of resistance to the black ink smoke, so he might not have been corrupted. The high-rank open realm master shook his head. It's better to be cautious. Let's send a message to our respective ancestors and ask them to decide about the situation. Yang Kai was a little shocked. Why are they dragging their ancestors into this matter? The ancestors of the cave heavens and paradises were all 8th Order open heaven realm masters. Most of the time, they remained inside their respective sects and were not dispatched easily. It looks like this matter is more serious than I expected. Xianxia pondered in silence for a moment. I insist on investigating the situation inside Yang Kai's small universe. The black ink smoke might be corrosive, but it can be resisted as long as one has enough strength. There's always a risk. The 3,000 worlds is not that place after all, the high-rank open realm master from earlier quickly said. At this moment, Yang Kai spoke up. Will you be reassured if I can prove that I have not been corroded by the black ink smoke? Xianxia looked at him. How will you prove that? Yang Kai smacked his lips. He had not wanted to reveal the fact that he had refined the World Spring, as that was something that would rouse too much greed in others. Bright Sun Divine Monarch had pursued him from the shattered heaven all the way to the ancestral land, just for the sake of the World Spring. If an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would do that, how could the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters here be any different? These high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters might come from the cave heavens and paradises, but one should never fully let their guard down around others. Zheng was the best example. Before coming here today, Yang Kai would never have believed that Shi Zheng would harm him in any way. He thought that Shi Zheng only wanted to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with him. However, things might take a turn for the worst with how they stood at the moment. Not only was the space where he was standing sealed, but it was also impossible for him to fight so many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Besides, the misunderstanding would only get worse if he actually got into a fight with them. More importantly, it would be even harder to take the initiative if they invited the ancestors of various cave heavens and paradises here. After weighing all the pros and cons, Yang Kai decided to tell the truth. I have refined a world spring, so it is impossible for external forces to corrode my small universe. A world spring, everybody exclaimed in astonishment. As high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they not know about the world spring? That was one of the 4 universe pillars after all. The world spring was a treasure that any Open Heaven Realm Master would wish for. Everybody, please have a look for yourselves. While speaking, Yang Kai opened the portal to his small universe for them to see inside clearly. The secret of his world spring had been exposed, so he did not mind exposing even more. Besides, it was useless to only speak about such things. They would not believe him unless they saw the truth with their own eyes. Numerous divine senses immediately passed through his portal in that moment and poured into his small universe. Yang Kai immediately frowned in response. It was an uncomfortable feeling, as though his home had been invaded by outsiders. Huh, somebody exclaimed in surprise. His small universe is already materialized. The transformation of one's small universe from immaterial to corporal was something that was reserved for high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. The small universe of those below the high-rank Open Heaven Realm were unable to fully materialize. Be that as it may, the scene in front of them exceeded their understanding. Yang Kai was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, but his small universe had already turned corporeal. How did he do it? Leaving aside the future, Yang Kai was the only 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to have ever achieved such a feat throughout history. At least, there were no prior records written in the ancient books. That was why these high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were completely stunned. World Spring. It really is a World Spring. Even more shocked voices ran out. A World Spring was such an obvious existence that they immediately noticed its presence at a glance. Under the effects of the World Spring, they could clearly sense that Yang Kai's small universe was flawless and extremely stable. It was difficult for his small universe to be affected by any external forces. In addition to their feelings of envy, they also felt relieved. With the World Spring protecting his small universe, it was true that he would not be corroded by the black ink smoke. What's more, they did not sense any of the black ink smoke's aura in his small universe. Before they could investigate Yang Kai's small universe more carefully, though, they felt an immense force shoving their divine senses out. Many of them were unsatisfied with what they saw so far. They seemed to have seen some peculiar things inside his small universe, but they were kicked out before they could get a better look. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had already returned to his human form and closed his small universe. He then asked, "There are no problems now, right?" Everybody exchanged a glance with each other, and Yu Xiangdai breathed a sigh of relief. "It's no problem now. Come over here before we continue the discussion." Only then did he move and come to their side. "You've worked hard." She nodded at him. "It's great that you're safe. Please don't blame us for being overly cautious. The blacking smoke is simply too dangerous." "I understand. Sect Master Yang, are you raising living beings in your small universe?" One of them suddenly raised the question. Although it was only a brief glimpse, there were so many villages and cities in Yang Kai's small universe that the traces of living beings thriving inside could be seen clearly. "That's right. Is there a problem?" Yang Kai looked at that person. No problem at all. "Your luck sure is good, Sect Master Yang." That person sighed in amazement. Countless years had passed since they first advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. They themselves had thought of raising living beings in their small universes to increase the speed of their cultivation. But this idea was not realistic. Even though they were in the seventh order open heaven realm, there were still times when their small universes became unstable. Who would dare to raise living beings in their small universe so casually? Those living inside would suffer tragic casualties if they were to encounter a powerful enemy. After all, however, Xianxia was different. With the protection of the World Spring, there was no need for him to worry about that problem. In other words, his cultivation would increase steadily even without him cultivating. It was equivalent to becoming stronger with every passing moment. That was extremely enviable. What kind of creatures are those little rocks? Why have I never seen them before? Another person asked, "What little rocks?" "You must have been mistaken." Xianxia responded with a straight face. "Sect Master Yang, I think I saw some profound bamboo in your small universe." "What profound bamboo?" Xianxia vehemently denied. "There's no such thing." "Don't be like that, Sect Master Yang. We can negotiate the price if you really have the profound bamboo. The profound bamboo is different from the four universe pillars. If we nurture it properly, we can gain an inexhaustible supply that is truly unlimited. Instead of enjoying such a treasure on your own, why don't you exchange the profound bamboo with us for something good?" "Can I exchange them for the training rights of a small source world?" Xianxia asked flatly. "Didn't you say that you don't have the profound bamboo?" Many rolled their eyes. The person from earlier nodded repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear. "We can negotiate something." "What are the terms of negotiation?" Xianxia looked at that person with great interest. "Leave that for later." Yuchang Dao waved his hand decisively before declaring, "Let's deal with the matter in front of us first before we talk about anything else." "Indeed," somebody agreed. Xianxia shot a look at the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master who brought up the profound bamboo earlier to indicate that they would have an in-depth discussion on the matter later. That person nodded lightly to indicate that he understood. Thanks to the looks they exchanged with each other earlier, everything they wanted to say had been said. "Sect Master, just what happened today?" Yuchang Dao asked while looking at Xianxia. Xianxia replied innocently, "You're asking me? That's what I wanted to ask you. High Heaven Palace's head manager informed me today that Xianxia of Xianxia Paradise asked for a meeting with me. It seemed like he had something he wanted to discuss. Thinking that I had nothing better to do anyway, I decided to come. In the end, he gave me a generous gift as soon as I arrived." "A generous gift?" Yu Xiangdai frowned. Xianxia nodded. "That's right. As you all know, Xianxia Paradise and I have some connection with each other. Xianxia is a Xianxia Paradise elder. If he wants to give me a gift, there's no way I can turn it down. So, I reluctantly accepted." The rest of them looked at each other with strange expressions. After a period of contact with Xianxia, how could they not know his nature by now? He was the kind of person who did not act until he was certain that he could succeed. That was the case with the World Tree before, and that was also the case now with the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. He even went so far as to create a special space array to monopolize the new great territory, making it difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to interfere in that matter. If somebody was willing to give him a gift, he would surely accept with unwavering enthusiasm. How could he possibly be reluctant in any way? Nevertheless, they couldn't be bothered to argue about his manner of blatantly talking himself up. "What did he give you?" Yuchang Dao asked in concern. It was as though he really wanted to know what kind of treasure Xianxia had offered as a gift. It was just that Xianxia had been corrupted by the black ink. For that reason, the things that he offered as a gift should not be taken lightly. Precautions had to be taken in advance in case it turned out to be something bad. "Here it is." While speaking, Xianxia took out the wooden box from his space ring and opened it abruptly. A black thread shot out from within. Xianxia was ready and immediately captured it in his hand. The headless and tailless thing that resembled a black earthworm struggled and wriggled in his hands, but could not escape. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were stunned for a moment. Then they reacted as though facing a great enemy. Their expressions changed drastically, and they swiftly retreated using their various movement skills. In an instant, the space within a 100 kilometers radius around him became devoid of people. Xianxia looked up at them and seemed a little speechless. "Why did you run so far?" "Don't worry. I'm holding this thing, so it can't escape. Nevertheless, he could understand why they fled. They had been so vigilant towards the black ink smoke that was left behind after Shi Zheng's death. What more this black earthworm-like thing in his hands? This thing definitely came from the same source as the black ink smoke. Moreover, it was stronger than the black ink smoke. An ordinary person would definitely have gotten into trouble if they held the black earthworm with their bare hands. Fortunately, his small universe was so perfect and flawless that this black earthworm could not corrode him at all. It could be said to have met its nemesis. Sect Master, please put away that black ink insect. Yu Changdao shouted from afar. That thing is too dangerous. Open Heaven Realm Masters like us cannot afford to be contaminated. So, this thing is called a black ink insect? Yang Kai glanced at the black earthworm in his hand, seeming to feel something. The black smoke left behind after Shi Zheng's death was called black ink smoke. This thing was called a black ink insect, and Shi Zheng had mentioned something before his death, black ink eternal. What is this? Black ink? Yang Kai suddenly felt as though the 3,000 worlds were not as simple as he initially thought. Then he recalled what Su Ling Gong mentioned in the past, that the universe was vast and the waters were muddy. There seemed to be a secret in the shadows that was affecting the 3,000 worlds, and the fog was about to be lifted before his eyes.